did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leaves just to feed the village. Hidden leaves make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your brukins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Black as shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. He ain't come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded, that nigga ready. Turn your brains into red spaghetti. I be looking for a guy here. Hopefully see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Tie down my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision. Now they see it, they want on the convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing. Now let them watch windows pump gas for a bag of chip shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli. I just want water. Start bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Cap to a motherfucking church. And they got them my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth of my property. They just sold out the cap, always a lot in the world, and I'm winning it all. Like construction on this side, I'm taking my time. Now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no, I'm writing rhymes. Late night, not an early morning, like an alchemist, I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's your nigga down. Sad, but it's normal around this town. Cause I'm calling, saying beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin call, he almost out. Say he heard prices went back up. I confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them look in themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones they breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, they put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started the league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connecting no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man, this shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping from fucking and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture, blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Codes automatic when aiming with the boy in the status of stadium. Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send their verses back to me and they be terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Big as the Super Bowl.
See me close to him, the universe was alive. She looked me dead into my eyes, she knew that I was a vibe. I don't say much cause my vibe says it all. I don't say much cause my vibe says it all. I don't say much cause my vibe says it all. I can't lie, no.
She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. Yeah, I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. Yeah. She like the vibe and see the aura switch up. I walk into the room and it's so bright now. Plant a seed and go and watch it grow. Water it and treat it what it's worth now. Pops told me I need to have some confidence. Always been a soldier, not a hoe now. Dance around how you really feel. It's a kickback, not a hold down.
Kick back, relax, you know, that's how we vibe. So I got patience for things that ain't worth people's time. Miley Cyrus, happy aura like white diamonds. I put my light in the shadow realm because I'm shining. Blinding these demons, call that an eye for an eye. Cause you thought you had me cornered, but I got perfect alignment. Yellow hair, gold stone, purple in my ice cream cone. Red rose what I be on when it's my mother song. How you feel? Blues make you chill. How you feel? Red velvet make you heal. How you feel? Green get you bills. Back on chill life, old flats on them wheels, tryna make it to them Beverly's west side of them hills. Well, catch me riding, cause we about to go and slide. And you think I'm classy, cause first rate is what we be flying in. That's just how we vibe, man, we vibing.
She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. Yeah, I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. She love the way I'm vibing. Yeah.
Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you
Too many scars on my back from the nights that's inserted. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Scars on my back from the nights that's inserted. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody claim that time is valuable, except for mine. I guess my time has no value. Anytime I spend some time with somebody, I spend a lot of time, which I can have it back. I be backtracking, keep a track of records like a secretary in the Oval Office. I be presidential, my decision making. If it don't make money move, we got a problem. I don't want no talking from the opposition. If you was a friend, now you an opposition. If you still a friend, I mean I'm messing with you. If you in between, I mean I don't know you. If I don't know you, then I can't talk to you. Trust issues make your motives unclear. Ain't nothing against you, I promise you, fam, but I ain't got time for new friends over here. Too many scars on my back from the nights that's inserted. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Scars on my back from the nights that's inserted. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they deserve it, deserve it. The time and the effort, the moments of pleasure, a moment of silence for those that I cut off. I wish I could keep you around, but I can't now. A pledge of allegiance to all of the real ones, the ones that are militant, move as a unit and stacking it, racking it, packing it up. My movement pristine and immaculate, bro. My defense impregnable, I am impeccable. I flow like water, I learned from Bruce Lee. I cannot trust no one, I have to test all things. That's what my pops in the Bible had taught me. So I got trust issues based on scripture. And if it come from God, I don't got no issue. That mean I'm not supposed to trust nobody. That's fine by me. That means I could just keep being me. Scars on my back from the nights that's inserted. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Scars on my back from the nights that's inserted. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it. Everybody think they the ones that be worth it.
Even with COVID, I plan on staying on my purpose. Can't be detracted from my path. I'm married to the game, whether through sickness or in health. Till death do us part. I keep my head high, my eyes dry, money in my pocket. Keep my eyes on the prize, laser focused on my purpose. Yeah, I know I had a time lapse. Dropped the tape some months ago. Questions about where I've been. People say they seeing ghosts. Always with this such and such. Talking to y'all so-and-sos. I pop out in a phantom for you. Show some signs of money growth. Used to see me in a hoodie. Still in a hoodie, bruh. I would wear a suit, but my hoodie hide my toolie better. Move with extra caution on the comeback so my come up better. Learn how to invest in check. 50 shares in family business. Learn to build my last name. My family need a legacy. Pops held the fort down. That's the man I'm trying to be. Keep it on 100, baby. Don't you try to lie to me. It take more than your good looks. I'm rising high society. She want the status and the money. It's all part of propriety. She get accustomed to a lifestyle and A-list ideology. This hasn't happened yet, but I know where I'm going. I know I'll be successful. I don't have much of an option. I gotta get there. This is the greatest comeback since Billie Jean King. It's the battle of the best, but everybody average to me. I can get a late start, quarantine and lose my mind, and I still find a way to outshine and outrhyme you niggas. I don't understand you niggas, always walking around like you got big nuts to itch, but you be fudging the figures. I guess it figures, bravado only get you so far until real life start to show you who you really are. I hope you had fun in daddy's clothes when daddy was gone, but now daddy back in town so you can go and get gone. Go outside with the other kids where you belong before you get smacked up inside of my home.
Why that girl on her phone? She never paid attention to the room or the homie. She just missed another opportunity, And I know that she lonely with no company, She's so busy reading text, she ain't even read the room, yeah. Always sending texts like I just want myself a little boo, yeah. I think I just went stupid, hit by Cupid. The arrow hit my heart, I hope she noticed. Gotta read the room, yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Trying to talk to you was honestly so fucking strange. Trying to find a way that drove my brain to be deranged. I would've never thought I'd have this kind of issue. I couldn't connect with you inside of the same room. I know you feel me, at least I think you do. It's hard to tell, I cannot read the room. Seem to be unfazed, that's what you supposed to do. You seem so confused, baby, why won't you learn to read the room? I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
I'll show you how to read the room, baby. Say you faded off that drink, I hit the road and zoom, baby. Project nigga section 8, I never had a spoon, baby. She says it's rated, this movie coming soon, baby. No, I ain't worried about your boyfriend, he ain't like that. See me, it's on sight about that pussy, he gon' fight back. He gon' risk his life, I beat him up like go down my bad. But your bitch won't be, so it ain't my fault that you tried that. Oh yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room, she read the room, huh? She read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling and that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, huh? Learn to read the room. Yeah. Everybody think it's a game. Yeah. Everybody think it's a game. Yeah. Everybody think it's a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No, boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah. Don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without tank on E. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride the wave. I see you really love to follow. Trendsetters over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K, pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fire the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is just hard. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in my face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality win at all costs. Snakes in the gray, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is people. The confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I gotta grind for my team. Take the title on me, be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show on the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played, yeah.
2K. Here the Utes. Ladies and gentlemen, I am still tired. Last night, I am whooped, but the show must go on. The show must go on. Y'all try to have me up like it was Vintage Fight Club, and it's not. It's not, okay? I'm retired. My pension is in. I'm retired, all right? Now, I would be more than remiss than to not acknowledge the sponsor of the last show, the one, the only, the Angry Man. Shout out to the Angry Man for sponsoring the last show. I think we had a good time last night. Stressful for me because they don't like to make my life less stressful, but we enjoyed ourselves last night. But we was up way too late. I'm exhausted, but the show must go on. So once again, big shouts out to the Angry Man for coming through and supporting the show. I appreciate you. All right. Caden says, I lost the bet. What bet? I didn't lose no bet. Nah, I did not lose a bet. No, wasn't me. No, not me. I did not lose. What was the bet? What was the bet? I don't remember. Now, what are we going to discuss today? Today, I want to talk about, as we move away from the aftermath, man, because the aftermath show was insanity. It felt like the debate was being kind of like reestablished and relived on the aftermath show. And that's not the goal of the aftermath show. The goal is try to extract the viewpoint from the participants that come on the show to really find out if the points that they tried to hammer home was effectively received by the judges and the audience. And it's to highlight those certain things, because in a 2-hour show, a lot of things could be missed. And that is what my goal is. And it seems every time after the show, people don't seem the happiest about the outcome. Something's always wrong with a judge. Something is always off with the outcome. So that just makes it better for the next show, which I'm sure will be next week. probably Wednesday, probably Friday, probably both. You guys just have to keep your eyes open. All right. Now, either man, he refuses to accept the outcome of the show. So he said he gonna go around all through YouTube and they gonna feel him. Podcast has decided to accept his victory, not gracefully, but a victory is a victory. So last night was turned up. So not much sleep. I know that you guys don't care because you are the same people that would have me work 16 hours with a bottle of water. Okay. So this is not for my social media therapy. Okay. But I want to discuss the impacts of social media therapy. And I mean to the degree of, why does it seem like everybody goes to social media to vent almost every aspect of their lives? The most vulnerable moments, they decide to go to TikTok and share it with us. They decided to go to Instagram and share it with us. Now, I do believe you should express yourself, but don't you think sometimes you might want to not press play on that social media therapy sometimes? Because some of the things that's been expressed are very striking, I would say. It's very striking. But here's the cool thing. Some of the things that are expressed, it allows us to think about how we would be in these same situations. And I found that to be quite helpful, actually, because sometimes a lot of us have trouble getting out of our own way. We have trouble getting out of our own mind and understanding other people from a different perspective. So social media gives you a safe distance, a vantage point to observe some areas of other people's lives, and you may be able to do so safely while putting yourself in those positions and how you would judge and different things that you would do. Okay. So we are going to walk all over that today. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about this venting here, this venting here. I have some strong thoughts about parenting and single and how they're attributed and how they're aligned as, being single mom or single dad. And I strongly believe they are separate things. I think a parent is a parent, whether they are married, single, not married. Like, I think they're separate. I think the jobs are separate, right? So you are just a mother. You are just a father. You are a parent. Saying I'm a single mom and a single father, I really don't like attaching those things, because I think that people start to think that they're like kind of tied or requirement, and they're not. You are a parent regardless if you're single or not, or you're married or not. And you are going to be either single or married regardless if you're a parent or not. And I think we often tie them too much. And I wish that we could separate that. And I haven't found the right recipe for us to totally do that, but I shall figure out a way. Now, I want to start the show off with a relationship question, in the sense of a woman expresses how she wants to be engaged as far as when her man gets off of work. Okay. And I want you to hear her thoughts, how she expresses it, and if you agree or disagree with how she's going about said things. Okay. Whether who you find fault in, who you more align with. So that's what we're going to get into. All right. Guys, make sure you have your waters. We are not looking forward to anyone that is under the influence today. So please reserve yourself to 1 cup of non-water today. Just 1 cup. Everything else needs to be water. Okay. We can't be having y'all running around the cities, respectfully, that y'all are in, acting up. Okay. And don't hit the link, put me through this terror again. Okay. I done dealt with drunks for years. Okay. And it's very, very stressful. It does help with my patience, but they be messing up the show sometimes. All right. Sometimes, guys, just get your drinking done, go to sleep, and then come on the show. Okay. That's what the hope is today. All right. Now, Black said, I'm a single father, the mom, a pain in my. I don't know how to describe that as far as understanding the difficulty of co-parenting. I think it should be simple and easy, but I don't think that it is, because I think the decisions that we make and the people that we deal with, we either don't make the most informed decision because we're usually thinking either emotionally, logically, both together. And sometimes we don't really do a good job analyzing who we're dealing with. And some of us are just not being good people. That's just the case. Some of us are just not being good people, and we need to fix that. I'm not going to, but that's reality, and you have to deal with what comes with reality, okay? So let me get into the first video, okay? She wants to describe her boyfriend, all right? You guys listen, you tell me what you think.
My boyfriend's default after coming home from work is to go straight to his phone. He watches Instagram reels, long videos, news, stocks, doesn't matter what it is. He's just on his phone. I have told him before to give me attention for just a few minutes and just be nice to me for a hot second. Then he can go do what he wants. I just want to feel loved. Tonight, Friday night, I'm home from work and I'm looking out onto the balcony and it's a really nice sunset. He comes home, says hi. Now the door is right across from the balcony, so he's very close, and goes straight to sit on the sofa and start looking at his phone. I was expecting him to walk over to me, give me a hug and a kiss, hello, just say, you know, hey, how was your day? Anyway, I say to him, hey, babe, come out on the balcony. It's a beautiful sunset. He says no, doesn't even look up from his phone. After a few minutes, I ask him to literally give me attention. They're my words. Can you please give me some attention? He throws his phone down on the carpet and says, stop complaining, and then storms into the bedroom and doesn't come out for 45 minutes. He came out later to the living room and said sorry, but he was still upset. I asked him to come outside. He still didn't want to. He thinks I'm being dramatic and that I create this big scene over nothing. What do you think? Is it normal to want to be greeted at the end of the day after a big long day of work, or am I expecting something that isn't normal?
Raw thoughts initially. I find her desires to be reasonable outside of when she expected. She knows that he wants to come home and play on his phone to decompress. That's my guess. That's his purpose. He plays on his phone, scrolls, takes his mind off of whatever he was dealing with at work, to separate that, refocus, recenter himself by doing that. Most likely him looking at stocks, I don't see that as a bad thing in any light. He should definitely be doing that. Scrolling down to IG, who knows what he's looking at. The question then becomes, is it he at fault for not realizing that's how she wants to be loved, or feel loved according to her? Is she at fault because she wants it when she wants it without understanding or without being open to the fact that he doesn't want to do it at that time? Is she being too selfish? Is he being selfish? Who needs to be unselfish? And how do you fix that? And these are everything that come to my mind. My first thing is this: how do you get into a relationship with somebody if they're not giving you these things, right? If they're not making you feel a certain way, if they're not treating you good, how do you even get into a relationship? It always astounds me. I'm like, how is this even possible that you get into a relationship like this? So I tend to defaultly side with the guy in this because I'm thinking two things. He's obviously doing something for you to want to be there, or at least he's done something up until a point to get you in this desirable state. Because if a woman is requesting attention, that means she likes your attention. That means she likes to be around you, right? So he obviously has done something to a point to where that's a desirable thing that he has that she wants from him, right? But if you understand he does not want to do it, is it in your best interest to make it a point? Because for some reason, every time he comes home, you there. Every time he comes home, you there. I don't know if you don't have no hobbies. I don't know if he just worked the night shift. But every time he comes home, like you said, like clockwork, you there. Now, me personally, I would tell you to get a hobby. Yeah. I would tell you to do something to occupy some time so that you don't become less understanding of his needs, right? Because whether you like it or not, it sounds like you kind of have to work around his schedule. I could be wrong, but it sounds like you need to work around his schedule. Because if you always home when he getting home, it sounds like your schedule has a little more flexibility, at least to me. And you understand what he needs. Somebody has to be willing to make the sacrifice. In my estimation, I don't think it's going to be him because he views what you're requesting as nagging, right? Because he said, stop complaining. So he views your request for attention as nagging. You have to find a way, use your persuasion as a woman, that whole feminine energy, all that stuff y'all have and whatnot, to persuade him that that's the most desirable thing. Because that's the only way it will work. But I don't know the answer to this. If it was me, I would just give you the attention. I don't want to do it, but I would probably just cave in and go, all right. But I would set the expectations, right? I would like, okay, so how long do you need? What you're not going to like, let's just be honest, because you don't feel like you should have a time limit. But how long do you need? Because this is what I require in order to do what I need to do to be me. So how long do you need? You want me to stand on a balcony to look out and see the lights? I really don't want to do that. But hey, if that's what you want to do, must be a nice balcony he can afford for you to want to look out on the balcony. I'm just saying, I don't know, guys. I don't know the right way to approach how she's feeling in these moments. I'm not exactly sure how one would go about approaching it, in my estimation. Let's cover another video, okay? This guys, pay very, very close attention. The question presented. Now, unfortunately, I know what's going to be said, and she's probably going to use an expletive, unfortunately for me, but it's what comes with the territory when you're getting people's honest social media therapy and expression. But I want you to listen to the question that is presented. I want you guys to pay very close attention. It says, how to keep a man happy. That is the question. That is position, okay? You guys hear the question? How to keep a man happy. Here's the response.
How to keep a man happy.
The first question is how to keep a man happy from a woman's perspective.
Now, who wants to say what you know that they gonna say? Come on now. Everybody already know the answer that they gonna give from the jump. Can we just be honest here? We know what's about to happen. Just go ahead and say it. Just go ahead and say it. Come on now. Say what it is. You have to blah, 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 blah. Boom. That's what they're going to say, right? You know what they're going to say. It's going to be the same repeated answer.
You can go first. Cook, clean, fucking shut up. Okay. No, that's not what I really feel. I'm going to be honest.
Keeping a man is like a weird word because it's like men are not to be kept. I feel like women, we are the prize, so we need to be kept, not the man. So it's like a man need to keep me.
Perhaps you guys heard that. So, question presented. What do you need to do to keep a man? First lady repeats YouTube talking points at this point. I'd rather not repeat those statements. Next lady goes, I think that's a weird way to say it. Men are not to be kept. Men are not to be kept. Okay, I guess if that's how you feel. The women are the prize, and they are the ones that need to be kept. The reason why that's so important is that men, you have to identify when you're dealing with a selfish person, a selfish woman, and you have to do everything in your DNA to run far away from selfish women. See, this was an opportunity for her to describe what she wants to do for a man. Even if she had to reshape the question, it should have turned out to the desires of a man. But she's so selfish and thinks that men are here to serve her that she changes the whole question and says, well, men need to keep us. We the prize. And the hard part about it is she don't really even know what that means. Just being honest. I mean, nice braided hair, but you really don't even know what being the prize actually means. You just saying it because you want to get your YouTube therapy out. You want to get your social media therapy out in the world. Guys, stay far away. Stay far away from people who cannot prioritize the needs of a man, and they use their selfish desires to step on your needs to get more things from you. I don't know if you guys heard that, but it was clear as day to me.
Respectfully.
A man has to want to be kept because you could do all of those things and that just still doesn't work out. Also, cook, clean, fuck. I feel like that's what some women think that they have to do to keep a man, and it messes you up because it's like cook, clean, fuck, and shut up. It's like shut up that's fucking up your inner self. Like shutting up when you want to say something, that's fucking up with your mental health. Cook, cleaning, and fucking. Like, one, you cannot keep a man that does not want to be kept. 2 is more than cooking and cleaning and fucking and shutting upping. You want to, what's the word? You want to fulfill a man's needs and desires, and I'm talking physically, emotionally, mentally, sexually, and all of those aspects. And I truly feel like that's how you keep it.
Point number 1. She says that there's nothing you can do to keep a man. Okay. You know, they describe fulfill their needs physically, emotionally, say all those things, right? I'm just going to say that if you stop cursing so much, that would be a start. It is so unattractive for women to curse so much. So much. Just, it's so unattractive. Why do y'all have to curse? And I'm going to just say, right, we say a whole lot of things like that's a man thing. Why can't men have cursing? Like, that's a man. Can the man have that and y'all not do it? Y'all want to give us so many other things that we don't request. Cursing should be a man thing, not a woman thing. Don't y'all stop doing that. It is not becoming, okay? I'm just telling y'all that now. I don't know what it is about y'all and this cursing that y'all find so attractive, but it's just not. Just not. The lack of self-awareness. Don't you know how to read the room? Don't you know how to read the room? That is the problem. Gentlemen, we're going to struggle. If we have to deal with people like this, we're going to struggle. And I hate to tell you, but it's going to be a lot more of this than the opposite. It's going to be a lot more of this than the opposite, okay? Now, the next struggle, right? I'm sorry that all the cursing just, oh man, it's like it's a stress relief for definitely. The smoking is 1000%. I'm not gonna lie, because you really don't have a choice in this day and age. You pretty much have to deal with women that smoke. That's pretty much all of them at this point. You just have to pick your poison. And the cigarettes are like a no-go at all. You kind of have to deal with the other stuff to a degree because that's just a thing now. But cigarettes, don't cave in, fellas. Don't you dare cave in to those cigarettes, okay? Don't cave into them cigarettes. Don't do it. Now, this young lady, and I'm sure you guys want to compliment her lovely makeup and hair, and feel free to, okay? She does it for the compliments. She wants to describe some of her actions because of her reasoning for dating decisions, okay? So don't act like you're shocked to hear what she really believes.
I speak for most Black women when I say we would prefer to date a man of our own race. But here's the thing, they are not looking to date us majority of the time. When I'm out in public, Black men are not approaching me. They're not trying to date me. They're not trying to get my number. And in my life, the worst I've ever been treated was by a Black man. When I'm on dating apps, Black men are not looking to match with me. They're not swiping on me. So what am I supposed to do? The only other option is to give Billy with the pickup truck who wants to take me fishing a chance, because what else is a girl supposed to do?
Really? Really? You telling me that all the girls that we see on that social media therapy and they come on and say, I can get a man easily. These men be all in my DMs. They be everywhere. They always hitting on me. You with the blue check mark, you are getting bypassed. These same men that hit on all these other women, they see you and they be like, nah, I'm not hitting on. And you get hit on by Billy with the pickup truck. You get hit on by Billy with the pickup truck. And then you're saying, you tell me if this is true, that you only dealing with Billy with the pickup truck is because the men that you actually want are not pursuing you. Is that the claim? Is that the claim that Billy with the pickup truck is the one that's in pursuit? That's very interesting. And you speak for the majority of Black women, right? You do? Okay. Because I'm going to be honest. The majority of Black people majority know Black people. That's who they know. The majority of the majority, Black people know Black people. That's Black people. So most Black people do not agree. Because look, I'm going to just ask you, is your daddy Black? All the women in the chat, they daddy be Black. So your mom is Black, your daddy is Black, but Black men is looking past them. Let's just move past that, right? Your brother's Black. And this is why this is so messed up, because only social media can do this to y'all. Most Black guys ain't even interracially dating. Most of them don't even really be thinking other races be feeling them like that. So y'all don't actually have relationships with Black men. This is what's sad, right? I just have to tell you, hey, Callie, I just have to tell you, it's not true. It's not, and it's so untrue that it's sickening to read the comments. It's just sickening to read the comments. They get in there lying. You're right. They don't want us. How is it all of your bad experiences are with those men if they not pursuing you? And I'm going to just be honest. It don't sound like you do no pursuing. These statements here are what causes some of the biggest problems, okay? And we have our first terrorist of the day, okay? Dan Poole Roast React says, absolutely date Billy. I can't OG to look at me. Now, here's the thing. I have no problem with her dating Billy. I'm gonna just say as a man to man, I just think you're doing Billy kind of foul. You don't have no natural desires for Billy. You don't really want Billy. It's you want to go and get filet mignon. You want to get that $50, $60 steak, but they won't open the door because you don't have no reservations. So what you do is you go to Burger King, right? And you ask for a number one. Now, if that's what you want to do with Billy, because those are your only options, I'm not mad at that. But most of us don't believe those are your only options. We just don't believe it. You got to stop spreading this false narrative that Black men are bypassing over Black women. You got to stop this. But the problem is you're not going to stop it. You're going to exaggerate it. You're going to push this further and further to where you try to get women online to get this therapy with you, and it won't work. You know why? Because even the girls that's angry, when they look across, they see a Black man. Tell us how Billy is doing for you. That's what I really want to know. Okay, HQ says, can't get them to look at me. It is true. Black men waiting on us to pursue them, and they ain't the prize, but they think it. I just want to tell you a secret. 1,000% black men are the prize. Are you out your mind? They are everything. Everything. That's just the case. Nobody's saying that you're not important, but you're not going to push men down to uplift you. That ain't going to work. So if you, and let's just be honest, if she cried, no, I'm sorry, not crying, because y'all say men cry. Because you want to see crying? I got you. You want to see crying? I got you. If you're saying that these men are not pursuing you, if the other men were pursuing you, this is just my estimation, you wouldn't be on the internet. What you would be doing is happily in those relationships by getting the men that you want. Getting the men that you want. You got it. But to say that our first girl said the men ain't the prize, we know that's not the truth. It's just not. You guys got to stop this. All right, men are clearly are the reason your social media is feeling. Come on now. Y'all know the truth, okay? No matter how many times HQ try to mess with my head, it won't work. It will not work. Okay, HQ says, that is why we would rather be alone. So you would rather be alone than pursue other races of men. I actually believe that. I 100% agree. If you're not going to get a black man, you would probably rather be alone than to pursue other races of men. Why do you need to pursue them? If the argument is, and I'm going to just tell you it's not, that black men don't approach women, then how we getting these other women? Oh, you telling. So if black men are not approaching black women, but they not getting women, clearly they're getting some women, right? How are they getting those women? Are those women, one, making it obvious and evident that they like them? Or are they approaching those women? Which two has to be correct, okay? HU says that's why women say they are just going to be alone. I know why women say they're just going to be alone. They liars. I think Uncle Ricky was in the building the other day. When he come through with the drop, he gonna tell you they liars. You know how we know they're liars? HQ, I'm gonna tell you how we know. Social media therapy. All you have to do is go to their page and they will show you they liars. They will show you that they liars. They not happy being alone, and they don't want to be alone, and they hoping and wishing that a man comes through the door. That's just the facts, okay? HU says, y'all see the delusion they got? There is no delusion. There's no delusion. The facts of the matter is desirability is desirability. Whether you like it or not, you cannot hold me to that. You cannot hold me to that. Black men are heavily desired based upon what they say. That's just what they say. I don't know. HU says, wait, sex and relationships are different, you men say. Same over here. We need sex too. Y'all do? Wait. How you gonna get it if you alone? Since you said y'all needed two, that's a very good point. How you gonna get it if you alone? Can you tell me how you gonna do that? Just curious. If you gonna be alone, how are you gonna get sex? You're happy being alone, so how are you gonna get it? You gonna pay? You gonna pay? I actually do think y'all will pay at this point. It's probably in y'all best interest to pay, to be honest with y'all. It might save you some time. So I would recommend, hey, if you want to still, I guess you saying y'all got needs. I didn't know that the way y'all say it. Y'all act like you don't. You might have to pay. But the question is, who you gonna pay? HQ. HU says Pookie always on standby. You gonna drop him off in the Uber? Oh, you know what? It's funny you say that. That's a good point. I won't hold you. He always on standby. Fair enough. So your standards for who you will let in your temple, right? Because y'all call it the temple. It's mine. Your temple. It just drops based upon your desires and needs. The shifting. Okay. You just gonna drop your desires and needs. It's just gonna shift, right? Okay. Fair enough. Let's see what else is said, right? Because the claim is we don't want them. Okay, so then why is this? Well, what do you think it is?
I think white men are enamored by black women. I think they see our beauty in a way that black men don't. And they appreciate our strength in a way that black men don't. So when you're with a white man, they let you do whatever you want. You literally feel like it's the princess on a cloud. You're like, they ask you, what do you want to eat? Like the one guy who I was with. Lovely, very wealthy white man. Loves me to bits. Love him to bits.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, anytime I walk into, I can't even tell you who it is because you probably will know.
Yeah.
But like anytime, let's say we're having dinner,
yeah,
he will order everything on the menu that I like.
Shucks.
And I can have a bite of each and be fine.
What?
Like that's how much they just like, I want to pamper you.
What?
You live your best life. What do you want? My experience of white men has been very good.
Well, apparently the standard is you go to a restaurant and they order whatever they want and you a good man. That is the standard now. So guys, just know the reason that you're getting beat, not because they offering more relationships, marriages, and none of that. It's because they offer you food and they don't get mad if you don't eat all the food. See, the problem is with social media therapy, the women can say what they truly feel. They can say what they truly feel. Sickening, okay? HQ says, wait, this is rich coming from a species, we are the same species, that don't have standards when it comes to sex. We absolutely do. We absolutely have standards. You may be unaware of that. The correct phrase would be low standards, not high standards. We absolutely have a standard. We absolutely do. Don't you disrespect us like that. Men have a standard. You know how we know? Because Chris Brown charged $1,100 for a picture. So his standards so high that just to get a picture with him, you have to pay. Now, other guys are kinder. They don't charge $1,100. They are givers. Okay, so they don't even charge you anything. They just appreciate human beings. So we have standards. Just may not be up to your standard. Okay, now. No, Venus, that's not her question was specific to the species. So I'm just giving her a reference points to a species. Okay, but you pick whichever one you want. We can pick others. I'm just saying we have a standard. It's just not, they're not identical. It can shift from man to man or clearly woman to woman. We don't want to discuss standards and whose are worse because your standard was I have a default Pookie on the way. And according to you, Pookies are the worst. So you didn't say by default, I have a man of good character and goodwill to the side. You said I have a Pookie, ones that will probably knot you up, the ones you discuss the most and have the most disgraceful ones, according to y'all. And that's the one you got on standby. That's your default. So you can't take that out on me. You can't make that a claim. That's what you said. You got a Pookie on standby. Now, before I get into this other nonsense, I want to talk about one thing, okay? When it comes to the men that have passports, all right? Because I see some of the guys in the chat. Some of us got passports, okay? I'm about to renew my passport real soon. just to give myself the optionality, right? Because I can't afford those first class fights that I want to take. A lot of women like to make references about their desires outside of the desires that men get to have, while telling us, and let me just tell you why it's offensive. This is a man's world. That's what y'all tell us. This is a man's world. And y'all want to give us the most limitations. How y'all gonna say it's a man's world and give us the most limitations? So we get passports. And see, the problem is we take the black man everywhere we go. Everywhere we go, we take us everywhere. The response is different in some places. Now, I'm sure the passport, you can wave that in it hit different. American women have passports too. How I be hitting when y'all go on travel, when y'all go on vacation? I don't know. I could be wrong. We gonna find out. HQ says high value men, sure they do. Y'all Joe Blows, definitely not. Well, here's the thing, right? This is my assumption. HQ, you tell me if I'm wrong. Aren't we only talking about the high value men? And the reason that I say that, right? Why are you making a reference to high value men if that's not the men y'all get? So I get the reasoning, right? But how does it make sense? If y'all not getting high value men according to y'all, because y'all not getting them, which men are y'all referencing? It can't be the pookies that y'all know not to deal with. It can't be the pookies that y'all know not to be dealing with. So which men are y'all dealing with? Because if the high value men are doing what they want to do according to y'all, they're going to do what they. Which men are y'all referencing that y'all having these bad experiences with? It cannot be the men you got on standby. It cannot be the men you got on standby. So how did you come up with that? How? This is why it's key to listen. I want you to listen to what this lady says, right? Fellas, pay very close attention. Very, very close attention, okay? Very close.
I need women from all over the world, especially in America, to adopt this mentality. My girlfriend said something so profound that I had to share it with you guys. She said, it is more disrespectful to know the color of a woman's wallet than to know the color of her panties. Woo! Because that is so true. Growing up in a Middle Eastern culture background, men flip tables to fight to pay for the bill. This is what we grew up seeing and being accustomed to. I don't know if it's just America where I hear about people doing 50-50, especially on dates. If you are in presence of a man, he should never know the color of your wallet. And that's especially if you're dating a Middle Eastern woman, because that is what our Baba showed us.
I just want y'all to pay attention to the most important part. Her adoption is presented to American women, Western women, right? People in that hemisphere. That is what she said. Hey, you gotta go ahead and adopt this. A man should not know the color of your wallet. I'm gonna just tell y'all this. We can barely remember your birthday. Why would we care about the color of your wallet? But forget all that. You want that to be adopted because somebody told you an age-old tale about tradition and all these things. Well, let me give you some insight on tradition because we want y'all as well. Since we just gonna get blanketed traditions to go out and get, how about y'all start taking up some traditions? How about y'all start acting differently? There are other ways you can conduct yourself. There are other ways you can conduct yourself. Let me show you. Let me show you. There are ways to prove yourself to men. There are ways to prove yourself to men. And ladies, if you want to prove yourself, you might have to do something like this. Now, ladies, that's the new standard. You want a man? You got to walk on glass. I need to see you suffer through an undesirable process to get to the other side, okay? That's just a new standard. Y'all want standards, right? Y'all, that's what y'all want. Y'all want to pull in from other traditions, other cultures, right? Well, let's be civil here. We got some desires as well, right? Because y'all want to be Western American women when it's convenient for y'all, but y'all want to make references to men all across other countries. But y'all don't go and pick those men. You know why? Because those men don't pick y'all. Y'all know those men don't pick y'all. And we also know why they don't pick y'all. And just to make it better, because I know y'all thinking like, well, what is this? What type of culture is this? Well, if you want somebody, I don't know. Maybe you want somebody that looks a little bit more like you. I don't know. I'll give you that too. Because a lot of women are saying, let me tell you what makes me laugh, right? A lot of women will say things like, I would never get down on my knees for no man. These women out here getting on their knees, proposing to men, could never be me. It could never be me. Well, you say that. You say it could never be you. But I don't know if I trust you. I don't know if I believe you. You know why? Because I think that, one, women always propose to men first. Let's just get that out of the part. Y'all just don't want to get on your knees to propose. I think that's going to change as we continue to move forward. Okay, HQ says, why we don't have to do nothing to proving it. Because Joe Blow's having no standards and you all will cave. You cave 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, 10 years ago, accept it. What men are caving? What men are caving? Are you telling me the men that y'all complaining about is caving to y'all demands and y'all desires? It must be something in this water. Somebody must have spiked my water. The math ain't mathing. Tastes regular. Tastes like it came from the spring. The math ain't mathing. You talking about the Pookies again, the guys that you got on standby. They never ever had no standard. They never ever had no standard. And then you don't have to make up fake stories like this white billionaire said that the black women are the fake stories. Y'all don't have to do stuff like that when y'all just concede to the truth. Concede to the truth because y'all like other cultures, right? Y'all like other cultures, right? Well, I hear y'all make a lot of references to African men. I hear y'all. I hear y'all say y'all want to go to the motherland. I hear y'all say this is a real man. Well, get on your knees. Get on your knees. If you want a ring, get on your knees, okay? If you want a ring, you must bow and submit to get you a ring. It is what it is. I don't make the rules. I just report them. I don't make the rules. I just report them. Y'all like involving other cultures and all this other stuff. Stop leaving things out. Stop leaving stuff out. Y'all so worried about us caring about your wallet color. Y'all don't realize what y'all need to do. But it gets even better. It gets even better, my friends. It gets even better. I'm going to hold off on that one. I'm going to pull. Let me see. Let me see here. I know what we're going to pull up, okay? HQ says, that fit, feminine, and friendly go right out the window with reality. It forever will be as long as Snatch runs Joe Blow. I don't know why you think it run them. because they'll spend money on it. People have been going broke buying cars, watches, houses, clothes. People have been going broke all the time. What is running them? You mean paying for things? That's how you exchange goods in the Western countries. There's a price to things. You exchange for goods. It's no different. I don't know what women you think are running things. Which ones? Who are these women that are running things? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know which women you actually think are running things, right? Do y'all heard about that woman, that German woman that went viral? Y'all heard about her? You heard about the German woman that went viral? Oh, you heard about it.
I already knew I had him because there was simply no competition out there for me. But let's just look at it objectively. You had this average Black American guy who now was able to choose between what he was dealing with before and somebody completely new. And let me tell you, the moment I stepped into that man's life, he really didn't know how to deal with my femininity because I was not loud. I was not screaming. I was not trying to, be louder than him. I didn't interrupt him because that's not something that I learned from home. If somebody would speak, and especially a man, you would let that man speak and then you would listen and then say whatever you have to say, right? So I was clean. I cooked. He didn't know what it was when a woman is actually in the room asking him, like, do you want something to drink? Before I got myself something to drink. Do you want something to eat? Before I started to eat my food, I would ask him, do you want to have a bite? I would come out of nowhere and just have a fruit bowl and just offer him some fruit. He didn't know none of this. So my husband, back then boyfriend, really thought this was a dream come true. He didn't know how to deal with none of this because all this me coming through, just being nurturing by nature, his peoples and his family didn't even do that for him, Like the family, there is no family unit. The average family, especially Black American family, has barely a family unit. There is no breakfast, lunch, and dinner at set times. And these are things that I introduced my husband to with my family. Can you imagine that impact that I had on him back then? So gentlemen, do not be afraid of traveling. There are so many more women out there who are willing to take care of you. It doesn't matter if they're young. It doesn't matter if they're older. They are willing to take care of you, willing to work with you, willing to be a part of your life. You don't have to deal with whatever you are dealing with back in your hometown because unfortunately, a lot of American women are lost in the delusional world that they are living in, and they don't even understand that they are going to be lonely for a long time, if not for the rest of their life. They say by choice, but I don't believe them.
Oh, well, now that's interesting. Well, that's interesting there, We don't have, you mean there was a man you met and he didn't get none of those things? He wasn't experiencing none of those things where these women say that, well, these men, they are no good men. They're no good men. So you telling me that a man was experiencing a no good woman that they think don't exist, that they think is every now and then. It's something about listening to when you ask women questions and what do you think about men and do you like men? It's amazing how they go, well, he need to like me. He need to do stuff. That wasn't the question. I just want to know, do you like men? Do you care about men? Like, I just want to know. Well, does he like me? Does he care about me? Well, do you know how to answer the question without you first? Do you know how to do that? No, I don't know how to do that. Okay. Makes sense now. Makes sense now. It totally makes sense now. HQ says you just made my point. I make a lot of points. I'm not saying you're not right sometimes. It just don't add all the way up. It just don't add all the way up. That's all I'm saying. Just don't add all the way up. I don't mind. I don't mind listening to your point. Okay, HQ says, yet we don't see Black men running over to the light side. All that good ish over there. Why wouldn't y'all be headed to the snow bunnies? Okay, I'm confused. All right, you've officially confused me. Are you telling me that we not dealing with white women? You telling me Umar Johnson been lying all this time? You telling me his Snow Bunny Chronicles is a myth? I'm telling you, he ain't built that school yet, but he got Snow Bunny Chronicles for a reason. And the last guy got 1,000 lashes. So now all of a sudden we not running to no snow bunnies. I want you to do me a favor, HQ. I want you to go on Instagram and I want you to type in interracial couples. And I want you to be able to not show me tens of thousands of those relationships. You telling me ain't nobody? I'm gonna leave it alone. I ain't gonna make your point for you. Because for some reason you think that's not what they doing. Okay. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. But that was her saying. Now, here's the thing. We have a woman that is going to respond to what the German woman said. This is a response. And by the way, this is an American Black woman. Okay. She's in her car. These are car chronicles. You know how the therapy goes. Shout out to Venus. Venus, get back on your car chronicles and get back on your car chronicles. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm just saying, forget me. I'm a man. We don't know nothing. How is this lady going to respond to what that German woman just said about what that Black man experienced? Is she going to tell us how it really is? Let's find out. Let's find out if she going to tell us how it really is. And fellas, relax. Okay? If you want to follow her TikTok, just go ahead and follow her TikTok. Okay? No problem at all. But you might want to wait to after she speaks before you follow the TikTok. Just my opinion. You might want to wait until she speaks before you follow the TikTok. All right? Listen up.
That German woman did not lie when she was talking about us Black women. She ain't lie at all. I seen a lot of people, they was mad. Like, they was mad at her. And it's like, why are you mad? If you're mad, that means there's some things you need to correct in yourself. Hey, I even took one little thing that she said. I was like, I do need to eat that up right there because I don't be doing that. But everything else, I be doing for my man, period. 10 toes down, I do those things. But a lot of Black women do not value men. A lot of women, period, in America don't value men. And that's the problem. We don't value men, and we can't keep making the excuse of, oh, my upbringing, I was brought up like this or like that, and that's why X, Y, and Z. You know, because the German lady in the video, she said she was brought up with those morals of valuing men, so she did just that. But hey, I didn't grow up like her. Okay, what? I grew up like pretty much every normal Black woman in America. That's
how did every normal Black woman in America grow up? Do you dare express to us? Because look, we can't express y'all lives for y'all. Use a woman. Use a woman. We don't know. We don't know what it's like. I'm just wondering what every normal Black woman grew up in America. What was it like? Please enlighten us. Enlighten us, okay? Before we get to the Snow Bunny Chronicles from Dr. Go ahead and enlighten us. Go ahead.
I grew up, but I did not learn. I took the good from my parents and from my mom, and then I threw away the bad. And I was like, okay, obviously there's some changes that I need to do for myself. And that's what a lot of us need to do. A lot of us don't be wanting to do that. But that German lady, she ain't lie. She did not say anything false about us Black women. We need to get it together. Like, and with my man, we have talked sometimes, and sometimes he talks about like the previous relationships that he was in and how the basic stuff that I feel like is basic that I do for him. He's like, I've never had that happen to me. Like, I've never had a woman ever care for me like that or do this X, Y, and Z. And I'm just like, these are normal things that should be done. Like, us women need to step it up. Like, if you want to be in a committed relationship via marriage, you want to be married to a good man, you have to treat him right, and you have to be a respectable woman to honor a man and to respect the man. Like, a lot of us in America do not value men. We don't. In America, we do not value men. Other countries, other women in other countries, they know how to value men. They know how to respect them. And that's what we need to come back to in America. Like, we be flunking at that. And then y'all be mad when black men go outside of the race and get with someone who values them. Thank God that my man, I was able to be in his life for him to find me, because he would have probably went somewhere else too, because there's not a lot of us black women in our community that can care for our black man the right way.
Did she say, I'm a listener. I'm a listener. Did she say it's not a lot of us that can care for our men properly? So men been running into bad women all these years, and she's saying it's not a lot of us that can do this. She said it. She part of y'all community. I don't know. She said it. A lot of other women said it too. But I'm just saying, like, it's possible that maybe us men have been experiencing some tough times, and we just fighting through it, hoping and wishing that we run into a young lady like her that is of sound mind, that is critical, that don't hide from her accountability, and she knows she need to do what she got to do. Shout out to this lovely young lady.
And some people may say, like, that's sus what I just said, right?
You know what's funny is, as I look through the comment section, it actually says I don't want to say what it said, because that'll probably get me in trouble. But yeah, so yeah. Yeah, let's pull that back.
Somewhere else too, because there's not a lot of us black women in our community here for our black men the right way. And some people may say, like, that's sus what I just said right there. But if you want to be married, you gotta, like, respect your husband. You gotta respect the man. You gotta value that man at some point in time. Like, before, like, not at some point in time, but you have to value that man. Like, you got to get that in your head to value masculinity. And a lot of women don't want to value masculinity. They do not like it. They prefer feminine men, like, to be honest. But the German lady, she didn't lie not one bit. She didn't lie not one bit, and it's eating people up. It's eating them up. But hey, I love to see it. Anything that comes out that is someone speaking truth and it's making us mad, just think, if it's making you mad and it's ruffling your feathers, it's probably something you need to self-reflect on with yourself. So yeah, we got to get it together. There's going to be a lot of African-American women not married because we do not want to listen. We do not want to obtain the knowledge that's being given out. Like, it's going to be a lot of people unmarried, and they're going to pretend like they don't want to be married, but the older they get, it'll start to bleed out. Like, I really did want to get married, and now I'm 50, and I really did X, Y, and Z. And if you're in the comments and you say otherwise, just leave the comments to yourself.
Ooh, she said, hit dogs holla. She said, hit dogs holla. Y'all claim y'all don't want this ring, but y'all be begging for this ring. That's what they say. I don't know if it's true, but that's what they say. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. Now, okay, one more for the international. Okay, let's go one more international. Okay, HU says, stop listening to TikTok videos. They stunned for the gram thing. No, they not. They're not stunned for the gram thing. They just not. Just ask men that deal with international women or women from different countries, women from a different culture. Ask them what their experience is. The woman just told you what her man told her. I ain't never experienced this before. This is normal. My country, this is normal. We take care of our men. You deserve this. We love our men. That's just normal. So I know you wish it wasn't true, but it is very, very, very true. We stepping in our own way because, we Americans. We always have to learn that lesson. Don't worry, HU, your time coming, okay? Give me a few minutes to get through a couple videos, and I'm coming for you, okay? Because maybe you have a point that we ain't heard yet. But one more time for the international. No. I'm going to stay away from international because I don't want these battles right now. I'm going to bypass that one. And I just want you guys to understand. Briefly, I want to talk about single moms, which I think is some BS, to be honest with you. It's some BS. I want to talk about why we need to stop bunching together single mom. I would prefer just mother, single or married, separated. You have duties as a parent, regardless of if you're single or married. Okay. I just want to make that very, very clear. Okay. I just want to make that very, very clear. You have duties as a parent, whether you're single or married. So being a quote unquote single mom is really irrelevant to me. You have to be a mother. Don't matter if you're single or not. Stop time. I'm a single mom. We don't really care because it is stressing you out and driving you crazy. This claim of being a single mom. So when I heard a young lady make statements about single moms, I'll let you listen to one of them. This is one of them, right? She wants you to hear this.
All of my single moms, I just need to know, are you guys okay? Like,
need a tissue? Get her a tissue.
at what point does it stop being terrifying? That you have someone else's entire livelihood in your hands.
Just breathe. Hands on you, breathe. There you go. Relax. You all right?
I'm having some just really hard days. Were you guys keeping it together? All of my
okay. So she's saying to all her single mothers, how are you guys keeping it together? How are you holding on? It's hard for me to hear why she's crying, but I'm not upset at her crying. It's her decision. She decided to post this on TikTok, not me. But she is just asking other single mothers, how are you guys doing this? How are you holding it together? How are you being an adult? How are you dealing with your own responsibilities? How are you accepting what you decided to do as a human being? How are you accepting this? How are you dealing with it? Well, we understand it. And listen, by the way, you need some help. And I just want to make a huge disclaimer, and I'm going to get into it a little later. I understand you need help. I understand it. Y'all need to understand it. I understand you need help. I can clearly feel it through the TikTok. Like, you almost didn't say anything for 1 minute. You couldn't even get your words out. So I understand, but you got to relax, okay? You got to relax, okay? HQ says, sorry, men compete, women don't compete. What world do you live in where women don't compete? Have you ever seen makeup? Have you ever seen makeup? Have you ever seen makeup? Why you think, what is the origin of makeup? Do you know? Yeah, they compete, my friend. Oh, and it's not just the gram. It ain't just the gram, my friend. I'm gonna just tell you, you may think they stunt for the gram, but it's not. It's real. It is real. Now, just to let you know it's real, because you don't think it's real. There's more. There's more.
Bro, being a single mom is literally the hardest shit ever. Like, you cannot do anything.
I just want to ask you, is being a single mom the hardest thing ever? Is it the hardest thing ever? How'd your mama do it? How'd your mama's mama do it? How'd your mama's sister do it? If being a single mom is the hardest thing ever, what are women with no children crying about? I'm just curious because I be seeing them crying. I'm a registered nurse and I can't pay my bills. I don't have any kids. I have credit card debt. Huh? You don't have no kids? You got no kids? Your mom got 3? Your auntie got 4? Why is your life so hard? Why all y'all crying on TikTok? Because being a single mom is the hardest things. If you believe that's the hardest thing, I'm going to hold you to that. If you believe that is the hardest thing, I'm going to hold y'all to that.
Hardest shit ever. Like, you cannot do anything. I literally got like one side of my weights racked at the gym because I tried to work out and they're calling me over the intercom to come get him literally after 5 minutes because he don't want to be with anybody but me because I'm the only person with him. But you
now listen, I want to tell you why it's important that you be careful listening to an emotional woman. We should care for her. And we should attend to her needs. But be careful with accepting what she says as true. She says, my kid want to be with me because I'm the only one that he be with. How's that possible if he's currently not with you? You dropped him off somewhere else and he's with somebody else. Why are you telling people that this is what's happening? That is absolutely not what's happening. You have to stop giving this falsified information and stop telling people these lies. At some point, you gotta grow up and tell the truth. At some point, you have to grow up and tell the truth. And I know it hurts your heart to do it. I know it hurts your heart to grow up and tell the truth. But at some point in your life, you're gonna have to grow up and tell the truth. As much as it sucks. Okay? Can you do that for us? Can you tell the truth? Tell the truth. Now watch how she lies and then contradicts herself all through this crime.
because he don't want to be with anybody but me because I'm the only person with him. But you literally just can't do anything. I'm literally so exhausted from work like 90% of the time. So I don't ever get to do like a good like real workout. And I got up trying to do a workout this evening and he don't even want to go to the kids club. This is like the 3rd time I've tried to take him. He does not like to be with strangers. So it just makes it hard because I can't do anything. The only time I have help is when I'm working. But I can't ever do anything for myself. And the other parent just gets to do whatever they want. literally whatever. You can go hang out with your friends. You can work out. You can complain about how tired you are. But really, like, look at my life. Like, look what I have to do every single day. I hate even complaining about this because my mom helps me a lot.
Huh?
And I have a nanny for my son twice a week, but that's while I'm working.
What?
I'm working.
Wait. Rewind that. Hold on. Stop. HQ said y'all the most honest creatures on the planet. Says the women never tell a lie. 39 seconds ago, you say he only wants to be with me because he's always with me. I'm the one for him. Now you got a nanny come in twice a week. Your mama be helping out? You notice how when the tears stop dropping, the logic starts to come back? Oh yeah, my mom do be helping. Yeah. I got a nanny 2 times out of the week. It ain't always, but I got one. Isn't it amazing how just a little bit of less crying and you start to tell the truth more? See, fellas, y'all wonder why I exercise a level of patience. And the reason why I exercise a level of patience is because people want to tell you the truth. They want to tell you the truth. You just got to let them stop crying. Go ahead.
My mom helps me a lot. And I have a nanny for my son twice a week, but that's while I'm working.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working 24/7. As an entrepreneur, my brain is in work mode 24/7. And I only have.
Wait. So you're working 24/7. Oh, wait. And your brain is in work mode 24/7. Now, this is my question to you. You a grown woman. You want to be respected as such. You want to be probably admired by people that's not going to admire you. But if you're working 24/7, which you have every right to do that, is that not by choice? And listen, by the way, I'm not saying you're a single mom by choice because that's probably not your choice. I'm not going to say that. But you at least working all that by choice. Nobody's going to be able to argue that. But your biggest problem. Ladies, I want you to put me on the big screen. Aaron, put me on the big screen. Ladies, I want you to listen to this, and I want you to listen to this clearly because this is very important. It's your brain. Men we are not responsible for your brain. You may want to make us responsible for your emotions and your feelings and making you happy, but we do not take any responsibility for your brain. That's not on us. You have, at the very least, you have to grow up and manage your own brain. You got to be in control of your own thoughts and handle your own business with your own mind. You can't put that off on us. Like, we willing to take a lot. We willing to let y'all scream at us, call us names. Sometimes, I don't even want to say the other thing. We take a lot of emotional, verbal abuse. We take a lot of it. And we do it silently. We do it silently. But I'm going to speak for all of the men. Some of us might could do it. Might could manage your brain. But I want to just ask you in a respectful manner. You got to manage that yourself. I already accept we have to manage your wild emotions. I already accept that. I tell people all the time, men already know what comes with dealing with women. It's just we got to accept that they're emotional and it's our job to manage it, even if we don't want to do it. That's what a woman is. Let it be. All right? But managing your 24/7 brain, that is a task that only one man who walked on water can do. And he ain't here to help you manage your brain. If he is, you need to go talk to him and not TikTok. We can't do this for you. Men can do some amazing things. Look outside your window. Well, they built the window. But look outside your window. and see another building. Look outside. As a matter of fact, if you want, test it out. Walk outside and count how many cars that you see on the street. I just want you to know, from your home to work, you're going to probably calculate millions and millions and billions of dollars created by just walking past cars, counting cars. Look at them MSRP numbers and go, that's a $30,000 car, that's a $50,000 car, and just calculate the numbers. Look at those street lights. Look at that concrete. Look at the lights that work in that home. We cannot manage your brain for you. I'm going to just tell you, as somebody that probably has a skill set that can do a lot of things, managing your 24/7 thinking brain is not something I wish to embark on. Do not put us through that. Do not put men through that. Do not shame men. Do not make them feel less than, because we cannot accomplish that. That is something you got to get a hold of. That is something you got to get a hold of. You an adult. You running around here with a whole baby. I usually don't say that, but just for the fun of it. And your mama helping. Your mama's helping. So at this point, you can't put this on us. So I don't want to hear it.
Brain is in work mode 24/7. And I only have physical help while I'm working. And so it just makes it difficult whenever I need to do things for myself. Like, my nails are down to the nubs. My toes are a whole different story, because it's like, when do I have the time? Where's the time to go and do that? Like, I don't have anybody to keep him for me to go sit and get my nails done for an hour. I join a gym with childcare, and he doesn't want to go to the childcare because he doesn't like strangers. I can't do work from home because if I look down for 2 seconds, he's climbed up on my kitchen island.
Ladies, I'm going to tell y'all something that y'all not going to like. And I want y'all to hear this. We don't care if you don't like being at the daycare. You're going to be at the daycare. See, ladies, sometimes your emotions are so strong, you don't realize just how important a man is. See, it's not that us men don't care about our children. It's that because our brains work 24/7 as well, we just know how to manage it differently. See, we're not going to get tied up in our emotions, because we got to get from year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. We have to get from there, right? We're going to look dead at you. Son, come here. Look, I'm going to need for you to chill out. I'll be back in a few hours. I got to take care of this stuff. It is what it is. It's got to be done. I may not like it, but it's what's going to get done. You saying, oh, my baby's calling and I don't want to leave him there because he don't like it. That's you adding to your own mental load. See, we understand he don't like it, and he just going to have to deal with it. And we'll just deal with it as we get down the line. You know, look, we'll reassess this a year later, buddy. But right now, this is a sacrifice that got to be made. Part of the stress that women are going through is because they think because their son don't like something that they shouldn't have to do it. Look at you crying because you are doing things you don't want to have to do. Sometimes things have to be done. Your child can't run you. This is important. Your child cannot run you. You the boss. You like to try to boss a man. You the boss of that child. Go ahead. You got it. It's this unnecessary desire to think a child always have to be happy because if you went through a rough childhood or something. That is what is destroying y'all. Just being honest with you. That's what's destroying y'all. Y'all think that we have to give our children the experience we never got because my parents didn't take me to Disneyland. Boo-hoo. Y'all are adding that. It's not that men don't care. We know it ain't going to happen right now. See, the difference between us and the reason why we tend to be better at long-term projecting, especially when it comes to financials, is because we understand we got a whole nother year or 2 or 3 to deal with. And when you tied in your emotions, When a woman is tied in her emotions, she can't see past what's going on right now. She can't, how she's feeling in this moment when she press play. See, me, I'll be like, probably shouldn't. I probably gonna turn the camera off. And then I cry like a baby if that's what needs to be done. Turn that camera off. They don't need to be seeing me going through this right now. But because you're so emotional, and because also, and I'm gonna just tell y'all this, and ladies don't need to argue, there's a level of vulnerability that y'all sell to y'all TikTok audience, right? And I 100% believe her tears are legit. I 100% believe she's stressed out. I 100% believe that this is genuine, but I also believe she knows she can monetize her pain. See, two things can be true. See, I know how to compartmentalize these things. I understand these things can be true. I feel that I know women go through these things. I know women hustling, doing a thing, trying to make everything work together, and it's too much. The difference is we putting that Mercedes back. The difference is we downsizing this house. I am going to get rid of everything in order to be able to limit all of the extra stresses that I have. So the second I'm like, all right, this rent too high, I don't care what we got to do. We got to. I know you want your own room. You're not getting your own room. For 1 year or 2 years, we about to thug it out. So we downsize. I know a child needs to have their own room. Whoop-de-doo. You ain't about to get one for the next year or two. I need to figure this out. I need to relieve some of this stress because I can't sustain it and it doesn't project well for the next year or two. I need to make the necessary sacrifice in order to put us in an advantageous position in the future years. I have to think beyond this moment. This is what we do when we do estate planning. This is what we do when we do retirement planning. When we do our budgeting, when we do these economic things, the economics tie into our emotions in our personal lives. It's hard to have one without the other. So I have to make strong decisions. Y'all all laugh at me. Why you don't have a car? Well, one, because I'm fortunate enough to live in a city where it's not a huge requirement for me to get from point A to point B. And I'm willing to make the upfront sacrifice, right? So that if I want to, I don't plan on doing it, but if I want to buy, a stupid $250,000 Lamborghini truck, in the future, I will be able to. But the sacrifices I make now are to attain that later. Because I understand the importance of right now and the compounding impact it will have in the future. I'm willing to do that. So I will just walk. I got fast feet. As a matter of fact, I also know it's better for my health to constantly be moving and walking instead of pressing yet on the gas. Now, I'm not in the South. I know some of my people in the South in here. This is not a projection for y'all. What I'm saying is I know the sacrifice is necessary and I'm capable. You down in Texas and to get to the other side of town take you an hour and a half. It may not be the most optimal for you to go without a car, right? So this is not an indication of what you, but there's something in where you stay or where you live that a sacrifice must be made. And by the way, yes, it hurts. Yes, it ain't always the best feeling. It ain't always the best feeling to see everybody driving around in their nice cars. But I'm not focused on the best feeling every time. I'm focused on making the best decision because I know my feelings gonna change when that car note come due. And I can allocate this money here, over there, or over there. And when that insurance money come in, oh, we need you to insure your car. I can go, you know what? I was a little salty at that moment when I seen you pull up in that Porsche. I was like, oh, that's nice. Oh, that Mercedes, that Beamer, you know, the BMW, the i8 with the doors up. I kind of want one of those. I ain't gonna lie, I can't afford it, but I kind of want one. But that's just my feelings right now. I want to unbox my 65-inch screen TV that I've been telling y'all about for like the last 9 months. It's still sitting in the box. I want to do it, but I just haven't got around to it. Sacrifice is necessary. And I'm just telling y'all, I'm willing to make the necessary sacrifices. Now, I'm not going to be perfect in life. I'm going to have my ups and downs. But I'm smart enough to know that this young lady here, she is bringing a lot of this stuff on herself. She wants to prove that she can be a boss. She wants to prove that she can do all these things. She wants to prove that she can be great. That requires a lot of sacrifice. And I'm going to say this and we're going to get back to the video. This is very important for you guys to understand. Don't you ever confuse when you look at some of the most successful people in this world, don't you ever confuse the amount of sacrifice that was required. Don't you ever confuse that. No matter what woman it is, no matter what man it is, the sacrifice that is required for get that level of success that you in awe of, the pain that they have to endure, we all ain't built for that. We all ain't built for that. And I think we have to do a better job at recognizing that ain't us. I want to be a crybaby. I want to go pick up my baby from the daycare. I don't want to build out this company. I don't want to take the risk of underwriting this company, bringing it to the market, and it tanks and we go to zero. Or it does well and we bring home $1 billion, $100 million, sell it for $250. That there is a huge sacrifice. There is a reason why certain men in particular, they will be remembered not for their family. We will never remember Michael Jordan for his family. We will never remember Michael Jordan for his family. We will never remember Elon Musk for his family. We won't remember Donald Trump we won't remember none of these people for their family. There are some people that decided to live a life bigger than family. They won't say that, but that's what you have to recognize the difference is. And some of us have decided, no, family is I'd rather that. And neither of them is the wrong pathway. It's deciding what's best for you. And I'm telling you, young lady, you working 24/7, what it's doing to your mental, because you don't have I don't want to say the backbone, right? Because I understand what you're going through, by the way. And by the way, this is the thing, right? This is the one of the things that's important to me. Ain't really no woman that I deal with gonna have to deal with this, right? I understand there are some situations that did, but it's not gonna be the same for me. Like it ain't gonna be a situation. Well, I need some help. All right, well, I'll get my kid. Or see, here's the thing. Or if we need to make sure we pay for this daycare, we need to do this free. See, I understand the importance of those things. It's not ideal, but you're going to make the decision to go, no, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want him to go to this school. I'd rather homeschool. You going to make certain decisions, right? But and I'm just going to inform you, you're increasing the mental load on yourself, right? I understand it don't feel good. I was a kid. I wish I didn't have to go through this. I wish I didn't have to take less and all these things. I was there. And I fight those desires to combat childhood and go, I can do this now, or I can do this now, because I know it's emotional. I don't run from my emotions. I acknowledge them and I go, now make a decision, not in your fifis, right? Mom, you got to figure this out. And I feel for you because you got a son. So I feel for that. But you're bringing this on yourself. And I'm not trying to excoriate you in any way. You're bringing this on yourself. I hope that someone in your life identifies this for you and brings it to your light. I really, really do.
And then you got to deal with the other party complaining that you're not being nice to them.
Life.
And cleaning, just cleaning all day, every day. That's literally my life. I needed to let that cry out. It's been a little minute since I've cried. I feel like I've just been so numb to all emotion that I just haven't cried. So that did make me feel a little bit better. But
I'm rolling a good cry.
It's been rough recently, and he does not want anybody but me, which I love. My mama heart loves it, but my Caitlin heart, myself, wishes that he could be okay with the childcare so that I could get a workout in. My son is.
Did you see that? I wish that he would be okay with the childcare. What? See, I know this is not an easy. It's not his decision. It's not his decision. And this is the part that stressed me out. I understand it hurts that your baby gonna cry, but it's okay. If you need me to tell him, I know I'll tell him for you, but I would be a stranger. It's okay to let him cry. I'm telling you, as a son and a whole bunch of other sons out here, they was sad too. But you know what? We grew up and we realized, Mom, you did the best you could. We're not going to hold it against you because we was crying like a baby and we didn't want to be at the child care service. We know that the journey that you have is a difficult one. But at some point, you got to make this journey easier on yourself. You have to make this easier on yourself. And from everything that I've heard, you're not going down that pathway.
Is 17 months old. And this has by far been the hardest stage of all of it. Hi, baby. The sweetest, but definitely the hardest. And I'm acquiring a lot of mental strength throughout this, but sometimes you just have a little breakdown. Yeah, it's a lot. We're gonna figure it out.
I ain't gonna lie, I like her tattoo on her arm. Her eyebrows is on fleek, so she clearly pampering herself as she should. By the way, I think this post probably went like mini viral for her. So it got, I don't even know how many views it got because I don't know how to look that up. But it went like mini viral, and she wanted to respond to all of the responses that she ended up getting, right? So what she did was she put out another video to speak about this video, right? And I'll see if I think I have it somewhere. Let me see if I got it. Hold on. Let me see. I think I got it somewhere. Do I have it? Yes. I don't know if I want to listen to it all, though. But yeah, this is the other video where she kind of goes into details about that response. And you guys tell me what y'all think, right? Because mind you, the emotions are, at this point, they're at least cooled off, right? But her hair looks a little different, but it's the same girl. Trust me, because I checked it. It's the same girl. Her hair looks a little different. And she's starting this video off with a smile.
I'm having a much better day today. So we're going to have a real conversation about the very vulnerable video I just posted yesterday of me crying in my car because my son would not let me work out. I truthfully just can't even give the men the attention that they're seeking. Because I'm just blocking every man that comments on that video because they're just talking about that stupid single mom song, which I don't think is funny at all. I don't think making fun of somebody who's trying to raise a child,
I have a question for my chat. What is the single mom song? Hey, Zyrex, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. What is the single mom song? I'm just curious. I have no idea what that is. And I want to give a little, I want to have a little insight to whatever she's talking about. What is the single mom song? I don't know. Let me see if maybe I can look it up. Single mom song. Okay, single mom song. Let's see what it says here. Oh, the Brandon Jamal guy. I never listened to a song. I just know he went viral or something because he was on somebody's show. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna listen to it. I don't think it's probably a good song, right? But because I'm not gonna listen to it. But okay, so that's what you're offended by. Because the guy, I don't know much about him, but he seems a little clownish. I could be wrong. I've seen some like clips of him talking. He seems a little clownish. But it's the internet, so I don't want to overly critique that because I don't know what he does. I don't know if the video is actually any good, but he seems a little clownish to me. But okay, I can see how that would frustrate you, but you got to learn the same thing I had to learn. We on social media. People will clip you up. People will laugh at you. People will run that. They will do whatever they want. So you young lady are no different. You want to be a content creator, you got to take what comes with it. You want it, and ladies, y'all tell the truth. She wanted to monetize her emotions. She wanted to monetize her vulnerability. She knew, because this wasn't a live video, she clearly knew when she hit upload that, let's be honest, there was going to be a level of support for her emotional vulnerability by tons of women in particular, and some men who are not as critical as me, because yes, I don't want women to go through these things. I wish that they had more options to get different outcomes, but that will require how great that they are. And how often are we honest about how great we truly are? Most of us are not honest about that, and we think we deserve more than we actually do. That's why I always speak about gratitude. That's why I always speak about being gracious, right? Because I don't deserve anything. People are kind. That is who they are. I'm not owed it, right? So I believe you should conduct yourself a certain way, and you should hold yourself to your standard. But at the same time, all these, I deserve this and this, you got to be careful. You have got to be careful. Why did somebody say those Beyonce braids is nasty work? Are those Beyonce braids? Beyonce don't get no braids.
Just trying to raise the next generation. I don't think making fun of somebody who's struggling is funny. Like, that's not okay. That's not funny. Y'all are being bullies, and you're being very immature, and that's not manly of you. That's very, very weak. So y'all don't even deserve my energy, but that's the only thing I wanted to say.
I don't disagree with that part. As far as the people being immature, it's the internet, though. I'm just being honest with you. Most of these avatars, we don't know if they really guys, because we got some like female trolls in our space. And the stuff that they say is outlandish. So we don't even know if they faking avatars, faking like they a guy avatar and all those things. So it's okay to assume that those are guys, but we don't know if they are. And then also, y'all women are the same ones that tell us that women are conniving. You don't think a woman would fake a male, like a male avatar, just to do you grimy and say some foul stuff? A girl from high school, you stole her man, you was the best looking girl in school, and she ain't forgot about you? You don't think there's weirdo women like that? I know there is. I've been on the internet long enough. I know they out there. You have to accept that this is what comes with it. I don't be offended by the comments, to be honest with you. I see them. I'm not that offended by it. You still got to live your real life. But I just want you to recognize that I understand that what they did is immature. Now, when you say it's not very manly, is the indication that it's okay if women would have done it? Because I don't think that's y'all don't realize y'all say those things. Like, that's not very manly, right? It opens a disregard for just a human response. That's not kind. You are not a kind person, right? Because you go to separate the persons to males and females, and you intentionally say that's not very manly, right? So by default, whether you state it overtly, it's an indication that that's something more of what a woman would do. And if your statement is it's okay for women to do it, what is your strong argument to why men cannot laugh at you for crime, but women can laugh at you for crime? I would just love to know how that would work. And so, Venus, yes, I do not believe cursing is ladylike. I don't like it. I do not like it, okay? I don't like when men do it either, but I think for men, I don't really hear women have strong. Well, once again, y'all smoking stuff now. So y'all be smoking and drinking and pull up and all that stuff. Y'all really the men that y'all really evolved kind of like to the men. It's because really like, I don't know how to say it. Women don't really like being women. They like to be optional, right? Venus says, okay, so she can say this. She can. But my question is, does that mean it's okay for women to do it? And what I'm saying is, if that's what you're saying, fine. I told you it's not attractive for women to be cursing. Now, if she's saying, well, I'm not really attracted to women, but your content is specifically designed for women. Your content is specifically designed for women. Your standard should be women. But either or, it's your decision. That's just something I recognize. I'm like, why are you making a man thing about laughing at crying? I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't understand that part. Why is that a man thing, laughing at crying? You don't think women laugh at crying? And to be honest with you, you should have a higher standard for women. You should have a higher standard for women when it comes to laughing at you for crying. Because at least the men can argue ignorance. We don't know no better. We just men. We don't know what you're going through. You will always sit there and say women, it's just our experiences. So I'm just saying in that aspect, you should have a higher standard for women. And by the way, when it comes to cursing, I am my own standard. I'm not lowering the standard for men. I just know for them, they're going to accept the consequences. Women don't really like to accept consequences. We just be honest. They don't like it.
Say about the men who want to shame somebody who's actually struggling. And a general message to the ones who have the mindset of, you laid down with this man, you chose this, get married first, stop complaining, we all have to be a parent. Where is like, we're in such a me society. Like, y'all literally only care about yourselves. You have no empathy for somebody who's struggling. And I guarantee there's areas of your life that you're struggling, but it's just different. We all struggle differently. And obviously I parent every single day, and I parent very well for my son to be so attached to me. And there was a lot of people saying things also that like, okay, you don't see my page. All you see is a video of me crying about being a single mom. You know my life. You don't know the things that I've actually shared with my community and my audience on here, which is understandable, but let me enlighten you. I lived at my parents' house for the first like 10 months of my son's life. So he has been around men. He is very, very comfortable and absolutely loves my younger brother and my dad. He's obsessed with them. And he's also with my mom 3 days a week. She keeps him while I work. I own my own business.
Yeah, your mom be holding you down. Ladies, I want you guys to recognize something that's very important. None of you are independent. All y'all relying on your mama, your daddy, your brothers, and your sisters. Y'all not really independent. Y'all are independent of a boyfriend. So it's quite interesting. Not very much independence that I actually see. You just don't need a boyfriend, which is fine, but you clearly need a whole lot of support from everybody else. A whole lot of support. And I think you should just continue to acknowledge it. I'm also going to say something that I also think about, but we'll get to that in a moment. Okay. I want to listen a little bit more because I don't even know what she said. I want to listen to a little bit more of this wonderful insight into the mind.
I'm a personal trainer. So I am waking up at 4:45 every day to drop Maverick off either with his nanny or with my mom. Mm-hmm. And then I get to the gym for my first client at 6:30, and it is now 10:38, and I'm leaving the gym to go walk my dog and feed my dog. And then I also have 75 online clients that I have to check in with, check their stats, check their workouts, and do programming for. So I'm working usually until I go pick my son up. I pick my son up at 1 o'clock. I also do content creation. So in between all of this, and then after I pick my son up, I am editing, I am filming, which I'm not complaining about because I've never complained about my job. Love my job so much. It's mentally taxing also being a mother. And then I also have a dog too, like I said. So my days are just super slam packed.
I would say get rid of your dog. You're not in a position to have a dog. Based upon your mental load and the stress that you're dealing with, you don't need to be having a dog. You're not in a position to do that. So you should get rid of your dog. But because you don't have a man, you are substituting that emotion for an animal, which totally understand. Because even if y'all don't want a man, y'all still want something. Still want what you want, though.
Most of the time, usually until I put him to bed, and then I do a couple more hours of work, clean up around the house, and then go from there. Get home gym equipment. Yes, I have 2 sets of dumbbells, a little ab machine.
She can't afford to scale back on those clients, HQ. She cannot afford it. This is what y'all don't understand. Does it sound like a woman just because she works 24/7? She's an entrepreneur. Does it sound like this is a woman that can afford to scale back on her 70+ clients? She can't afford it. A lot of times y'all really think that these people really get money like that. I hate to tell y'all. Money is hard to make until it's easy to make. And I'm not going to repeat that, but I'm going to say it again. Money is hard to make until it's easy to make. You're going to have to get to a point where that makes sense to you, but she can't afford it. And maybe you haven't recognized that, but through everything she's been saying, I have a nanny twice a week. If she could afford it, she would have a nanny. Any woman that's willing to have a nanny for her child twice a week would be more than willing to do it 5 times a week if they had the money. So when you're used to dealing with people and navigating their expenses, you learn a little bit about how they think and operate. She don't have the money, y'all. And I'm not knocking. I'm just telling y'all. I know she don't have it.
And resistance bands that are actually my own brand of resistance bands, because again, I am a personal trainer. So I do very much know. And also in my fitness app, I have several categories and programs dedicated to mothers that cannot make it to the gym, because obviously that is my life. But that's not what I want to do. And that was kind of my point of it. Like, I can work out, and if you look at my page, you see that I am on a running journey right now. I am going to be doing a 10-mile race in a couple months, and I run with my son. I got a jogging stroller. We go running. So yes, I can exercise, but my love is for athletic training. I want to do box jumps. I want to do cleans. I want to do barbell exercises. I want to squat. I want to deadlift. I want to do the big lifts. And so, yes, it is a sacrifice I have to make, but my point is that it's not fair that I'm the only party making sacrifices when it takes 2 to bring a child into the world. It takes 2 to make the choice. It takes 2 to lay down. It takes 2 to make those decisions that ultimately leads to a child being brought into the world.
Cap, it don't. We have Ebony K. Williams. That's a lie. The hardest thing you're going to have to deal with is realizing you are 100% responsible for your life. This is the hardest thing, just talking to people in a general sense. This is the hardest thing for people to comprehend. You are 100% responsible for your life. 100. The people that impact you and the people that you deal with is your decision. I'm not telling you to pick better, right? Because that's a played out statement, whatever. It's not important to me, right? I only want you to understand you're 100% responsible for your life. When you remove responsibility from your life, you become a victim. You're a victim. Because listening to your train of thought and your responses, you want to push blame on another parent. But let me tell you a secret that you're not going to like. There is no such thing as a 50-50 parent. You are a 100% responsible parent. 100%. And the other parent is a 100% responsible parent. It's up to them if they decide to parent, just like it's up to you if you decide to parent. 100% your choice. All of these are choices, desires that you pick. All of it. You can actually, man, who was this lady talking about the other day? I forgot who it was, but some lady was talking about, man, who was it? I can't remember, but she was talking about how she had to deal with a bunch of women dropping their children off at the fire station. But I don't remember exactly where it is, right? But Point blank, period. It's your choice. It's your choice to take him out of child care because he crying and he only want to be with you. That's your choice. It's your choice to be a personal fitness trainer. It's your choice to make an app. It's your choice to have 74 clients. HQ tried to save you and said, lower your clients. I told HQ she can't afford it. You just got to listen to what people say. HQ says her and Ebony K, two totally different situations. But no, see, here's the difference. Logically, it's not two totally different situations. She said it takes two. No, it doesn't. She said it takes two. Don't. I can debunk that easily. It does not. According to y'all, it don't take two. Take one decision. Her decision. And this is the problem that y'all have, right? I have no problem with a woman saying, oh, yeah, I got duped. He lied to me. Okay. It ain't so hard for me to believe that a guy can lie to you. I don't argue that. Yeah, he lied. Okay, God. So you don't want to deal with a liar. You left him alone. Fine. But you did know before you got with him, he could lie to you, right? You had prior knowledge of what lies are. So you 100% knew that he could lie to you. You 100% know that you would break up with him or not be with him if he did lie to you. I'm not even saying he did. You guys probably have an amicable separation. I don't know. It's amicable. I don't know. But at the same time, you're 100% responsible for your life.
But for some reason, all of the blame and all of the shame is placed on the parent who is taking care of the child 24/7 and never on the parent who is doing nothing. Why can't he stay with his dad? His dad moved out of state when he was 10 months old. So he hasn't seen his dad in over 2 months now because I took him to see his dad. Yeah, it's been like 2.5 months.
So why can't he go to his dad? This is where we're going to pivot a little bit in the show. Why can't he go to his dad? She said his dad lives out of state. His dad moved out of state at 10 months. Why would he move at 10 months? Why would he move at 10 months? Most people never leave their state. Most people ain't got on the airplane. I know y'all don't know that, but most people haven't. Why would he leave? Why would he leave? I'm just curious. Why would he leave? Now, you said you took him to visit his dad, and his dad hasn't seen him in 2 months. His dad haven't seen him in 2 months. It's a long time.
I took him to see his dad and he hasn't seen him since. Pay your nanny longer. Well, actually, there is 1 day a week where she is unavailable to keep him for a longer time because she also has things that she does. And then 2, I can't afford it. I'm already paying almost $900 a month for part-time care. There's no daycares near me that do part-time. Well, they do part-time, but you have to have somebody else who's filling in the remainder of the time so that it equals a full-time, but you're like splitting it between 2 people, which is just very dumb. But even then, it's just outlandishly expensive. And I am a business owner and my business does very well, but my bills are high. I have to have a 2-bedroom apartment so my son can have his own space.
I'm the GOAT. I told y'all, and I'm telling you, I did not see this video. I know, and let me tell you how I know this. Because I know single women with children. Let me tell you how I know this. I know single women with children. And they talk to me. Sometimes they ask questions. I give them insight. I give them strategies. I say, you could do this, you could do that. And I say, you know what, you might have to downsize. You might have to, I can't do that. My child got to have their own room. I need my space. I need my space. And ladies, I know y'all not gonna like this, But she said her child is 18 months, right? If I'm not mistaken, he moved out 10 months. Her child is like 18 months or something like that, right? Whatever the case is, right? This is important. What I have noticed is the reason why women want that other room is for Ray Ray's boom boom room. She wants the flexibility and the opportunity to, if something did pop off, mama grown. Mama got to have a life too, Jody. Because honestly, we not having no 2-bedroom, we cannot afford that. Do you not know how to run that? You not just because you're a business owner. And by the way, shout out to you. Congrats to you. Keep doing your thing. I don't want to in any way take away from the accomplishments that you're doing. I don't. But I think sometimes the hardest thing to do is when you progress is to regress. You can't have no child. You need to have a 1-bedroom or a studio. You need to have a 1-bed. And listen, ladies, I understand you don't know what it's like to have a child and then only y'all. So I hear that, but regardless of that, if she was broke as a joke, right? Let me give y'all the example why this is important. This is why this is very important. If this lady was broke as a joke, this is why y'all gotta understand. I really do this. And her friend was Venus, the voice of Venus, right? And she told Venus, I can't really afford nothing right now. We're struggling. That's why I'm in the studio with my baby. I wish they had their own room. You know what Venus would say? Girl, it's all right. Don't worry about nobody judging you. You gonna figure it out. You just got to get through this time. She wouldn't say, oh, you a horrible mother because you don't have no 2-bedroom for your child to have their own room. She would be very supportive. So if in that same breath, you understand that you wouldn't dog her out and say she's horrible and all these things, you would just be supportive, even in a studio. If she has to downsize to the studio, what's the difference? If she has to downsize the studio, what's the difference? That's how I think. She's going to suffer for because she has to be her own leader. Because this woman has to be her own leader. By the way, she's operating as a de facto leader in her life. This is why when it gets to the leader argument, I don't genuinely trust these women. Because I personally don't believe that a woman wants to be told, led what to do unless it's perfect. So what I believe is that this woman right here, she's the leader of her own life. She don't want a man coming in saying, yo, you shut this business down. You got too many people here. I'm going to help pay the bills, but you got to shut this down. That's not what she's going to want to do. Now, y'all can say, I would do it. I would lower the amount of clients that I have if I can get some help with these bills. No, y'all won't. Because she's tied to social media. Her actions prove she's not willing to make certain sacrifices. And this is why I'm saying some of y'all not built to make the hard decision because you can't look your baby in the eye and say, we going to a studio. We going to a studio. None of these kids is mad at their mama because they had to eat top ramen. Every child that grows up, they go, I understand what happened, Mom. I understand. It is what it is. We got through it. Now we all right. You be all right. Go ahead and eat that Spam and bologna. That, I hate to say it. My guy Eda Man says that's against the law. Break the law. Nobody follows all of the laws. Nobody. People jaywalk all the time. It's an infraction, but it's a law. So at the end of the day, if you got to grind and skirt the rules a little bit to get in an advantageous position, it is what it is. It is what it is. And if in 3 years later you're gonna say, look, I had to break the rules in order to get ahead. Most people will not try to lock her up and be like, she needs to go away for prison. She needs to go away because she had a baby in a studio. She's not allowed to do that. That's not a time to fight.
I have my business expenses. I have the childcare. I have outlandish grocery bills because y'all understand how this economy is right now. And as parents, we are allowed to have times where we just have to let it out. It is so freaking hard, but truthfully, even as hard as it is, I wouldn't change anything. I absolutely love my life. I don't hate the situation I'm in at all. Is it unfortunate? Yes, but my son is 17 months old now. Like, my boo-hooing was already, I went through all of that when I was pregnant. I already went through all of these emotions when I was pregnant, but I'm allowed to know and acknowledge that there's days and times where it can be really hard, especially when you have a teething, growing 1.5-year-old. Okay, it's hard. No, I do not need to explain these things, but I feel it needs to be said because y'all have got to stop. I'm not saying everybody, but you know, especially the men. I doubt they even made it this far in the video, but
we did.
The single parent slander is just insane. And it's not just for single moms, but I'm not a single dad. I've said this so many times. I'm not a single dad, so I can't speak for single dads. Like, if you're a single dad and you feel so offended, like, why don't you make content for single dads then? Like, I'm making content for single mothers, and I'm sharing vulnerability. I'm sharing my life for single mothers.
She got 100,000 subs on TikTok. She does this content for single moms, all these things. I told you she's gonna monetize her. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth though. I'm gonna tell y'all something that y'all gotta really understand. At some point in your life, you have to make an adjustment. And everything that girl went through, most of it is self-inflicted. Most of what she went through is self-inflicted. Most of it's self-inflicted. HQ says women got to learn to put kids on planes. I don't know what age you can put a kid on a plane. I think there's some stuff you got to sign on. But you know what, HQ? I 1000% agree with you. 1000% agree with you. But you know what women need to do? The truth.
Hey, so my son lives with his dad, and the most common question I get is, do I feel guilty, and how did I kind of come to terms with the situation? He moved when he was 9 and he's now 10.5. So firstly, we have to get rid of this idea that the woman is always the default parent and that the person who doesn't live with the child loves them less. But how did I come to terms with it? Simply quite a lot of self-reflection and realizing what you're particularly good at and what your child needs at a particular stage in their life. So when my son was a newborn, anyone who knows me will tell you I was an incredible parent to a baby. I took to it so easily. I didn't understand what all the fuss was about. And that's because my skill sets that I have, or the way I am, is really well suited to that. I'm easygoing. I don't like routine very much. I don't care about sleepless nights. I'm not a fussy type of person. I'm very tough physically. So things like breastfeeding and childbirth, not a problem. I'll happily let the dishes build up and then deal with them later. I'm just super easygoing. And those things are sort of then flipped when your child starts school, and society puts a real emphasis on routine for school-age children. And I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but that's where I'm not great.
This is what you need to do. You have to be willing to change. You notice the last lady said society puts all the shame on you. What I have been doing, and I have been speaking about, shifting roles, breaking the norms. Ladies, you're going to have to do something that's the hardest thing in the world for you to do. You're going to have to let your child go be with their father. Big Bad Bull, what up? You gonna have to let your child go be with their father. The honest God truth. The mental load is really self-inflicted. Oh, but what if his dad don't take care of him the way that I want to take care of him? He's not. Y'all not the same type of parents. Y'all gonna parent differently. But the only way you're gonna adjust to go on dates and your life, mama can have her own life. Go ahead and give him to his dad. Give her to her dad. Stop thinking that the child 100% has to be with you because society says it does. You are self-inflicting that on yourself. You're doing that. It's an option. The hardest thing, in my opinion, that I've noticed with women is I don't see a lot of women be like, I'm going to give the child to their dad and I'm going to just pay child support. And you know what's going to be so crazy about this? I absolutely believe that the children being with the dad is the best scenario in any situation. And I'm going to explain to you why. 9 times out of 10, men are not even going to want your child support. They don't even feel comfortable with it. Secondly, they are not going to fight with you because of scheduling and routine. If you pop up, whenever you pop up to see your child, a man going to be like, your mama's here. Your mom want to see you. He not going to say, you can't be popping up on Wednesdays and Thursdays. You need to call and all these type of things. He's not going to be tripping like how you be tripping. He's just not. You literally are going to be in the best situation you can possibly be in. 9 times out of 10, because obviously if somebody's out of state, it's a little bit different. But in the general sense, most of us live in the same state as the parents of our children. Let's just be honest. And if you just being candid, y'all know that to be the case. This is not one of those scenarios where y'all say, well, what if he don't want the kid and all? Well, if he don't want the kid, he don't want no kid. Like, you can't make somebody want a kid. No matter how much y'all cry, whine, it won't work. I don't believe in forcing somebody to be a parent. It's a bad idea. It does not work. But most people would prefer that they wouldn't want you to have the kid to hold the kid over them. So why not try? Why not change how it is currently constructed for you to get a different? Y'all ask for everything. Can we get jobs now? We want jobs too. Can we want money? We want our bank accounts. Y'all want everything. The only thing y'all don't want to let go of is that hold that y'all think y'all was best for a child. Because I'm going to tell you this. The guy don't think he's not what's best for a child just because the child is with you. He just assumed that's because society told him that, so he got to deal with it. Don't y'all think that y'all be able to go on dates, get a life, and not have to worry every day? Oh, I got to go pick up my child. I got to do it. He with his dad. She with her dad. I'm going to go visit her whenever I want. You got to make a sacrifice. You got to change something. You can't keep doing it the way it's always been done and be upset that the outcome is the same. You can't keep fighting against the house husbands and let men be the primary caretakers, the custodial parent, and all these things. If you don't want to see the shift in society, men are not going to randomly pick up roles that they are not balancing and figuring out. They are not just going to wake up and go, all right, cool. Yeah, I do this now. And then it just be all the way 100 fixed that way. It's not going to happen. It's going to gradually evolve. And part of that is you guys being supportive of the evolving. Part of that is you guys being supportive of it. Y'all got to help change that. Y'all got to help say, all right, look, it's time for a change. We got to switch it up. Y'all have to do that. But if y'all continue to keep everything traditional in all the same ways, you're going to continue to get the same outcome. Just my honest opinion, especially of the men that want to be fathers. The first thing y'all have to do is do y'all very best to pick people that want to be fathers. I'm not saying they want to be your man. I'm not saying they want to be with you the rest of their life. But since HQ said she got her pookies on the side just in case, the best thing you ever could do is at least find a man that want to be a dad. He ain't even got to want to be with you no more. He ain't. Make sure he wants to be a dad. If I was a woman, that would be my primary thing. Y'all already think about divorce. Y'all already think about what if it don't work out. Y'all already think he cheating. Y'all have all those thoughts already. So no need to waste time on that. The only thing you need to get 100% correct is if he want to be the dad, if he want to be a father. If you can master that, y'all was going to be alone anyway. Y'all was going to be single anyway. So y'all already prepared for all this. So just get you a dad. Get you a man that want kids. Get you a man that want that. And that, like I tell people, when it comes to empowering yourself with your finances, right? That stuff trickles to the rest of your other aspects of your life. You start to get disciplined in other areas you didn't know exist. So when a man wants to be a father, when that's his true desires, right? And y'all don't like those type of men, let's just be honest. Hey, Misty, how you doing? Y'all don't like those type of men. Can we just be honest? Those men tend to have other skills, other responsibilities, other discipline in those areas. That's the best thing you can do. If you solve for that, you almost fix all of the other problems that you have. Y'all already okay with being single. Y'all already okay leaving a man. So y'all was going to do that with the man like you or didn't like y'all. So my estimation is if you solve for just, that's the only thing you got to solve for. Does he want to be a good father? Does he want to be a father? Is that something that drives him? Is that important to him? And don't worry about if he tickle your fancy. Not saying that you can't have that, but I'm saying the primary goal is that. The primary goal is that. You put yourself in better positions. You just put yourself in better positions. Now I want to tackle one more thing that I need to tackle. Yeah, there it is. One more thing that I need to tackle. I want you guys to listen to this and tell me what you guys truly think.
My husband refuses to pay into my pension. Ladies, please help. I'm currently on maternity leave, which of course means I'm not earning my usual income and cannot contribute to my pension as I normally would. After listening to the podcast, I've asked my husband to help by paying into my pension during this period, but he's resistant to the idea. Instead, he insists that when we retire, he will share his pension with me. While I appreciate the offer, I'm worried about the long-term implications. Not contributing to my pension now could significantly impact my financial security in the future. I'm also concerned about the lack of independence it could create as I'd be relying on his pension. I've tried to explain my concerns to him, but he doesn't seem to understand why this is so important to me. It's causing tension between us, and I don't want this issue to affect our relationship. How can I approach this situation in a way that helps him see from my perspective and find a solution that works for both of us?
What do you guys think about that? Should he pay into her pension? I was a little bit dumbfounded by this. I was like, wait, so you want him to pay into your pension? I don't even know if he can legally do that. Let me look into that. Can he legally do that? Can somebody else pay your pension for you? Is that possible? I don't know. I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, technically he is her husband, so that might be a loophole. I don't know. I'm kind of torn here, right? Hey, Natasha. Natasha's here. I don't know what to do because I kind of understand her position because lately it's been expressed women need to get more financially literate, and they're actually really kind of, I'm not saying like they're moving the needle crazy, but their desires for that, I've noticed at least a major increase to shifting to that, right? And I do understand that the amount of time that you'll be out raising your kid, not contributing, does have a financial impact on you. I don't know if it's as wild as she's claiming that it will be, but I'm going to also say this, and she ain't going to like it. You don't need to be out of work that long if that's more important to you. And let's just be honest. Isn't this a conversation that you should have before you have a kid? Isn't this a conversation you should have before you have a kid? We'll listen to it one more time.
My husband refuses to pay into my pension. Ladies, please help. I'm currently on maternity leave, which of course means I'm not earning my usual income and cannot contribute to my pension as I normally would. After listening to the podcast, I've asked my husband to help by paying into my pension during this period, but he's resistant to the idea. Instead, he insists that when we retire, he will share his pension with me. While I appreciate the offer, I'm worried about the long-term implications.
The part that's confusing is that you're married. He said he's going to share what he has with you, which technically he has to. I mean, I don't know what kind of pension he can hide from his wife. A lot of people don't really use those type of plans anymore anyway. That's an old type of plan. Pension plans, they don't use that in high. So I don't know what kind of job they have, but what's the difference? What's the difference with him sharing what he has, because he got to share anyway, basically, especially if you divorce him, right? I'm not sure what's the problem with that. Is it just because you want your own? I'm trying to be reasonable here. I don't know. Either one of the two is smarter than the other when it comes to finance. I'm gonna just say that out there. It's very rare that you find people equally yoked financially. I'm just joking. I shouldn't say that. But one of them knows more, and my guess is it's probably him. Just being honest with you. It's probably him. He's probably more of the sound financial mind. And the reason I say that is because you didn't know that this was going to happen. You didn't know that this was going to happen. Like, where is the planning? And now you're mad at him because he does not want to agree to your plan. I don't know what to do because I don't think it's outlandish, right? I don't think that this is an outlandish request, but I just don't know what to tell her. I don't know what to tell her. But if he says he don't want to do it, I don't know how you can convince him. I don't know how you can convince him. I don't know. No, I don't think he put a fast one on her. I think that she probably either knows how much he has for retirement and she probably competing a little bit. But also women think having money is freedom. Women think having money is freedom. So she probably looks at it like, because I think she said she don't want to be solely dependent on him, right?
Not contributing to my pension now could significantly impact my financial security in the future. I'm also concerned about the lack of independence it could create as I'd be relying on his pension.
Yeah, so she's concerned with the lack of independence. So she believes that money will give her some independence. Me personally, I don't know. I don't know what to tell her. Money, look, let them tell you money is freedom. Money is not freedom the way we think. The way it's phrased, that's not the freedom. But hey, unless somebody with billions of dollars tell you that, you won't listen. So you'll figure it out when it's too late. I don't know what she should do. I'm just gonna tell her at this point, you're gonna have to thug it out. Or actually, I know what to do. Put your kid in childcare after what is it? They give you maternity. How long is it out here? It's like 12 weeks. I think it's fully paid for at least 12 weeks. 8 for sure. But so once you 8 weeks out or whatever, go ahead and put the child right back into daycare and get back to work. If money's that important to you and you believe that it's going to have a huge financial impact on you, get back to work. That's my estimation. Get back to work, okay? Next video.
Ladies, if a man ever says this to you, here's what I want you to do. If a man ever says that he wants a stay-at-home wife or a stay-at-home mother or any variation of the sort, I want you to tell him that you expect to be paid a salaried amount every single month that accounts for inflation into an account that he does not have access to in the event of a separation or divorce, and that he needs to be contributing to a 401k or a retirement fund of some sort.
Now, I know that's a lot to take in because she went right into it. Y'all think black women crazy. I'll be thinking black women crazy. I don't think black women crazy. Some of them are. She is basically saying, if a man says this to you, here is how you respond. She's not joking. This is why it's important I played the first video, right? To show you the court. If a man requests for you to be out of the workforce, do y'all not think it's within reason for her to request to be paid? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't disagree with it. I don't disagree with that at all. If a man has a request for you to stay at home and not work, you have to pay for that. That's not what beyond reasonable to me, if it's his request. Now, the 401k, you're kind of pushing it, but I don't kind of pushing that. But whatever, let's just say, I don't think it's beyond reason for her to request to be paid, since you requested for her to stop creating her own income to raise y'all's child. Now, do I think she should be paid the same salary she would be paid do I think she should be paid the same salary she should be paid if you take her from her job? No, because she still has a responsibility as a parent. So she still has to pay for her part for being a parent. And if you're paying for her an amount to parent the child and paying her 401k, there's a payment she has to make. So there's some negotiations that need to be made here. This is my thing. Me personally, I wouldn't request that she be a stay-at-home mom. Go ahead and go ahead, put the kid in childcare and we go right back to work. She has to request that on her own, because then she got to pay for it on her own. Because if you force her to do it, she is more within her reason to charge you for it. So I don't disagree with that. I want you guys to pay very, very close attention. This is very important. She said she should be paid if you ask her to stay at home.
Ladies, if a man ever says this to you, here's what I want you to do. If a man ever says that he wants a stay-at-home wife or a stay-at-home mother or any variation of the sort, I want you to tell him that you expect to be paid a salaried amount every single month that accounts for inflation into an account that he does not have access to in the event of a separation or divorce, and that he needs to be contributing to a 401k or retirement fund of some sort that he also cannot touch or have access to in the event of separation or divorce. And then I want you to see his reaction, because if it's anything like the men in my comment section are about to react, it's going to be a laugh. He's going to scoff at it. He's not going to like it. He's going to minimize it. And if he does any of those things, that man is not looking for a wife or a partner. He is looking for a mommy bang maid. He does not see you as a person of value. He sees you as the free domestic labor that you can provide to him. Guess what? Domestic labor is work. Emotional labor is work. Childcare is work. Running an entire household and managing it is work, and it should be paid as such. And if you do not take the necessary precautions to protect yourself up front, you leave yourself very vulnerable. You are leaving the workforce for an extended period of time, makes it harder to get a job afterward. You don't want to be stuck in a marriage just because you don't have the financial means to leave. Nobody goes into marriage thinking that they're going to get divorced. But as women, we have to be smart about this. Do not set yourself up for potential financial ruin. Domestic labor and childcare that you will eventually provide is worth being paid. Ladies, if a man ever
Now, she makes sound arguments, sound points. I do think if you request it, you have to pay her for it. I just don't know the amount. The only problem that I have is that she cannot negotiate, right? So being a stay-at-home mom only can exist if a man is willing to pay for it. So you don't have any negotiating power. The only way you can exist is if a man is willing to pay for it. So you don't have no negotiating power, really. Like, I'm the only one that can employ you for this job. So because there's only one person that can employ you for the job, you kind of have to go with within their parameters, because you clearly can't employ yourself to do this. So that part is difficult. But I also want you guys to understand this. I don't disagree wholeheartedly with these positions, but I will say this. If you believe your husband should pay you to be a stay-at-home mom, I believe you should pay your mother to watch your kids. I believe nobody in your family should ever watch your kids for free, because you understand the value of labor. And so if you were a single mom and you requested for somebody to assist you, you should have to pay. Your dad, pay your brothers, pay your mom. You are opening up an argument to be made that instead of having the, it's because we family, which was the default thing, right? Because that's the default. You're now saying that is not the thing no more, and people need to be paid for their services. I don't disagree, but now independent women in particular, you'd have to pay for a lot of support in which you don't have the means for. So I don't think this is a great idea. Because I don't think the level of consistency that it requires you to be able to sustain. I personally think there's a level of man-hating in this aspect, because I don't think, let's just, be more fair about it. Emotional labor is work. Your best friend, Tasha, she has to listen to you for 3 hours. Should you pay her? Now, if I'm paying a nanny, I'm definitely going to pay my family to do it. Like, I'm not asking nobody in my family to do nothing for free if I'm willing to pay a stranger to do it. But that also means other aspects that's normally because we family now got a fee too. That's more than fair. So my thoughts are, I think you only have this position for men. I don't think you have this position for other aspects of life that should cost, that people do for free just on the strength of friends or family. I think that's important. So if we go down this path, we will monetize everything. We'll monetize grandmothers, grandfathers, uncles, nieces, nephews. Everything will be monetized, and we will not tie it to the love of the family, which honestly, I don't know how sustainable it is without it. I don't know how sustainable it is without it, guys. So I would say if you're willing to go down this path, you got to pay the cost to be the boss. If you're willing to go down this path, you got to pay the cost to be the boss. I don't know if she's willing to pay the cost to be the boss. So that's the tough one. They actually do monetize birthing of the child. It costs lots of money. Ask any woman that's birthed a child and saw her doctor's bills. They charge her for it. They charge their insurance or whoever's insurance you own. And Keisha, if you want to charge, tell me how much. Ladies, how much y'all want to charge for birthing a child? I'm curious. Because look, once you go down this path, they're going to put costs on everything. So I'm curious, how much do you want to charge for birthing a child? And I'm going to tell you something else. If I have to pay for the birthing of the child, it's my child. If I'm paying and you're not paying, because technically it takes two to make it, right? So if it takes two, that's default even. That's even, right? You said it takes, the lady earlier, it takes two to make a child. It takes two to this. She was whining, crying about that. It takes two. So if there's a cost for the child, how much you paying and how much you want me to pay? Because this is the thing that I think women struggle with, right? Especially since they're trying to monetize everything. If you can't have a baby without a man, according to y'all, right? It takes two. How come you only want to charge him? And remember, if you want to say because you're the one birthing the child, you're the one carrying it, it still requires somebody to pay you for that. So okay, I'm trying to make this simplest for you. If you have a business, right, and the business is a child, right, this is what y'all turn it into, and you only have one client at this moment, right, because you don't have an infinity clients for this, right? Somebody has to decide to pay. You think you get to tell them what to pay? How much power do you think you have in that? Oh yeah, like I want 50,000 if I'm gonna birth your child. Do you not understand if a guy goes, I'll pay that 50,000, but I am the default parent, I am the custodial parent. You got every aspect. As a matter of fact, this is my estimation. This tell you because this is actually real complicated. And I don't think we have time to get into it today. If I pay you for my child, aren't you a surrogate? And if you're a surrogate, don't you have to sign over all your parental rights to me? See, this is the part where it gets complex. I'm willing to pay, but you get no parental rights over this cow. You're a surrogate. I know how much they get paid. Keisha, trust me, I look it up. I'm one of them ones. But the point being is that if I pay, it's my child. You can visit. Heck, I might even let them call you mama. But it's mine. It's my child. So you sure you want me to pay? Or you want to keep it the same tradition it's been? Just wondering, because I 60,000, I think it might cost 60,000. I don't think most of y'all fetch 60, but 60. Depending on how good the woman is, you pay that 60. Some of y'all gonna get 20,000. Some of y'all might get 5,000. Some of y'all might get 40,000. Some of y'all might get 100,000. The rest of y'all, anything above that, good luck. but you have to sign over that kid's rights to their dad. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I think y'all would rather not pay and just have the parental authority, because that's probably more important to y'all. It's a tough decision. I want to talk about one more lady. And I want to acknowledge a woman that to me acknowledges responsibility, accountability. A woman that makes her own decisions and don't shy away from that. Jerk, what up? This is important. When I see women that have this character, right, which is far in between these days, it's important that we highlight certain things, okay? It's important. Listen up.
What's your age?
28.
Are you single right now?
No, I'm married now.
How long have you been married?
About a week.
How do you handle the bills in your household with your husband?
Right now, I pay 100% of the bills. Now that we're married, it should change. And so he's yet to pick up the bills yet.
Do you guys live together?
Yes, at my house.
Oh, so he moved in with you?
Yes.
Did you have to buy the wedding ring?
The wedding ring that I want, I would have to purchase it. It's about $1,500.
Why even put yourself in that position where you have to take care of the man?
I think it's because it's a little too late. Now we have a child together.
So because you had the child, you felt pressure to lock it in?
To an extent, yes.
How do you honestly feel about being the breadwinner and having to hold the house down?
It can be kind of stressful as a woman trying to, be a mom, hold the house down, do everything. But I said regardless, I was going to make the sacrifice because I wanted my daughter to have both her parents.
So what makes you confident that it won't end in a divorce?
I don't know. I think it's because I don't like divorce.
What's your age?
I know you guys' raw emotional responses to what was said. I know it was, right? Let me welcome my brother Jerk. Jerk, what up?
What's going on, man? How you been?
Man, just surviving, barely hanging on. I can't call it. How you doing, bro?
Man, I'm doing all right.
This video to me depicts a woman of good character. She made a decision and she's standing on it. She's not flip-flopping. She's not crying about it. Y'all may go, oh, but she's not doing this for happiness. And don't get me wrong. You're going to have to figure out happiness. But the reason why this is such a respectable young lady here is, one, this is what she said. She said, I make that sacrifice. You know how women be saying, I would do anything for my kids. Will you stay with the dad? No. Yeah, I don't want to hear that anything. So she's willing to stay with this man. She's paying bills. She's hoping that he'll step up and pay him soon, but it is what it is. And she promised her daughter, I want my daughter to be raised with two parents. If that's the sacrifice I got to make, it shall be done. She acknowledged she wanted this. She acknowledged she participated in this. And I respect it. I finally can get a woman to just stand on her own decisions, not blame nobody else, and go, yeah, like I got to make the sacrifice. There are tons of men that don't want to be in that relationship no more, but their family is at their house. They're like, it is what it is. I'm going to grind it out. But I'll say this. The man is doing something. For all you ladies that are in the chat, what is he doing? He's doing something. Men just don't get women off of whims. It's not whimsical for us. They don't just fall into our lap and go, I'm woman, you are men. That don't work for us. We have to do something. We have to have charm. We have to make sure they're enjoying some aspect of this life. We have to have something. She's there for a reason. But when you see a woman conduct herself with a level of character, it's something to be admired. And the character exists outside of your emotions and feelings. And a lot of people think that she is doing a disservice because she will be unhappy. She never said she was unhappy. She said it was stressful. I want to tell y'all, Jerk go to work every day. It'd be stressful. He don't just get to drink a Coca-Cola and be like, life is stressful. I don't know why we believe in telling women that life is not stressful. Life is not hard. I don't know what world we live in. This is a young lady that has a good head on her shoulders. She's 28. She's been married for a week. And, you know, I like her dedication. I really, really do. What do you think about her?
No, I agree. Because did you get to the part where she was talking about she paid for the ring and all that?
She said the ring she won is like $1,500. So that's reasonable. Like, honestly, I was not expecting. I saw the night. She has a nice colored dress. It's like the purple. I like those colors. I wasn't expecting her to say $1,500. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't expecting. I'm like, ooh, you know. I'm like, you know what? She looked like she won't, but she said $1,500. I can't argue with no woman that say I want a $1,500 ring.
But no, I like how you pointed out. Like she definitely willing to sacrifice. Yeah, it's rare because, like you said, there wasn't a lot of context in the video. Because I mean, maybe he's working towards something, but the fact that she's hanging in there like that, yeah, most people would have jumped ship, feeling like he broke or something. So yeah, this was definitely a different clip.
Yeah, and a lot of people like to assume she's unhappy. But I don't assume that. I didn't hear that she's unhappy. I just hear that it's difficult. And I think has some level of value to her. But I appreciate her just standing on, like I told my daughter, she's been raised with both her parents. And if that's the sacrifice I got to make, I just respect it. I just respect a person that's willing to make the sacrifice. And people think that it's something that's not to be admired because she's not happy. I just disagree. Even though she didn't say she's not happy. I just disagree with that. I love to see women with some level of character because it's so wishy-washy these days. And I don't feel like it's frustrating. So when you start to see one or two here and there, you have to acknowledge them in these moments so we can get more of them. More women with character. More, please.
So Aaron, I gotta can we address that last video you was playing?
Which one?
The one where she was the one you played right before this one.
Okay, let me see that. Let me see if I can find it. I think I know the one you're talking about.
The one she's like, I should get paid for
Oh yeah, I got you. You talk about this woman right here.
If a man ever says this to you,
yeah.
If a man ever says that he wants a stay-at-home wife or a stay-at-home mother, any variation of the sort, I want you to tell him that you expect to be paid a salaried amount every single month that accounts for inflation, into an account that he does not have access to in the event of a separation or divorce, and that he needs to be contributing to a 401k or retirement fund of some sort that he also cannot touch or have access to in the event of separation or divorce. And then I want you to see his reaction, because if it's anything like the men in my comment section are about to react, it's going to be a laugh. He's going to scoff at it. He's not going to like it. He's going to minimize it. And if he does any of those things, that man is not looking for a wife or a partner. He is looking for a mommy bang maid. He does not see you as a person of value. He sees you as the free domestic labor that you can provide to him. Guess what? Domestic labor is work. Emotional labor is work. Childcare is work. Running an entire household and managing it is work, and it should be paid as such. And if you do not take the necessary precautions to protect yourself up front, you leave yourself very vulnerable. You are leaving the workforce for an extended period of time, makes it harder to get a job afterward. You don't want to be stuck in a marriage just because you don't have the financial means to leave. Nobody goes into marriage thinking that they're going to get divorced. But as women, we have to be smart about this. Do not set yourself up for potential financial ruin. Domestic labor and childcare that you will eventually provide is worth being paid. Ladies, if a man...
Yeah, kind of wild.
I don't know why everybody in the chat. I don't have no kids. Talking about, they said,
Aaron, you a Pookie out here, Aaron?
I don't have no kids, man. I don't know. Maybe somebody heard me say my daughter or something. I probably misspoke, but I don't have any kids. That was freaking hilarious. Sharon Bracey in the building says, "You keeping it calm today? Is it safe? Yeah, it's safe. This is a safe zone. Okay, we ain't got no issues over here. It's all about safety and protection. Okay, everybody is
yesterday,
safe.
Man.
Oh,
yesterday was.
Yeah, I was watching yesterday, boy. I was like, was like, I need to send Aaron some donations for what you be putting up with, Aaron.
Jesus, bro, they ain't meant to let that man talk for a whole 2 hours, bro. That shit was crazy. I was like, damn, they gonna let that man talk. But yo, let me bring up the topic real quick. I agree with her, but I feel like she asking for too much, and I feel like because she the type of shorty that get a guy that's making the money and allow her to be a stay-at-home mom, right? Stay at home, you ain't gotta work, I bet you that's the life she living. But now she want the dude to be a house husband as well. You get what I mean? So that's where it kind of be like a little unfair when women do that. I feel like you want it all, yo. Because there's guys that do that, but those guys technically, like most of the time, those guys are not. I wouldn't say they're not the breadwinner, but they not the guy that's like, yo, I got it all, and you could just stay at home and stuff like that. So,
no, that's where I wanted to go back because I kind of agree with Lee on that. Where I don't think you should be trying to get paid for roles within the house, but she's definitely on to something because that's why I tell people where, man, I think you were sitting on that, Aaron, where it's like you got to have these financial conversations earlier. When people talk about they don't want that coffee date. This is what you should be discussing on that coffee date, like how you want that household structure to look like. And then most people, you can't really pay for all this stuff because, like, technically you're supposed to be putting money into 2 401k plans. And what's the rate to top it out, Aaron? It's like 21,000 or something.
I think it's up to 23 now.
Yeah, so you figure with like two people, that's like 40 something thousand. So I mean, if he's the primary breadwinner paying for everything else, will he be able to top it off for 2 people? So this is where we got to start having these conversations. Like, should that other person be working? So she shouldn't be coming at it towards the person like, pay me for this. It should be like, hey, financially,
I don't even
stay at the house.
I don't even like 401ks. I'm gonna stop maxing it out. I mean, I could stop now, but sometimes you hide certain things within the tax code. The thing is this, right? The reason why I agree with her is, one, we got to come to these conversations in good faith. Because we can't have the women thinking we just don't care nothing about them. We cannot have that, right? She said, if a man ever asks you, that means if you present this idea to her, that means she didn't want to do it. She didn't say, I want to be a stay. She didn't request this. You did. She is well within her right to be compensated because you have removed her from the workforce, from generating money, saving to a retirement plan, things like that, and to put her in a role that is paid but not paid monetarily. She does get paid in many other ways, right? The type of freedom that you have to like, mind you, the one thing that I think women are short-sighted with is that the complaints that they typically have is for children that are under 5, children that can't speak, children that can't speak back to them, and they always look at the worst case scenario. Oh, this baby crying, I'm just stressed out. They don't realize the kid gonna be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and start to develop a level of autonomy, right? It's those first couple of years that they stressed out, that they're struggling to get through, right? So that's the part that I think women don't have a future. They're not like prudent thinkers when it comes to looking past those first couple of years. They're so blindsided by the stress of that, they don't realize more is going to be existing down the line. You see what I'm saying? So that part is where the disagreement might come. But if you want her to be a stay-at-home mom and she didn't request it, I don't disagree that she needs to be compensated because there is a cost to it. Now you get to decide it because you're the boss. The boss get to decide what your compensation package is. But if that's what it is, I don't blame her. I just don't think she can pull it off.
I agree.
Especially this one right here. I'm chill. I don't get no trouble today. But I'm for the acknowledgement of the value that women actually do bring. Because I played it like in my mind, I'm like, man, I don't want my kid growing up without no mom, right? I do value it, right? So I try to make the best decisions, right? But I also know that it's a possibility, so I got to prepare for that too, right? But at the same time, you can't never replace a mother. Like you can't replace that. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. That's a hole that's just going to always exist. You see what I'm saying? But life goes on and men are men. Life goes on, men are men. But I just think I get her point. She's trying to empower women, but this is a tough thing to accomplish. It's a tough thing. Either man, what's up? Well, yeah, okay. He probably mad about something. He want to get paid too.
I was trying to figure it out. Is something echoing?
Nah, you good.
No, I was just trying to figure it out. Yeah, so I think stay-at-home moms should get paid. But I didn't see her whole video, right? So if the budget allow it, I get it. If you paycheck to paycheck and you don't have the money, you can't pay somebody. It's like a business. I can't pay you if I don't have the money. But definitely, like even with my wife, she's a stay-at-home mom. She have an allowance. I think especially if she's a great stay-at-home mom, she should have money to be able to have autonomy to go do things that she wants. If she want to get her lashes, her nails, her different things like that, to be able to maintain herself, because it's not just being a stay-at-home mom. It also is she got to maintain herself for her husband. So why wouldn't a man be able to give her money, the autonomy to do little things? And I'm not saying that she should get paid a full salary like she was at a job, but she definitely should have some money. Let's say, let's say even if it was like, if you could afford it, $500 to $1,000 a month for her to be able to do what she want to do. And especially if the woman is really into you, one thing I learned, they spend those money on you. They get you gifts. Like that's the whole point, is like, she can't even surprise you if you holding the money so tight and she can't spend money. So I agree that stay-at-home mom should get paid if you can afford it. You can't give nobody money you don't got.
Can I ask a question?
I guess I disagree. Oh, go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, because I'm like, all right, so if they should get paid, then why not just pay a nanny that money and allow her to go and get her career then?
Well, yeah. So yeah, no. Let's be clear. If a woman want to go into the work field and she want to work, cool. I've never been the guy that said that women can't work.
No. I ain't talking about you either, man. But you see what Aaron was talking about. Aaron was specifically talking about guys that want, right? Aaron, you was talking about guys that want their woman to stay at home. So that's what I'm saying.
But that might be the key. So I believe the man should pay the woman if he don't want a nanny, if he don't want her to have a career. If he said, "Hey, I don't want you to do all these things," she should be incentivized for it. Now, it's a difference.
Is he breaking up?
He is.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah,
he's breaking up.
You incentivized to pay your cell phone bill.
Can y'all hear Aaron?
So, yo, you kind of still breaking up, but so should it be an actual amount, like the same salary as a nanny should be then? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because either man, I don't want to use either man in his personal situation, but like let's say a situation where you basically just giving her money like whenever she need it, or is it where you gonna pay her as much as you would pay a nanny?
No, she's not. She's not going to get paid as much as a nanny, because I'm not paying a nanny rent. I'm not paying for a nanny food. So it'd be different because a nanny will have to completely support herself with that money. See, me, it's almost like, I don't know if y'all ever seen this before, but like say if somebody in a halfway house, right? They don't get paid as much money because the halfway house is providing a place to stay, right? So I'm saying no, it won't be equivalent, but it definitely, in my opinion, should be. She should get something for her efforts.
No, I agree with you.
I disagree with E.
Okay,
it's the pay part, man. I think you can have access to the money and stuff like that, but as far as the pay, because I don't see how you would measure that level of effort, whatever.
Well,
so
let me tell you why you should pay sophisticated jerk is because I don't think you should have anybody just going into your bank account spending money when they want to spend it, especially women, right? I just don't think that. I think that you should have a budget for your wife. So the reason that I'm paying her, what if I say, hey, check this out, you're going to have $500 a month. What happened is now we have a budget and a plan of what she can spend. If she had free access to go to our account and spend the money how she want to, I get that you might got a great wife who know how to budget money, but that could be a recipe for disaster, especially when she don't got a job. That all she'll do is spend money all day. So I just think that you should give her a budget. Hey, y'all should have that conversation. How much you need? 500, 600? I'm gonna give that to you.
Yeah, I agree with the budget for your wife. I definitely think to keep her happy, to keep her in good spirits, while dealing with your kids, I think you definitely should give her some sort of a budget. If you like stay at home, you're gonna have to hold her down for sure.
Aaron, what do you feel about this paid thing, man? I still can't wrap my head around that.
So I'm unattracted to women that think like that. I like selfless women, like in the sense of they have this mentality of care and a level of gratitude for life in its own, and they don't think like this. I think that doesn't mean that you want a slave, because women default thinking they want a slave. Just like when women say, I want a generous man, right? They think only their desires should be acknowledged. But I'm not mad at what she's saying, because she's saying it's him requesting it. See, it's one thing to be like, yo, it's gonna be tough taking care of these kids. We both got to work. If I come to her and say, look, I'm gonna need you to stay at home with these kids. I got a job, I got a career, I'm doing stuff. Hey, look, because why can't I stay at home with the kids? Like, you have to come into it reasonably and say it's not no more her job to raise a child than it is my job. There's no more either one side or the other, right? It becomes a willingness. Who is more capable, who has a desire for this more, et cetera, right? And so I couldn't logically give her an argument to why she has to do it and I don't, right? So because I can't do that, I mean, I could make a lot of arguments, but I'm just, and to be, genuine in the conversation, I told her to quit her job, basically. Most people need to be compensated for that.
Well, no, I'm trying to understand.
Right.
So,
hey, you put it a full circle just to say you agree.
Yeah, but
go back and watch the video.
So, Aaron, I'm trying to understand. Do y'all pay yourself?
Only people that know how.
Right. If you got an LLC, you better be paying yourself.
No. What I'm saying is, like, when money come in, I'm trying to understand. When money come in, y'all don't pay yourself first?
It depends. Depends if you're building out a small business. You can't take profits right now, so you can't pay yourself. But at some time,
y'all got jobs. Hello, see, Aaron from.
So, E, you talk about like spend money on ourselves, like kind of pay yourself, like that. Is that what you kind of talking about?
Yeah. So like when y'all income come in, do y'all budget out how much money is for yourself? That's the question I'm asking.
No.
Nah, I don't.
I know.
So the answer is, for me, yes, but I don't actually like buy like material things. I just invest the money, so that future money, and that it actually supports everybody that's around me during those times anyway. So I'm not the only one benefiting from it, but
Aaron, you still have the autonomy to do whatever you want with it, right?
Yeah, I made the money. It's my money. It's mine.
So hello. So I'm just asking, if that's the case, if I was to pay myself, why wouldn't I not pay my wife?
So yeah, you're not getting the argument from me. Jerk don't like the term pay. He ain't feeling it. He understands the concept because he's logical, so he can't fight the logic. But when you say pay me to be a mom, he like, huh? Because now, like I said, she's no more of a mother than I am of a father. And me saying you got to stay home with the kids, she could say you stay home with the kids. I have to find an argument within reason to justify these things. So now Jerk is like, all right, pay me to be a dad.
That's cool. He could do that. Listen, so if he was a stay-at-home father and he had no income, if the family budget, let me say something that y'all guys are like. Maybe give her an allowance. Maybe if we call it an allowance, a wifely allowance, does that make you feel a little bit better?
It's the same thing. We're not 3-year-olds.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's the point. It's like, why wouldn't we not? I'm just trying to understand this. Like, maybe in my mind, I pay everybody. I pay my employees. I pay my secretary. Why wouldn't I pay my wife too? Like, why is her job is so not worthy enough to get paid when everybody else around me get paid?
I will say this, and I'm going to tell you this. The part where it becomes like a gray area to me being open to why other people have a resistance to it is when money becomes involved, it changes the relationship. So like, I'm not being a dad because I want to be a dad. I'm doing it because they paying me to be a dad. And a person that's genuinely desiring to do something that money ain't got no like influence on why I'm doing it, it's a different experience, right?
But I have learned everybody I pay, I can hold accountable.
So once again, you changing the relationship, though. I'm not saying that it's bad. When you say you can hold accountable, what's that mean? Withhold a check?
So you don't believe that employers can hold employees accountable?
I think that I answer questions, and I asked you a question, sir.
Can I withhold the check? Is not one way I would hold them accountable.
Okay, that's not the way you would hold them accountable. Okay, so it's not a monetary way. I absolutely believe you can hold employees accountable. I just don't think your wife want to hear she an employee.
I think she do.
I don't know about that.
Because I take care. Like, see, because the crazy part about it, I'm gonna have to be my wife gonna do it.
No,
she's one of my employees.
I know that, but no. See now, nope. There's context that is required, sir. I'm talking about employee of being a mother. I'm paying you to be a mother. Like that. That's different from her being in your business, being a secretary, being an accountant, being a number two. Whatever. You telling her, look, I'm paying you to be a mom. That is different.
See, but that's the point that I'm making. Anybody you plan, it's your responsibility to get the most out of. As an employer, that's your responsibility. So when I start paying my wife, I say, hey, you know what? I need you to do the secretary work too. I need you to add on to your things. If you want more money, guess what? We got to save more money. I get y'all trying to isolate this and say, hey, cool, can she just get paid for being a mother only, right? Absolutely, because I think we believe in structure in my household. I'm just not going to have access to be, like even me, I don't just have access to spend my money the way I want to, because I have rules that I have to follow, that I put in place. So I think you should budget for it, because then you won't get no surprises. Some of y'all get surprised.
Who enforces the rules when you don't want to follow them?
I feel like she can too. We both can. So let me
I was about to ask the same thing, Aaron. What happened if she told you no, E? And she was like, no, I don't want to do all that stuff.
So wait,
where's my money?
Hold on. Aaron asked a different question. Sophisticated.
My bad, Aaron. Go ahead.
Hold on. That's a different question. So listen, I believe that women should be able to hold you accountable to your own words. For example, if you yes, they
can't. Like I get the logic. I'm good. I'm a man of my word. I know you're a man. I get it. Jerk a man. I get it. And we don't like to break our word. We naturally fight against that. The problem is, though, if I say I'm breaking my word today, who gonna stop me?
Your integrity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, she ain't holding up. It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, man. I really think a lot. Okay, my brain's just constantly thinking about things, and I've thought about stuff like this. It just, when I go through it just won't work. It just won't work. Like, I would prefer that I monitor myself and hold myself accountable, because I think I can hold myself to the highest standard. I don't think somebody else could do that. That's why I'm so big on not necessarily stooping to people's levels and, lick backs. I'm cheating back. I'm not big on that, because I don't feel like you hold a standard at that point. And if it is, it's a very weird one. So that's why I asked you, like, I get it. Your wife have an ability to remind you of accountability and say, hey, you said this, you told me to call you out when this happens. But the problem is the buck still stopped with you.
Actually, the buck stop with God, but I'm gonna let sophisticated.
No,
I know y'all don't want to talk about that.
I'm not arguing that either. But let's just realistically.
I'm telling you right now. You know the worst thing I ain't gonna say the worst thing. Maybe the best thing you can have if a woman on her knees praying to God to you. But you be like, I don't know why. For some reason, you can't sleep at night. But I know y'all don't believe that. I'm gonna go ahead and go. This sophisticated jerk, because I think he had a question about what if she don't do what I say.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask how that plays out. So if she, you came and you're like, hey, I need you to do all these tasks, and she's like, nah, you know what? I'm a stay-at-home mom. I feel like the money's already equivalent to what I do as a mother. I'm not doing all these other taskings. How do you approach that problem then?
That's a great question. So first of all, I'm only paying her to be a stay-at-home mother, or I am paying her also to do secretary work. Are you asking if I paid her to do secretary work, and she and I pay her to do secretary work, and she don't want to do it?
Yeah, she's like, look, I already the money you give me is it doesn't equate to like the extra secretary functions. I'm already topped out at the mother duties.
That's cool. I'm going to get a secretary, and most women don't want you to go get no female secretary. Hey, listen. You don't want it. I'm telling you, this idea that stop, ladies, stop, please. This idea that I'm gonna go get another woman, because I ain't gonna go get no ugly secretary. I'm telling you right now. See this idea that she's not gonna want to do it, and she gonna let me go. She's okay with me going to find another woman to do it, especially after I asked her to do it. Most women, I think their ego don't allow you to go. They know I'm gonna do that for your husband, even if it causes me to do something more. Now, you might have a different, not you, but other people might have a different wife where they be like, yeah, go get that woman. Let her do all that work. But women are not wired that way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I have a question. Can they become wired that way?
Yeah, some can. So some women might not care. Like I said, it's a group of women out there, and when I was speaking, it's to more of the majority, right? Unlikely, right? But it's a group of women. It's a group of women don't care if you got a side chick. It's a group of women who don't care that you got a secretary. Like it's a group of women that just don't care. I just think the majority of the women rather do for their man to let another woman do for their man.
Yeah, I had this video of this guy talking about I'll marry the maid then, because the lady was refusing. Like, it was funny, but hey, we'll cover that another day. I have this video where a man goes into why he would not trust a man to look after his kids. I want to hear you guys' thoughts.
I wouldn't want a man looking after my kids personally.
Why?
Because I wouldn't. I don't feel comfortable with it.
What's the matter?
A lot of it's just maybe like experiences and stuff like that. I would not trust like a man to be my child man. I wouldn't.
But
I wouldn't.
underlining that fear that you have, that
Mhm.
you would essentially be putting your child in danger if they wasn't with a man.
I don't get you.
Is
that what the fear
if
is?
you're saying that you wouldn't want a male
Mm,
childminder,
mhm.
that's coming from a place of fear, no?
Yeah, probably, yeah. A fear, and because of not an experience as well. Like I've been through and I've experienced certain things that just doesn't make me feel comfortable doing that. I don't want to talk about it right now on here, but naturally, like women are more nurturing as well. So when it comes to certain
You say
roles,
that.
I would prefer to
Yeah.
have a woman touch on that.
I believe in gender roles as well. I think there
Mhm.
are gender roles, and I think that they should be respected in the same way. They're not-
Facts, yeah.
You know what I mean? So we don't have equality in that sense.
Mhm.
A housewife isn't respected as a salesman. You know what I mean? But they can be doing the same amount of work in terms of
Even
they
more.
probably
That's
doing
more.
it better than men. Is that
More,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
So it's just things like
Okay,
that.
I get what you
And
mean.
say men govern our world. Like if they changed their opinions on these things and respected those roles and respected women's positions, then we wouldn't have half the problems that we have.
I do also think there are just certain roles as well that I wouldn't want to see a man in personally.
Like
childcare.
This your unpopular opinion?
Yeah, unpopular. Yeah, just talk about unpopular. But like, I wouldn't want a man if I want to like babysit or someone to look after like my. I wouldn't want a man looking after my kids. I wouldn't want a man looking after my kids. Personally.
Why?
So the problem with what he's saying is I wouldn't want any random woman or man looking after my kids. So I kind of understand that sentiment, but I would want my father looking after my kids. I think like certain people that I trust that are men, I wouldn't have a problem with they doing it. But I think he just tried to make it about gender And since he's tried to make it about gender, that's what I didn't understand. But I kind of understand his sentiment because most people would walk out of if we walked into a daycare and it was all men, guess what? A lot of people would turn around just because the image and trust that they have to men.
Yeah, I think at like a younger age, I agree with E. Like if I went to a daycare center and stuff, I wouldn't, want all guys there. But I think like when the kids get older, I wouldn't mind like I'll say maybe a man watching them, especially like if you have a son or something like that. But yeah, early age, yeah, I'm walking out that daycare with E. I'm turning around.
You guys don't think this is dangerous rhetoric? Is this an acknowledgement that men are to be judged as dangerous while women are not to be?
Absolutely.
That's why I said younger. Go ahead, E. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Like, say for example, if a woman's walking down the street versus a man walking down the street, I think that the threat level in my mind will be one is more a bigger threat than the other.
Okay, so I'm not talking about what's in your mind, because in a woman's mind, a real man pays all her bills. That's just in her mind, right? My question is, do you want the world to view men like what has been expressed in this video, right? Because the viewpoint is completely different from women. He has vastly said it ain't the same.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm literally okay with it. I know it sounds bad when I'm processing in my mind. I'm okay with them looking at men and women different from a threat level.
So let's walk this down. What is the issue with your child at a daycare with a man as opposed to a woman?
Well, you got to remember, I have a problem with daycare in general. That's why I got a stay-at-home mom, right? But to answer your question, in my mind, I believe that man can do more harm to my child than that woman can, regardless if that's right or wrong.
What type of harm? Like, what uniquely different type of harm would you identify?
Physical.
Yeah, that is dangerous. I don't know.
So do you believe that a man can do more physical harm than a woman?
In a general sense, outside of children, yes. But when it comes to children, no.
See, I just don't want to get too graphic for this show. It's just certain things that a man can do to a child that a woman cannot do to a child.
But see, I like what Aaron asked that question, because that's why I said it's like age specific for me. And I think for me, it's not about putting your hand on the kid, because of course you work at a daycare center. You're not going to be, you shouldn't be touching nobody's kids regardless of the gender. But I guess I was just looking at it from my prison. I don't have a lot of patience for like young kids. So I think most guys might fall into that realm where it's just like we might not have enough patience. So it's more like an oversight type thing with kids, where I think women are a little more nurturing and have that patience level. But yeah, I see what you were saying, Aaron, because yeah, when you're looking at it from like men are more dangerous, kind of what E was breaking down, yeah, that does get dangerous.
Because he's talking about brute force, right? Like I obviously know the amount of like physical brute force that I could deliver, right? If we were talking about hitting a punching bag, right? That a woman couldn't do, right? To a degree, right? But you're talking about a child. We'll take a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
I mean, we always look at it one way. This is the problem that we have, right? I personally feel like I ain't trusting nobody around my kids, because I'm fighting the default thinking to go, I feel too comfortable around this woman. That my bias says worry about him and disregard her. That's a problem. That you realize that's my weakness. Like I'm so worried about him that I disregard her. And then we get to the point of, well, less damage, sir. Damage is damage. To what degree are we talking about? Right. And I understand he said he doesn't want to get too graphic, and obviously I don't either. Right. So that's not my thing. I'm a PG-13 guy. Everybody knows that about me. But I'm guessing like there are tools. There are women that come on here that say, I can do what a man can do. So it's like the damage is damage. And because you're like, well, at least she didn't do as much damage. It's usually not. What's up, Sway?
Is the ultimate damage death?
No. In my opinion, I do not believe that was his reference. I believe we agree that it is. But I think what his reference was to try not to get too like graphic or too detailed.
I got you. But just the physical aspect of it, the physical difference. I saw a 10-year-old girl go to trial and be found guilty for stomping out a 1-year-old newborn. I mean, I don't know what age you depend on sending your child to daycare, but they're pretty much vulnerable to any adult in all physical aspects from 0 to about 6. I think the adults got them on the physicality, regardless of if it's a.
Yeah, his mic went out, Jerk. You're not tripping. It's one of those. It's one of those AT&T type of days. Yeah, you good now?
I'm just driving. I didn't
You good, bro? I get what he's saying. It's just
I was trying to make sure I didn't miss my. No, I'm just saying that they pretty much an adult. It can commit any form of bodily harm to a child, regardless if they're a man or a woman, because there's no enforcement to stop them from doing it, and I think that's the biggest thing. So when you're talking about damage done, what's stopping them from doing the damage? And if the child can't do anything, regardless if the man is a woman, then it's irrelevant.
So I think that's the issue that we have with a lot of things. Us men look at what is the most danger to us, right? As opposed to danger to a child. We really don't know how to defend a child. Like, this is what the men like. This is the part they don't understand, right? Damage is damage, right? And I know Venus said it's levels to this, right? I don't know what level you comfortable with that a woman could do, and you say, well, I'm glad that's all that she could do if she did do something, as opposed to the man. That's the part the struggle exists with. You see what I'm saying? Like what degree are we talking about here? Oh, she could do that and she could do this, but that's it. Like, I'm like,
Bro, a woman, he didn't put an age parameter on it, but I'm just thinking in daycare, and it's typically under a certain age before kindergarten. You typically go to kindergarten around 5 years old, right? So when we're talking about daycare, a woman can literally commit fucking torture, just rape, anything onto a child. And I'm just not understanding what can't they do? Like, I'm really trying to understand it. As much as he, quote unquote, not trying to go into it, I feel like he has to be able to substantiate that, so he has to go into it. And if he's not going to be able to, then it's just moot. He's just saying it to say it.
I think he can substantiate, because he said, in my mind, how I'm pictured. And I understand, because as men, when we walk down the street, what we identify as a threat to us, right? Like, because we realize we're to a physical point where we like, you not about to just get away with that, buddy. Like, you know, so we like, yeah, we could see one-on-one, or you might stump, but it ain't gonna be that though. You don't know the vulnerability of a child, and it's hard.
Like he's talking about like defense, right? Being able to defend themselves from this enforcement that's overcoming them. And he's saying a man has the ability to overcome a child and do bodily harm to them than a woman can. But in the same breath, I get it how we try to push a narrative that is automatically negative, but then it would be the opposite, where the man is more likely to be able to protect your child over a woman is than if that situation. So if you had a whole daycare full of women and I decided I want to come up there and snatch your child up, ain't none of them chicks gonna be able to do nothing to stop me, because you quote unquote think I'm a bigger enforcement physically than women are. So really pick your battles and understand what you're saying, bro. You're not making no sense at all.
Yeah, so that was the point that I was going to make. So obviously, clearly, you think you're very much a thinker. That's why I say we limited our thinking, because let's just say, like, we got the thought process that the men are the most dangerous ones, right? But put our kids with the women, and the non-dangerous men not gonna come in there and be dangerous. You see what I'm saying? Like, the logic ain't logicking, right? Because we capped it at what could happen to our child, the limited thinking that we have. When you start to be expansive, you go, most of the stories, oh man, he jumped up that building to save my kid. He did that. It's always one of those. So it's like, I understand like the default of it. I think the rhetoric is bad. You need to default to, I trust them with nobody. Because if you demonize, you make it okay for others to do so. And that's where I think it gets a little dangerous. But
yeah, no, that's a good point. I think we definitely got to be careful with that and explain it out. Because it reminded me back in the day, you know, when they used to have the guy in a trench coat picture. And then what they found out was like a lot of people was looking for people, you know, they were cautious of people like that versus like the everyday person in your neighborhood and stuff. So, yeah, I agree with you on that.
Hey, this is the craziest part, because Venus, man, that was just so irrelevant, because it don't matter if it's a man or a woman coming to snatch up your child from a daycare. I'm pretty sure you would prefer a man defending your child in that situation over a woman, regardless if a woman is coming there to snatch up your kids or not. If a woman pulled up there with a knife to snatch up all your kids and all those women decided they don't want to do nothing, in that situation, I'm sure you want a man trying to defend your kids versus a woman with a knife, or any scenario where they got to defend your child. So I just don't know why we fronting or trying to demonize men and act like their first instinct to do with children is somehow like do something harmful to them. It doesn't make any sense. More often than not, most men in this generation of I've lived, there's nothing you can prove that most men are going to do something bodily harmful to a child intentionally, like how y'all think, like freaking rape or torture or some weird bodily harm. Like, y'all don't have no numbers to prove that the majority of men think that way, or their inclination wouldn't be the first to protect the child. Y'all don't have no data to support that. I don't even know how y'all even accept the brainwashing. This is the craziness.
Because you just had either man come up here and he got a bunch of daughters and he come up here and reaffirm their positioning. That's why. Because men say these things and they use them to justify their reasoning. It's really not much clearly we can do to try to combat this type of thinking, but it's obvious that it's limited because we go one side, but we don't play the other side. And that's the part I'm like, man, oh man, and it makes men know I got to walk into a world where it's always going to be like that. That's the tough part. You got men in this world, it's always going to be like that. They ain't going to never not look at me like that. So I don't know. I'm not trying to be ignorant to the point that I know that men are making, right? It's not an ignorance thing. It's just tough to tell men to do these things when they're so, to a degree, hated. I don't know what you think, Lee. I could be wrong. I don't know.
I mean, yo, like when that guy was speaking, talking about he don't trust people around his kids, like at a certain point, as a man, you got to realize the world is not in your favor and you got to protect yourself. Like you as a man, like they had this dude on This Might Get Risky, and he was talking about women and stuff and shit like that, and he had said, "Don't nobody care about your boyfriend or your husband but you." That's really the truth. You know what I mean? Besides your mom and your family and the woman, you know, some women that you able to fall in love with, hopefully, those are the only people that really care about you, man. Everybody else really be thinking that men is the worst. And the worst part about it is that it trickled down to black men because, you know, like they're already the ones that people like to point the blame on already. You know, when you go back in history, you see the movies they used to make about us and shit like this. And, you know, something just happened out here on South Beach, which I hate, bro. This kid, I don't know. He wasn't a kid. He was like 23 or something, but he grabbed this girl up and dragged her in the bushes on the walkway. If anybody been on South Beach, and you know he raped her or whatever, and I'm just like, damn, bro. Like every time this shit happens, it reaffirms what these men think, what men like Either Man think, what men like that God think, what women think about men, you know, and it sucks that we all get hit with this kind of whole blanket, because now I know you go on South Beach as a black dude, you probably gonna get looked at a little different right now, because like that's a crazy thing to do right there on South Beach. So it's like it sucks, and I understand what Sway, like I feel what Sway talking about, you feel me? Because like I got to deal with it, and I'm like, damn, I'm not even that guy, you feel me? Like but knowing that I gotta protect myself, that's why I stay away from people, kids. I'm not even trying to do that because I know society usually thinking, yo, the man, you can't trust the man for some reason. Even we teach that to our daughters. Yo, don't you know, we'll say ninjas ain't shit, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So it's like you gotta really look out for yourself as a man for real, because if the men are not on your side, the women ain't kind of on your side, but they kind of not either. You feel me? They understand that, just like what just happened on South Beach, and they caught the dude, but that shit is constantly happening, and those men make us look terrible. So if we could find a way to get those men deleted, I think we'd be in a much better situation, because like, yo, that guy really fucked it up for dudes. Like I'm telling you, he gonna make it. He made it look bad for South Beach, being a black dude on South Beach for like at least a week or two. You feel me? He made it look, not even black men, but all men for a second. Women gonna walk past that same place where that happened to her, and they all know, because everybody we all know, and they gonna feel a little weary, you know, a little leery against men just a little more. And I hate that we all gotta deal with that shit, but it is what it is. You know, I'm not mad at the women, because I understand if it was something bigger out here than me that could just grab me up, snatch me in the bushes, and just take advantage of me, then like, who am I to sit here and be like, yo, don't be afraid when it's happening every day? So like I said, I feel Sway, but man, like I also got to look through the perspective of women, and I got to be able to be like, I understand too. So I can't be mad at it. Just like
it's a biased opinion, because bro, it's like me thinking that the worst team in the NBA is the best team just because they're my favorite team, and I'm just sitting here that, nah, these niggas are GOATs, they the greatest, and they 15 and 86. It's like you don't have anything to substantiate that feeling outside of like the 15 games that we did win in the entire year, to say, now we got some dubs. It's like, bro, you played 100 games, you only won 15, and you trying to say y'all are winners, or y'all are somehow the best? That don't make no sense. So how do we generalize men as these demonstrative villains that want to take advantage of children, when the majority of men have never held that intention towards children depiction at all? You can't substantiate that. So it just shows that you're being biased in the discussion. That's all. And if you wanted to accept it, hey, I'm being biased and I'm just going to, live with this conversation as a biased person, whatever. But don't be a hypocrite and act like you're being all righteous, but as a biased person. It makes no fucking sense. You're not righteous.
But I do like what Aaron said though earlier, where it's like you need to be cautious about everybody. So I do agree with that, because that's kind of how me and my wife was with our son. Like we looking like everybody is got that potential. So I kind of like how you mentioned that earlier. because it is your kids at the end of the day. So I can't be mad at somebody, not the over the top shit, but if somebody is cautious, it's kind of hard to, you know, get those biases out your head to a certain degree.
It's how people justify things, in my opinion, right? People acknowledge that they're biased. I get it. We all have biases. I have systems in place to challenge my biases, right? I've talked to you guys about that at length, right? The problem then becomes that what do we say about the guys that don't do anything? Are they great people? Like, if your interactions, because I talk to women, you walk past 2,000 men a day. 0 of them said anything to you on Monday. You see, Tuesday, you was on your way to work. You was on the chase. You was driving. You went past tons of men. None of them stopped you. None of them talked to you. Right? Are those good men? Because they're capable. They can. But they don't. Should they get a cherry? Should they be like, should we celebrate them? Because they didn't do it, because even though they're capable, are we making these judgments based on capabilities? And if that's the argument when it comes to your child, because we know numbers, right? We understand that the crime rates are perpetrated primarily towards men on men because they're the ones that can do the most physical crime. We understand that, right? But the thought process then becomes, are you like, yo, if I leave my child with this woman, it's a 17% chance. Leave her with this guy, it's a 45% chance. I'm playing the odds. Is that what because the odds, this is the problem. It ain't 0. There's like no one can make that argument. It ain't 0 with women.
Yeah, I was gonna ask y'all that. I was gonna ask y'all like, what's the percentage? Because like okay, like when Sophisticated Jerk says that he agreed with you and he was like, all right, you know, we vet both. But do you give the woman a little bit more leverage than you give the man when you're doing that? Is what I was going to ask Jerk. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Like Sway said, I'm a little biased, and I mentioned that earlier, where you know I wasn't thinking from like a abuse or nothing like that standpoint. But as far as like the nurturing, like if I take my kid to a daycare, I just think like me personally, just knowing myself, I don't have that patience. So that's how I was looking at it. But overall, I would say, yeah, I would be a little more biased.
Right. Okay.
But I don't think it's because of like too much of percentages. I think it was what you were saying earlier, Lee, when it was just like, man, we're bombarded by like negative things in the news. Because like you said, if I'm down there at South Beach and I've seen that, man, it's just automatically I'm going to be looking at things maybe a little differently. So I think it's the media that might be putting that stuff in your head too.
It's because it'll make you feel better.
I definitely think.
Like, for instance, oh, you telling me Keisha did that? Oh, I didn't know Keisha would ever do something like that. I could never thought of it. But if you left with Jeffrey, you'd be like, man, I should have knew. In their mind, that's the only way you justify it. Because you thinking like, man, I should have knew. But Keisha, I wasn't expecting that. That's what the argument is right now, in my estimation. And so when it comes to like, and we're not arguing this right now, but when it comes to like the death sentence, right? And lethal injections and things like that. Innocent people on death row, stuff like that. To me, one person is too many. One, right? One is too many. So if someone says we can't never have the penalty because it could be wrong, I have to accept that because that one person can be your child. And nobody wants their child to be that one exemption. So I will accept one person is too many. So my understanding is this. I know what the odds are, right? I'm not arguing odds, right? But to me, if I ask any parent, what you want your odds of your child to be protected, you know what they're going to say? 100%. I want my child to be 100% protected. If I could choose, I want 100, right? Wouldn't you agree that what they would say?
Yeah.
But when it comes to danger, right? Do you want your child to be in the least amount of danger? So, for example, I'm willing to put my children at risk if it's 17% chance that a woman would do it, as opposed to a 43% chance a man would. So it's that you're okay with the risk. You just want the least amount of risk, but it ain't 0. It ain't. The problem is it's not 0. So you're not requesting that you don't expect it not to happen. You just like, you're more comfortable with it happening if it was done by this because the numbers say that. That part I'm trying to figure out the thinking of people. Now, Venus, you come up here to argue the numbers. Feel free to argue the numbers.
I didn't come to argue numbers. The point is, it's never zero, even with you. What do you think ACS is for? Accidents happen even with kids' own parents, just them being careless, not paying attention. So this whole 100% thing you're talking about doesn't exist. Kids get
Excellent
hurt
point.
with their all the time.
No. You made an excellent point, and I'll one up you. You're more dangerous than a stranger. You as a mother to your child is more dangerous than a stranger. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. My child?
Yes. Well, you don't have no damn child. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I understand. I'm saying, like, my child with me? No.
No, you're wrong. The numbers say you are much more of a danger to your child than a random person.
Jesus.
About
Christ.
me? I don't understand. You're talking about
break that down a little bit. You talking about like accidents or something? And
No. All right, you guys clearly.
No, he's going to use the numbers to say that the numbers say that
women are abusing
in the
children.
care, in the care of what individuals, strangers, women, men, mom, in the care of mom, that's where the most kids are being.
No.
endangered,
What
right?
I'm saying is that most crimes are presented based upon familiarity, right? So most relationships, DV is in relationship. Most violence towards children is from their mother, their dad, their auntie, their uncle, family. Strangers are the lowest percentile. So if we just doing percentiles, right, and we got a debate on whether moms or dad are dangerous, the moms and dads are more dangerous than a random person walking down the street.
I don't know about that.
I mean,
I don't know about
he's
that.
got a point. He's got a
being
point.
super direct though.
No, he
he's being
doesn't have a point. He's talking in terms of danger, right? So I might be more likely to, at some point, hit my kid. Is that what the
Simply
argument?
because
not just that.
He's
Violate.
saying- wait, violate? What you mean?
Yeah,
Violate,
like
though?
sexually violate. No, I don't know about that.
You don't know that the parents have higher rates than actual random people?
Yeah, I don't think that one is right. You sure?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, AO.
I don't know
We
about
might have
that.
to do a Google on that, AO.
This is
wow.
No, the abuse one is right, but the sexual one, I don't think that's right.
Now you saying that most parents be sexually assaulting. Nah, I think it's a stranger that's going to try
Not
to.
what he said, bro. Do y'all have not heard that? Y'all have used this point to prove your argument about women getting raped or sexually assaulted. That is typically by someone that's close to them. It's typically a family member, it's a cousin.
But he
it's
said
an uncle,
parents though. Wait.
But
No,
he
you're
He said
right.
parents on the second part.
But you just said uncle and cousin. He said parents.
If you understand the whole thing that he said, it's more than likely that someone that's familiar with the child, i.e. a parent, than a stranger that don't know who the child. Typically, a stranger's like, fuck them kids. I don't want nothing to do with random people's kids. Leave me alone. So he literally articulated, it don't have to be the parent, but if we're going to put a parent to a stranger, just off familiarity alone, the parent would be more likely to harm the child than a stranger.
I would say has a better chance, but more likely sound crazy.
That's the same thing.
No, that's not the same thing.
More likely is literally the same thing. It's probabilities.
It's not that you're comparing like what you know to happen to. If my child never stays with any other adult, what am I comparing it to? Like,
Yeah,
see, it doesn't make sense.
Wait, hold on.
Your child is safer with Jack than with you, but my child has never been with Jack. So how do we really know that? Jack could be worse than me. Like, that's not really, there's no way to, how do you combat that?
You need to rephrase the question.
You're judging the parents in comparison to strangers, right? You're judging the parents in comparison to strangers, right?
Yes.
Strangers who never get the opportunity to be alone with them. Strangers who they're not being left at their house. Strangers who they're not spending time with them. So you're comparing them to what? A hypothetical? What situation you never get to actually see?
No, what I'm comparing is that you said the danger is never zero, even with you.
Yeah.
You open the door to that parents are dangerous to their own children. It's not zero. It's never zero. So once you open that door, I say, so we're fine with the odds. The odds is 17, and I'm throwing arbitrary numbers just to make the point because I know it's less likely a woman than a guy, and obviously I don't have the exact numbers here, but we can all agree, let's just say 17% chance a woman, 49% chance a man. We can all agree that's probably more likely, whatever the case is. However, the likelihood of a parent, and there are more cases that prove a parent, a father, a mother, a auntie, somebody that has direct access to a child than a random person. The odds are with that person that's familiar with the child. You can argue, well, my sister did it, but it wasn't me, all you want. But the odds, and if you even go to your, go ahead. Oh, and if you even go to your scenario, right? If the kids never see anybody outside of you, you are 100% the most dangerous person to them. 100% the most dangerous person to them. And the likelihood would come from you because you literally take them away from opportunities from other people. So you are the most dangerous person to them by the numbers. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying I believe this is what the parents doing, but I'm saying you just going by the odds of random people existing and you can't really argue that you more of the problem than a random person. We don't want to personalize it and feel like we wouldn't do nothing, but we know people are actually doing stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could definitely personalize it. I'm definitely not going to be more dangerous to my child than a damn stranger. Absolutely not.
Oh man, but I don't know if that I don't
then
know.
Let you tell it. Everybody just touching their kids and being their kids then, right?
So,
like that would have to be true for everybody. For you to be saying,
I didn't say it was true for every. I didn't say it was true for everybody. Sway, maybe they like it when
he's
you
making it about vicinity. Like the kid is more in your vicinity than some random person. That random person gets that one opportunity. That's why usually seeing them trying to grab your kid and run. They get that one opportunity. You know, like I've seen it happen. Like not seen it, but it happened out here a few times, and that's what he's basing it off of. So based off of that, he's right. Based off the fact that usually the some type of person that's a family member has more is more around the kid than some stranger is. Now, your argument, Venus, is the stranger might within that few couple minutes do some wild shit. I mean, I agree with you, but they saying that just the parent, the aunts, the uncles just have more opportunity to do some wild shit. So
no,
it's crazy.
I read about it too, that most of the like a lot of that happens to kids comes from somebody in the family. He's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way it's being said is like, it just sounds like, well, if they with the parents, they worse off than anybody else. Like, going,
yeah,
no.
the way the conversation kind of led to, right?
Yeah, it's like, well, how many parents are doing it?
But AO kind of right, because it's like the parents will allow that access, you know. So that's where he's.
I'm only saying that because I know people want to minimize the rates in percentages because it can't never be zero, right? So I know Venus like it can't be zero, ain't nothing, you can't never. I get that part. So if we limit it to that and we just going by the possibilities and the more odds are more likely is that it's a family member. And even the crimes usually have the family member more than the random person. Like most people never actually venture out and experience these crimes. Most of them don't. And when they do, it's family. So that's why I said random people compared to family. And then if we have to remove certain barriers, except go to mom and dad, you can pick one, whatever you want. But mom and dad, random person.
It would be the same. It would be the same thing if we extended it to these random people, because what I'm reading is family or someone the kid is familiar with.
Right, I was going to say teacher.
Yeah, it's not necessarily family. So now let's insert random stranger, and now I let my kid be around. This is a person now who my kid is familiar with.
No, so that's not what random is. So random is a chance interaction and then an activity happen, right? If you introduce a teacher, it becomes a repetitive activity. They no longer become a random situation. It would have to be on the very first time, the very first greet, the very first situation is taken advantage of. And that is rare,
So
beyond rare.
okay, so this is why this is a bad argument.
Well,
A
it's
lot of that happens with children. The reason it's going to be someone they're familiar with or family is because it's based around opportunity.
Mhm.
A random person is not going to have the opportunity a teacher, a pastor, or a family member might have. So that kind of, there's a
So,
reason it's like that.
It's not a
Nobody's
bad.
leaving their kid with a random. That's my point. And if we start to leave the kid with you, you're not random.
So, but that's not the point that I'm arguing. I'm literally talking about the odds. Go ahead, Sway. I didn't get something.
No, she just said then if you start leaving them with them or they hang out with them, then that just proves that the teacher isn't random either because it's a recurring thing. As soon as it becomes a recurrence, i.e. daycare, where they're constantly sending them off every morning to daycare, it becomes recurring. So unless y'all are saying and y'all are either you are making the example and proving the point that the recurring people are somehow y'all are fearful of them and that they're going to do something to your children, or you can see that typically the people that would harm your children are the ones closest to you and not the recurring random strangers, quote unquote.
Yeah, no, I understood all of it. When he started saying more dangerous with you, that's why I'm like, in comparison to who? People who don't get an opportunity? That I didn't understand the comparison. Like,
but then if you don't have a problem with the daycare workers or the teachers, you guys are conceding that typically when these fears would happen with somebody closest to you, then you would have to concede that men in these situations more than likely wouldn't do anything to your child, and that fear is made up in your own head.
no, that fear don't come from nowhere. I wouldn't say that.
I mean, I'm just saying, based off of the arguments y'all are presenting and how y'all are back and forth with who are more likely in the actual fear component, it seems that y'all have fear of people that don't actually harm your children and aren't highlighting the ones that's more than likely to do it. It seems as you're being dismissive because of the argument you're trying to make. But when the argument fits, y'all will definitely highlight that it's more than likely you're going to be raped or touched or sexually assaulted by a family member than a stranger.
Well, a family member or someone familiar. So it doesn't, they just said that it's usually someone the kid knows. Doesn't always mean family.
So it could be a teacher.
Yeah, or whoever, pastor, like anyone the kid is around a lot. So not just family.
Right.
So, yes, he's included. So they can do it too.
So currently, we're saying that the ones who majorly are touching children in schools are not women.
In school?
Oh,
yes,
wow.
with the 80% of the teacher base being female.
Oh, I could try to look it up real quick.
Jerk, I don't get paid enough for this.
All right, I mean, Aaron, move on, because like I said, it's just if we're gonna pick on the strangers are more than likely, and this is the fear, we're gonna have to back up, and then these people are the ones committing these acts.
I get
if
it.
we aren't able to do that, then it don't make sense to have this fear for them, and we should focus on the actual people committing the acts. They're more than likely.
Yeah, a quick Google search says men are more likely to commit child essay in K through 12 schools than women, with men perpetrating 57% and women 43%. They ain't that far apart. But
Yeah,
yeah,
bro. And I'm telling you, man, like, I don't know what's out here in the water out here in Miami, but yo, you see that shit like every day, bro. A security guard, the janitor, a teacher. It's usually a guy, bro. And it be happening like not every day. I ain't gonna cap. Probably like once or twice a month. You will see it on the news. And I think women do have more access, but I just think that some of these dudes just be on. I don't know, man. They be.
Lee,
I don't know.
Lee,
I can never
Lee,
understand it, but
Lee, can I ask you a question?
yeah,
Do you
sure.
think as a man, or men for the most part, do you think touching or abusing or any form of bodily harm to children is a diametrically opposing view for men, that you're on either one end or the other?
Yeah. I definitely think them some widows. They on a different spectrum than a regular man for sure. If that's what you're saying.
If the school was majority men, do you think that those numbers will go down or up?
Man, I don't want to answer that question, to be
men.
honest with you, bro. That's a, you know what I'm saying? Like, ask Jerk. What you think, Jerk? I don't.
Honestly, I think it will go down a little bit because I think men are a little more cautious. You know, because of the perception of it. You know.
Okay. Do you watch your news in your neighborhood, in your city, in your area? Because a lot of people don't, man. And I swear, man, like not watching the news, like I know we'd be like, yo, it's propaganda. They like to put this face out here all the time. But if it's happening, it's happening, man. And I'm telling y'all that
let's move on to another video. Because, I'm perfectly fine with being logical in all the conversations that I can be, even though this is the internet, people blow things out, whatever case is.
Do you see where I'm coming from, though?
Of course.
I see what you're coming from, Sway.
I always like the sound part of it, but I understand the emotional part of it. Where it is just an uncomfortable type of conversation, which I don't never be afraid to like broach those. It's just that I think we're going down like a crazy rabbit hole where we kind of already, me and Venus and you, we kind of already come to an agreement on, you know, as far as we mainly agree. We may not like that we have to agree, but we mainly agree. So it's not worth to keep kind of beating it down. Fantastic. What up? Mr. 2-0, the only 2-0 in the building.
Yo, what up, man?
How you lying to that man?
I gotta address this again. This false shit being put out here. I seen this.
Whoa! You go wait. You gonna come up here and attack me immediately?
Well, no, I'm not you. You didn't say anything. But again, the thing talking about men are more likely. That stuff is from 2013, and even then, it's not any solid numbers. It's given. It's an article or something. So, what are we talking about here? There's no way you're gonna tell me that 70%, 30% of the people that teach represent over 50% of the situations that's happening, especially in recent times where we've seen all of these female teachers finally getting, you know, and they don't even call them predators. They call it inappropriate behavior when a woman does it. So yeah, no, I need something, you know, more recent than 2013 to rely on as far as like
this conversation limited to teachers. When did that happen?
That's what I heard you guys talking about teachers. I've been here 5 minutes.
So you came in at the end and you want to argue.
I don't want to argue. I just want to set the thing right for what was said that was wrong. You said teachers.
Well, it stemmed from daycare workers and the guy and leaving children with men. And either man was under the presumption that men have a higher physical ability to commit on the children than women do, and I wasn't able to hear an example on what a woman cannot do that a man can do toward the child that has no physical capability to defend itself.
Jesus,
the thing was, to me, that wasn't important because I think damage is damage, right? I know how Venus say is levels to it. Right?
That's no damage is not. There's certain types of damage.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that let me explain to you what I mean by damage is damage. I'm not gonna be okay with none of it. Is the reason why I'm saying it. Does that make sense, right? I don't want to make it seem like it's a different from getting hit by a truck and getting hit by a bus. Like, I understand there are levels to it, but I'm not okay with getting hit by either. And I don't want my kid to survive any situation just because I go, well, if it was that situation, this could have happened. Because realistically, the ending scenario is death, right? And they both have the ability to perpetrate that. So anything in between that, I don't know what you want your kid to live with, because they both can do enough damage to where, to me, it's the same. I don't need to be like, well, he did slightly less of this and then she only could do. No, I don't. That don't make me comfortable, but maybe that gives y'all some solace to say he couldn't do as much. To me, it's weird. I don't justify it.
Mm. I just don't see, like, why we all understand that there's a percentage of danger, and we understand, and we kind of all agreed that the percentage of men is kind of higher. Even when I asked Jerk, he was like, "Yeah, I give the woman a little bit more leeway." I mean, do you think that's like nature of
no,
like kind of kicking in at that point? No,
I can answer that. Men are not afraid of women, so they don't view them as threats.
Right. So nature, right? but based off of like nature though, right? Based off of like
I don't necessarily think it's nature.
And I don't mean the sexual shit. I don't want to talk.
No, I get it. I don't necessarily think it's nature. I just think it's pure logic too. Like that.
I'd
like,
rather leave my small child with a woman over a man any day, and for several reasons. And that's why most people, honestly, like Jack, will pick the woman.
Yeah,
when
right.
When it comes to nurturing children, there are just small details that men do not pay attention. Like they don't exist to y'all.
So okay, so
small children.
Well,
I
hold
see
on,
it all the time.
If that's the case, if men don't do that, you shouldn't request them to do it then, right? The problem that I have with women is that there's
I said I would pick women. I wouldn't pick one of you to watch my 3-year-old. If I would pick the woman every time, not picking.
I hear you. So why do y'all want fathers instead of 2 mothers?
There is a place for the father for sure. But your example was somebody asked, who would you let if you had to let somebody watch your kid?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a man or a woman? And Jack said, I'm picking a woman. I agree. I'm picking a woman.
Okay, so if somebody had to watch your 17-year-old son, who would you pick to watch him?
Nobody don't need to watch no 17-year-old.
Nobody needs to watch a 17-year-old? So what's the age where they don't need to be supervised anymore?
Maybe like 14.
Okay, so let's go with 14. So you'd object to a man watching your 14-year-old son?
I specified small children. If
Okay,
he's 14, sure.
So
maybe.
You
Not still, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
And this is the thing. I'm just having a conversation with you. It's not an attack. This is just pure understanding because we all think differently. Jerk said what he said for his bias because men are naturally more afraid of another man, and that leads to them bypassing the dangers of women. And I'm saying we're talking about women endangering children. And if you think women are not just as fatally dangerous to children as men are, it's ignorance.
Well, hold on.
I don't.
Actually, they're more. Hold on. Well, hold on. Women abuse more children than men. Now,
well, I'm not doing the abuse. What I'm saying, fatally, they both
that too. Because again, the more you got to think, most fathers are not like mothers are guaranteed to be around the kids more than what's in there. You look up the abuse, fatal abuse, all these different things. Women kill more kids than men do because they're around them more.
Delete.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's not true. And after a certain age, that changes. I've had this conversation.
No.
Ali tried to say the same argument. We had to look up stats. That changes when it gets to a certain age. Men absolutely delete more children. Like I've been.
Okay, but now you're trying to caveat. Hold on. You're trying to caveat.
Small children.
Okay, and that's when the premise is that somehow you think that even though women clearly, and you're admitting to the point that women delete more smaller children, the safer bet is a woman.
I don't know if they delete more small. Let me just,
what? Just said it. They do.
I said the stats change depending on the age. Because I don't remember
it doesn't change around infancy. It doesn't change around toddler.
Let's use the stats though. I'll use the stats with you. I would argue that they're inconsistent only because of this, right? Women have more access to the children. Okay, so
do you know the only way of inconsistent?
Okay, they're you can't. Okay, let me take away all the fancy words. I'm gonna talk like I'm in 3rd grade. They can't be relied on. Okay.
Oh, so the stats don't matter. All right, we can stop talking.
No. Well, hold on. Like I'll let you talk. Like
if they can't be relied on, we can just stop talking.
I'm just saying though, only way those stats would be able to really be relied on is if we gave the men just as much access to the kids as the women. Then we would be able to truly tell, unless we're just basing it off of this full crazy ass majority of people having them. Of course, the numbers are automatically going to be higher because women have more access to the kids. If you did a number and you like based it off the minutes of how many women have access to kids more than men, the number would be astronomically different, and we all know that. So that's why the percentage is astronomically different. That's just math. So
okay,
I can't. I'm not trying. I'm just saying I can't use that.
Okay, hold on. Let me just my bad,
Okay.
Aaron. Just real quick. So 72% and this is 1999. So I'm giving you guys the thing. 72% of infant deletions. Mothers, 72%. That's almost 3/4 Okay.
Is that based off
So,
of
hold on.
accidents too?
Stop.
Or is
Wait,
that just
wait.
okay? Sorry.
What you said? What I said? I told you
I
infants.
just wanted to add, I just wanted to ask you, is that based off of accidents too, right?
No,
Maybe
brother.
like
No, brother. I said
murders?
deletions. Infant deletion.
Yeah,
as in
based off of
murder.
an accident.
Brother,
Like, made a
it's not.
mistake.
It can't, brother. There's no such thing as an accidental murder.
Wait, but you ain't say murder first, bro. You just said
I said deletion, because you said don't say kill and what's the name.
Okay,
now
it
you
could
acting
have
like
been.
you weren't the one that policed me.
Wait, but you acting like none of them were accidents. Come on now. What are we?
Well, okay, so hold on.
Yes, it no. Look.
It
I
really
just was
don't.
asking just for confirmation purposes because I get it. But what? Okay, you know what? Just use the numbers. Go ahead.
So now we go use the numbers.
You
okay,
said
so,
don't use 2013, but you at 1999 now.
Hold on, I'm telling you. Hold on, I'm gonna update it. Hold on. I'm gonna update it. I'm just telling you from there, and we're gonna show you how much it changed in the updated stats. Okay. Forensic science study, international study found that fathers were more likely to kill children at age 8 or older between 1976 and 2007. The study also found, hold on. The study also found that fathers were responsible for 70% of child killings when parents split up. Okay, so what do you notice here? It doesn't fucking tell you about what the thing does for the parents that are together or the parents that were never there in the first place. And it purposely does this stuff and it skews the numbers to always shuck away the motherfucking shit for what the mothers are doing. If 72% of infant murders are happening by women, well, what can't you do if you're murdered as an infant? You can't grow to be 8 years old. So still it's gonna be far less. That's what I'm saying in the fucking situation where you're saying 72% of people when they first come in the damn earth are getting taken out by their moms. But then it's gonna give you this motherfucker arbitrary ass, and it's a period to 2007 between here and here to tell you, okay, after they're 8 years old, they're 70% of the murders, but then the murders go down by parents. Most of the kids that are killed at younger ages. So I hate when y'all do this shit and y'all want to try and finagle the numbers anytime it's in favor of the woman and it make the man look bad, but you don't ever talk about the context.
Yeah, you lost me, but whatever.
I'm not here to make the man look bad. I'm just
going
trying to
on.
have an honest conversation.
Right, like nobody's trying to skew any. Nobody was doing any of that.
If you want to have honest conversations, that's what you come to see me for at this point. That's what I do.
Yes, sir. I agree with
Yeah,
you.
still don't seem to have a clear answer on present day who's doing what. So I mean,
so this is the thing. I didn't want to get into like men, women. That wasn't the goal, right? So, what I was trying to get people to understand is that you should not be happy with any level of danger. But why do we agree to the 17% versus the 48%? Because our only options, right? It's like if we don't think it's right, you should go to 0. I don't want my kids around neither. You should never make a statement, I feel more comfortable. You should not feel comfortable ever. You should not say, I just think the statements, the rhetoric is very bad.
Because you're not, didn't you just play videos earlier of a single mom who people cannot afford to be around their kids 100% of the time and never leave, right? So you do have to accept some risk.
I didn't say.
Well, you said it should be 0, and that's not realistic. It's a risk anytime you take your kids to anybody. If we just read earlier that sometimes it could be the parent, it could be a cousin, it could be a teacher, it could be a daycare worker. So where's the 0? Like,
so out of curiosity, right? The kid in the video, right? He talked about he had his own experience of what led into his reasoning, right? You heard what he said, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that whole video.
So the guy that spoke about why he would prefer his kid to not be around a man, he said he had the experience and he don't want to talk about it on camera. That's what he said. He's the lead guy in the conversation where it's resonated around, right? And what I'm saying is, if you meet a woman that has her dad in her life and her dad is her favorite parent, and you go, "Hey, would you rather leave your kid around your dad or your mom?" What do you think the answer is going to be?
She still might say her mom.
Really?
Yes, my father could be my favorite person. Doesn't mean that I view him as the best caretaker. Again, I've seen a lot of men. You guys do not pay as close attention to detail as you think
I pay.
That's why they have all of those like little funny videos on Instagram and stuff about when they leave the kid with the dad because he's always doing some dumb shit that's like low key dangerous as fuck. Y'all just don't pay attention the same way women do. So for me, even if my dad was my favorite, I would pick my mom.
So the thing is, that's not true, right? We pay attention to different details, right? Y'all just think what y'all prioritize are better details, and that's what y'all confuse. This is why y'all don't. If y'all were better, y'all do it by yourself, but y'all can't. Y'all dying for it, and y'all rather not have no kids because y'all incapabilities. Men are more willing to do things by themselves for a reason, because the things that y'all nitpick and worry about is what's stressing y'all life out. That was the point of the girl earlier. So I don't care if you pay attention to every details. There are other details that you don't pay attention to, and there are no women that pay better attention to danger than I do when outside. We are way more aware of danger than women are. They are goofs out there, like goofs.
That's not true. There are some oblivious ass men.
Men are way more keen to danger.
The opposite, man.
When a woman's with a child, not the man. Hold on, let me finish my point because I know it's my show. I don't never finish my. Men are way more keen to danger. Women just feel way more in danger. There is a difference. We see danger much better. Y'all feel danger more than we do. There is a very big distinction there. We are more keen and aware of it. Y'all are goofs, aloof, very much not paying attention to it the majority of the time. That's why y'all always in compromising situations, and we are better at navigating. This is why y'all ask for our protection. This is why we tell y'all not to do those things. Now, y'all may feel the danger more than we do, but we are way more aware of it than y'all are.
I don't know. I've seen some oblivious ass men who the women knew what was going on and he was clueless. But I mean,
it can. But I still gonna argue the men are way more aware of the dangers that are there. I do believe women feel danger way more than we do at higher levels and rates. But I know, just in a general sense, when I'm walking and looking around, the stuff that women are paying attention to and not paying attention to, they are not keenly aware. This is why women are like, oh, when I'm with my man, I just don't have to think about anything. If you better at something, you should be goddamn thinking about it. If we the ones that are not aware and keen to things, well, you might as well just go ahead and be the one to pay attention to it. But I'm pretty sure we are better at it. We're just better at it. We see around that corner better than you do. And that's okay. That don't have to be y'all skill set. Y'all can't have everything. Y'all get to be the better nurturers, right? Go ahead and have it. I still think we nurture differently, and we don't talk about how important the difference of nurture is enough. But that's another statement for another day. I don't have to win every battle.
Mel's comment: show that black man leaving his daughter when the pit bull comes out while walking her to school. He literally leaves her and jumps on a car. Exactly.
I can pull the video of a dog running up and a guy like, watch out, and the dog run away from his daughter.
Yeah.
I've seen tons of videos like that.
Yeah, more of the latter than the former. What are we talking about? And why y'all just still determined to make it seem like men do not just only save children, but save the fucking world? Like women, like men stop other men. Like I think I forget who was saying it earlier. Y'all was using the scenario. Just the presence of a man is a deterrent of another man that may plan to do something diabolical.
Exactly. So think about that. This high awareness that Aaron claims men have to have, half of them don't. Just them existing is security enough. They don't have to be like hyper alert like women are, because half of them, just them standing there is enough. They don't have to.
That's crazy. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let her finish her point. I'm just gonna tell you this. To me, I think that's the ignorance of women. Y'all don't really know the dangers that men feel when they leave the home, because y'all think because y'all can't perpetrate certain dangers to them that they don't feel things. And I'm telling you, we have to be way more aware of danger than y'all, because it's our job to protect y'all. That even though we don't even have a woman, we default have to learn how to do that, or y'all call them weak men or da-da-da-da. So one, we have to learn how to do that. That's point number one. And then secondly, most important, the danger that comes to us is fatal. Y'all get to live and tell y'all stories. We don't. Y'all get to live to tell y'all stories. And they see us, they know we got to make sure you're out of here. It's like, so you said there's levels to this. I'm not even trying to get that. If you disagree, it's fine. I think men are more aware of the dangers that exist in society than women are. I just believe women.
So I don't know. I don't disagree. I'm going back to my original example. From what I've seen, when it comes to small children, men do not pay close enough attention to detail a lot of the times. They don't.
What kind of detail are you referencing? Because I'm not gonna
seeing things before it happened, like that glass that's on the counter over there. Before the toddler gets over there, I'm already thinking about it, right? I'm not having to jump up at the last second and it almost crushes his face because I'm like, we're already scanning the room all the time. We're listening all the time. That kid is not in his room. We're like highly aware of little children. I feel like men are just kind of, it's just, I've seen it. It's just, I don't have kids.
Okay.
It's
the majority of accidents happen with mothers, though. That's what I'm saying. So everything you're saying is countered by what actually goes on. No matter what you're saying, what actually goes on is that most of the accidents and things that happen to a kid, like with injuries, the mom is around. And again, and there's a whole thing, like Aaron was saying, like dads literally like saving their kids' lives. There's one like worldwide. There's one dude from China literally like picked this kid up and fucking ninja rolled from getting ran over by a car, which is crazy. So that's why I don't understand why we're saying this thing as to where men and women are different. And I sort of see, we just don't, again, you guys, what you're saying is, I guess like paying attention. It's like really over analytical. Like, okay, he's a kid. Is a kid going to not have any injuries, never get hurt ever? No, that's not going to happen. Now, of course, you got knives and forks and shit out. Of course, hey, don't, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, they can actually harm them. But y'all be like, oh, that over there, it's dangerous. How the fuck is it dangerous? What is it?
Hold on, fantastic. You know what's crazy? Go on YouTube and look at Save Your Dads. They have videos, compilations of dads and moms sitting there with the kids in the area or somewhere where the mom is completely oblivious to that kid about to get fucked up, and that dad catches them or pushes them out the way or grab them at the last moment, and that mom knew completely of nothing that was going on.
That doesn't disprove Venus's point. I think what Fantastic is more pertinent to the fact that they are more injured in their care. That would lead to Lee's point where women have them more at higher rates. It's a little skewed. I would say I agree. Women pay attention to the small, little subtle details more than men. Fine, you can have that. But I think the important things, the things that y'all don't want to deal with, they are just as valuable. And I think y'all don't deal with those well. So we both have our place, right? I think the biggest distinguishing thing is the women will say this. Stop it, Timmy, stop that. Don't do that. Can you stop? I told you not to do it. A man's going to say it twice, right? We do operate differently. And there's a reason for that, because women are overly protective, and that's not good for children. That is the downside to having mothers. Y'all are overly protective, and when y'all not doing that, you're overly compensate by trying not to be overly protective. So y'all go way off the other end to try to compensate for that, which makes it worse.
Even when it comes to food, like I'm thinking about details, like the things I've seen men throw together for kids. It's like, this is what you gave him?
Venus, are you going to identify that I agree with you first?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just thought, because we keep going to danger, right? And so my whole point was, I'm not only talking about danger when I say I would pick the woman. There are just certain details in general in terms of how they'll eat, just her level of like gentleness, like certain things. Personally, I would prefer, if I had a small child, I would want a woman.
Hold on. Let me go. Give me like 20 seconds. I'll let you rock. So Venus, I disagree when it comes to danger. That's the most important part, and you don't want your kid with no woman and when it's danger time. Let's just be honest, because either way, you call him for help, and it's gonna be a guy. So that you're talking more nurturing and little things that guys need to pay attention to nurture, not when it comes to danger. That just don't make no sense.
I already thought about the danger. Like, if I trust you enough to watch you, for you to watch my kid, I'm not going to ask anybody. I'm going to ask the person who has the home, who I know. I trust this environment, right? I'm already thinking about that before I even come and ask you to watch I'm not just gonna leave my kid anywhere.
Wait. Okay, I'm sorry, Fantastic. Just hold just for a second. There is no trusting of women when it comes to protection of danger, unless they know what 911 is. Like, come on now. Like, even if it's time to pick the kid up and run, the physical things that requires, like, come on now. Like, I get it. When it comes to details of nurturing, little things like that, cool. I give you that. But if any time danger arises, I don't want my kid in the hands of no one. Absolutely not. And it's okay to say that. I don't really want women in those positions anyway. I want them to be as soft, good, and gentle as they can be. Leave that stuff to the men. Okay. Go ahead, Fantastic.
When I was gonna say, and I'm glad you rebought. I thought about something. So no, the skewed thing about that, I guess, like Lee mentioned earlier. No, and we know this why, because the very, very small number of men having, single dads, right? They outperform single mothers by a mile. So if more men actually had access to their children on the same levels of that women would, I mean, you get better outcomes. And a lot of things that you guys not mentioning or whatever, when these things are perpetrated against children, it is, especially now. And that's why I say the numbers or whatever, you need some current numbers, because marriages has degraded greatly over the last 10 years or substantial. I won't say greatly. I'd say substantial over the last 10 to 20 years. So a lot of those stats before would have been, way more married families than we have here in 2024, to where the mother is either, the sole carer of the kids, or very much, the majority, and father gets visitation. So again, that's why I say whenever we have these conversations, everything always shifts in the woman's favor, even though you have the data to support that men are doing a good job or better job as parents than the women are, and when given the opportunity, clearly.
Yeah,
I
Jerk,
mean,
this is all your fault, Jerk. That's all I'm gonna say. It's all your fault. I'm trying. Yeah, go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, I do think, like, I see what he's saying, but it's still really the numbers again being skewed. I mean, if it's a small majority of men having access to their kids, you could count let's say if it's like 100 men, right? And out of the 100, 60 of them is actually doing a job, and I applaud these men, but the numbers are still going to be skewed to them because they're a small majority, right? Opposed to when you say that they're doing way better than single moms, that's not true. Most of our men that are successful out here, because especially in Black communities, the situation becomes a single mom situation. Maybe it might be having baby daddies, or the father, God forbid, is he loses his life or whatever. But most of our situations, you see it on when we see our Hall of Famers, our basketball players, when they speak about their situations, they're talking about just a mom being there. So I think the percentage is going to be higher on that side, even though maybe when the dad is there, yeah, the dad is able to give more of an example. But since it's such a small number of those men doing it, and it's such a way higher majority of single moms, growing out families, then you're going to see that as well. So I do think the numbers be skewed because
Lee,
again, it's not equal. It's just
hold on, Fantastic. Hold on. I know you want to. Hold on, Lee. You got to understand those men be lying. So like, those mothers are not raising little LeBron James. They just the guardian. So like, you have to understand. Katie mom, men will always highlight weaker vessels like their mother.
Wait,
no, let him go, please.
Don't interrupt him. Let him explain it. Y'all don't even know LeBron's story. So hold on. Do me a favor, Venus. Tell us LeBron's story about his mom.
That's the worst anything.
What are you saying, really? So tell us LeBron's story about his mom.
All I heard him say was the women don't really raise them. They're just what?
Telling you that's
so
what
who raised them.
You cut him off.
I want to know who raises them.
So you didn't know? Hold on, unlikely. So you don't know either?
No. I know LeBron's story. I watched the whole thing. No, I just wanted to hear Aaron know, though. I wanted to hear what he was going to say, because if you're going to bring it up to the coaches, is that where you going? Is that where y'all going with the coaches?
It's not just coaches, bro. LeBron James was taken in. LeBron James was not even going to school enough because his mom was out here doing criminal activity and on them drugs that bad, bro.
He was in foster care.
Yeah, exactly. Well, unofficial foster care, Sway. So another family took him in, okay, and got him to them AAU games, and then his coach was a surrogate father to him too, and did the same thing. His mother was a horrible fucking mother, but yet and still, like you said, as soon as he gets to the promised land, that's who he praises.
No, as soon as he gets to the promised land.
So guys, hold on. I gotta get my thought out so people understand, right? This is not to take away from mothers, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that as men, we look for external sources. We watch how other men, neighbors, when we out and about, seeing how other men conduct themselves, listen to their conversations. We raise ourselves while y'all are raising us the best you can. We do not rely on y'all for that. We have to look for external sources. So like when we like a lot of what the men who grow up and become successful realize, dang, man, my mom shouldn't have had to go through that. But my dad was a real man. He would have took care. So we naturally feel, even for our own mother, she should never been put in that position. So we let it go that she couldn't do this, and that, right? And that's what I'm saying. We have external sources that we are relying on the bus or from school, 5th grade teacher, somebody after school says something, speak to us for moments. We grow ourselves through those moments all the way throughout. That is what happens with men. So when you look at the LeBrons, the KDs, the James Hardens, they're going to acknowledge their mothers, because what kind of man gonna throw his mother under the bus? So a mother can do no wrong. She is the de facto God for sons.
Okay.
It's a de facto thing. And I'm saying she's not a horrible person because she didn't have the ability, she didn't have the support, all these things. I'm saying as sons, we're going to protect our mothers even when we shouldn't. And I'm saying
no, wait, you got to stop that. You got to pause. This real quick. I'm so sorry.
With daughters,
I didn't say anything about daughters. This is what.
But Aaron, I'm so sorry. You have to give a mother her credit, because you got to understand. LeBron was once 1 month old, then he was 6 months old, then he was 1.5 years, then he was 2 years, then he was 5. Whenever he got to this foster thing, she kept this kid alive. Right? Because
wow, we giving her credit for not killing her kid,
bro. Hear me out real quick. You telling me this lady was a crackhead?
Yes.
You're telling me, okay,
yes.
and somehow LeBron survived to become a basketball player. Of course, he's gonna
yes.
give his mom credit. Of course, he's gonna give his mom credit. That's all I'm saying is I'm thinking of the mentality of him understanding that at some point she had custody and failing is your
and
kid
then kill him. So she did a great job.
That's failing though. That's the only way you could truly fail. Is if your kid
the only way you can fail with your child is to kill it.
Bro, I'm saying that
example of him not dying.
No. Go ahead.
Your example of him not dying proves Aaron's point when he said these women ain't actually raising them. They just keeping them like they're alive.
But yeah, no, I understand that. That's why I was going to the coaching. I get that. I see a lot of men do that, right? You raise yourself through the books. I even tell people, yo, you can find your father in a book. You can find your mother in a book. I've said things like this. What I was arguing is just him saying the fact of, damn, what the hell was you kind of just saying? Like, damn, I kind of forgot because, but no, like I was just arguing like, not the point of us raising ourselves. I'm saying at the end. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why they give their mom the credit, because they understand that it was times where they were completely vulnerable, and at least she was able to get me through that part. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making it about all that other shit that y'all making it to.
Exactly hold on, would you say the same for my bad.
No, it's not you. It's just that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to take away from what mothers.
I know you understood it. That's what I'm not trying to do either. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not taking away from those years where he was vulnerable and he remembers that. We gonna look at it like, yo, she was a crackhead. She gave a kid up, but he remember being little baby LeBron and her still being there, giving him milk, beating them, all that crazy shit.
Because
all that good stuff, nurturing.
When you make references to successful men, almost none of them are on the record saying my mom should have done better. That's not a common statement. What they understand is that, I control my family. I got so much money. I can get my wife a freaking nanny. And she has all this access. But I see what women are doing when they don't have support. So they like, dang, my pops really could have done more, put my mom in a tough situation. She not supposed to raise me to be a man. She's supposed to raise her children, but to become a man, that's something she cannot do. So we use external sources, just like women can use external sources. I was only speaking on the men because we brought up the scenarios about the LeBrons and all that type of thing. And that is what actually happens. Is she cannot do anything about that. As a matter of fact, to make a point more poignant, the reason women are crying and complaining about kids is because most of those kids don't represent them. They can't actually install their patience and their values in their children. That's why their children is driving them crazy, because the external sources are more powerful than their internal sources. Could you imagine if a woman's like, my child's just like me, so kind and considerate and things like this, and they're not stressing me out or nothing? They're nothing like you. That's why they're driving you crazy, because the external sources are more powerful than your influence. Because if your influence was so more powerful, y'all wouldn't be having these gripes and complaints. And that's not saying that it's y'all fault. That's life. And that's just me being observing the signs and all that. It just comes down to men just not going to throw their mom under the bus. When men make it to be an adult, we grow up. We go, look, life was tough, but I'm a man now. I don't make no excuses. I had to go through what I had to go through. Time to man up and do what I got to do. That's all it is.
The men on YouTube do that?
What do you mean? What do you mean by the men on YouTube?
Nothing.
Yeah, because that's a good point. Because it's like I use LeBron James as like a catalyst, right? But like it's other ones that said it too. But regardless, like just overall, single mothers have the most access to black men more than the fathers. That's just we know that.
That's a problem. That's why we so fucked up. But continue.
You think that's why we fucked up?
Obviously.
All right. Okay, you want to dive more into that?
So they're stopping them from taking care of their kids. Like, I agree, but okay, where the fuck are the men then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because it's
again, so over like 80% of people that go to prison, single moms. Violent crimes, same thing, high numbers, single moms. That is a problem.
Stop right there. We agree with you right there, right? But
where
is it hold on, Vince. Is it the mom's fault?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Well, okay. So the dad, where's the dad?
And you know what? Now, thank you. Now we're finally here. So the mom's first job for her child to be a great mom is to pick a good dad. That's why. Hold on. That's why children being had is really made for marriage, because you're two people that are together. You know what I'm saying? And you making a relationship work, and you bring the kids into a world with a healthy man and a healthy woman, and you raise them and you show them how to, get through things, and
No, you okay? We all agree with that. But so how is it? I'm just saying, how is it the single mom? I'm sorry,
it's her fault because she let an ain't shit nigga nut in her and get her pregnant. She didn't know most. It's not this shit to where he was a good dad. He just picked up and left one day. No, most of these niggas not even around. Most of these dudes don't even make it to the birth. So women are being irresponsible with their pussies, okay, and they letting anybody nut in them. Then you have these fucking babies that never have a father to start with. So that's why it's the woman's fault.
So it's automatic. Okay, so do you think that women could be manipulated by men?
No, not with their vaginas. No.
Oh my god, this is
my god.
Guys, chill. Just let's take a moment. Because I need to catch up on these super chats. Thank to the lovely Natasha Vincent from Canada. I need to take a trip to Canada because those women up there are amazing. And shout out to the Canadians. Okay, she says, "Cause y'all making Aaron's head hurt to the waterfront." JJ Carver's in the building, says, "Just another reason why polygamy 2024 is superior to the house husbands 2024. It actually may be. I ain't never heard no argument that it's not. And the women, they already sharing anyways." KGBGville says, "You men gonna figure to stop looking out for them. We ain't gonna never stop because they got the power of the." That's what they tell me. Shout out to my brother Tony in the building, says, "For the water." It seemed like the gang be showing up like 4 hours into the stream. I need to send y'all direct messages to show up on time. JJ Carver says, "There is zero psychological basis for the argument, Venus. The space loves using gender stereotypes. Child care is one. Oh, child care is, and who does it better is specific to the person, not gender. Stop it. She says women are better.
I probably could find some psychological data if I looked hard enough. I guess I would just ask, how come the courts are biased toward awarding custody to women a lot of the time when they're small? Why is that?
Well, you're not gonna out research JJ. I don't know if you know that, right? Yeah, but feel free to try. Okay, Bob says if women thought about danger in the macro, they would be more likely to carry GUNs than men. And women are protective of children, not men. Men are protective of both women and children. I would disagree, Bob. Women are protective of men. Just they not successful in their protection of men, but they definitely will try. They definitely will. Hey, run up and hey, stop! That's my man. Clock.
No, women's protection looks different. It's not the same way your protection looks.
I know that,
but so
because it's super chat jokes. Let me have my super chat jokes. Y'all done stressed me out for almost 5 hours. I get some super chat jokes. Okay, it should be well within my repertoire. Okay, yeah, I know women's protection is different.
Women ain't saving no lives. Women ain't catching no bullets. Women ain't doing
that. I'm done with y'all today. I'm so done with y'all, man.
Neither are none of y'all. Who'd you catch a bullet for? Fantastic. I'll wait.
Fantastic is literally a military vet.
Who did he get shot for? Did you get shot? Did you get shot
for you?
No, we don't disrespect. We don't disrespect no vets. That's the
no. He's saying they not catching bullets, but he didn't catch a bullet either. So why is he saying bullets?
So Venus, see, me personally, no, not me. But guess who in the military catches 90+% of the bullets? Tell us, Venus. Answer that question for us. Who are 90% of the policemen that take bullets? What gender are there, Venus? Awkward silence.
White men.
Men, gender. I didn't say race. I said gender.
That's funny.
Just the white men. That's all I know.
Okay. Well, I hope you surrounded by more white cops than black ones. Then I'd say that. Then.
Oh my gosh, man, y'all be stressed.
Definitely am.
Hey, look,
what's the percentage of? I would have probably asked, what's the percentage of men to women ratio in the But you know.
You read my mind.
Hold on.
I can say the numbers skewed again.
There you go. Those numbers skewed. Bob says women are protective of individual men, not men as a whole. Dudes will protect women they don't even know. That's a fact. They will protect
women.
CBG full of fit. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game sit up, and I know they gonna blast.
Damn, I was gonna ask her. Damn, she denied that as a true statement.
I think it was the military statement. I think she's. Look, I have the highest level of reverence for the military. I keep telling y'all really don't. I think a lot of people really don't understand that most people are cowards and run from this stuff like cowards. Y'all don't play with the military, man. Like I'm sorry, don't do it. Just don't do it because most people are cowards. Like if y'all genuinely really understood that about life, most people run away from the drama. They run the complete opposite way. You're talking about people that's literally putting our safety as their priority. Whether they're getting paid or not, that is what they have to do. And they got training, all this stuff that we wouldn't want. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Stay away from those conversations. There's nothing no one can convince me when it comes to going against our military. Not about the. I said the military. I didn't make it specific to a gender. Not about the people that are actually in it. Forget the people that y'all dislike at the top. There were like, everybody's somebody's family though. So I tell y'all, don't do it. Don't downplay them ever. It's never worth it. It's never worth it, man. Like, especially when y'all talking about their like people getting robbed in front of y'all and people just taking their phones out. Like, y'all don't realize how many cowards are out here. Y'all just genuinely don't. And so,
the majority of the military isn't even doing boots.
Shout
on
out to
ground
the
type-
jerk.
type
You said-
thing. Sorry, go ahead. Read your.
No, you said the majority of military is what?
No, I'm just saying the majority of military aren't actually like active combat. And even then, if we're talking about the majority of the military, I think it's like 80-20 in the gender. It even gets even slimmer if you're talking about active combat.
Well,
the people who are doing that. It's
The
like,
thing is, Sway,
Makes
like
sense
forget
as to why
borderline
90% of men catch a
Well,
bullet.
the thing is, forget about the active like combat boots on the ground, things like that. The willingness to go and take, like a lot of people don't really like. We know what we think we do when danger come to our front door. We run to the and grab, and we think we gonna do something. What we find out in reality is a lot of people don't. And there's a certain thing that they have to literally deal with. And day to day, they make decisions that shift people's lives. And those are not easy decisions. Most of us are cowards, especially when it comes to that.
Let me say this too.
unless you come up here, you can't ask for smoke because you don't hop on the panel.
Yeah, but just again, Sway, yeah, you're right. Infantry and people that are actually on the ground make up a very, very small percentage, but that's the problem. You guys don't understand how the military works. That is the least amount of damage that's done, and you know what I'm saying, the least amount of lethality in comparison to pilots, people in tanks, aircraft carriers, and things of that nature. So you guys simply correlate a battlefield death is only a death that would count. Like, you know, bro, you can literally get, there's a video you can find on YouTube where a guy was launching a F-15 at the time, or F-18. No, probably F-18.
You think that was my thought process when I made that statement? There was only the people that literally have their boots on the ground with a gun in their hand or are marching through the terrain.
I thought that's what you were saying.
I'm just seeing people who even are in a position to be in a tank or have a gun in their hand and then perform in a mission where they have to go do something and potentially kill people. Most people in the military are more in a supportive role.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The supportive role can be,
and that's
just
typically filled by women. And so when women go into the military, they're not looking to go fill. I'm just saying that your point is more valid, because in terms of taking a bullet, when women are going to the military, they're not going into it with the idea that I'm going in here to take a bullet for my country. They're not.
Yeah, and it's less than 1% of infantry, like you said, and it's a very, very small percentage of pilots and anything that's going to be lethal or whatever in nature. So, okay, my bad, I misunderstood.
All right, well, let's get to the next question because y'all draining me out. All right, I'm running on fumes. I did the show the other night. Y'all wanted me to stay up all night to listen to Beans and Eat a Man argue all night about who won and who didn't win and all that. All right, and I barely survived there. I have a tough question for you guys to answer, okay? And she's going to present it.
I know this is going to be a little bit controversial, but who do you think has it better, men or women in this society? There's pros and cons to each side, but I want to know, take everything into account: women's periods, men's social standards, women's looks, men's height, all of these things into consideration. Who do you think has it better? I know this is going to be a little bit controversial, but who do you think has it better, men or women in this society? There's pros and cons to each side, but I want to know, take everything into account: women's periods, men's social standards, women's looks, men's height, all of these things into consideration. Who do you think has it better? I know.
Is this a real question?
It is a legitimate question because the young lady reached out on social media. This is social media therapy, all right? And because the reason why is a lot of people struggle with trying to identify that. They struggle with it. So, fantastic. I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think has it better?
The person who holds the shout out to Natasha. I'll be more clear with my language, Natasha. The person who holds the vagina, clearly, as we talked about, even in these situations, they're given the benefit of the doubt. They have strange people that are expected to, and that will lay their lives down on the line for them. And if they don't, they're going to be chastised and ridiculed. Men are in pursuit of them. Men are trying to, swoon them and give them gifts and give them all these things just for simply existing in hopes of having access to said vagina. So yeah, it's not even a question, man. It's not even close. Nobody gives a damn about no damn man. Men don't get no fucking advantages in life. You expected to work, work, and die. That's it. And when you die, you need to leave something behind for the people that you're supposed to be working for. Somebody else say something. Aaron ain't here, so you can't have no dead air.
Man, let me address this prime dude in the chat, man. I'm gonna say this again, man. Y'all stats are false, bro. They're not. They're like, yo. Let me, like, for example, if I'm a scientist, I don't go grab 20 white cats and 80 black cats, and then I go, oh, these are the stats based off of this. No, I grab the same amount. I test the same amount equivalent to each other in number. Your stats do not do that. When we look at the single moms, there are more single moms and there's way less single dads. So the stats are going to be skewed towards, the good part is going to be skewed towards the dad, right? Because you can look up a small majority and be like, oh, okay, the number's going to be bigger. And then when you look at the mom, if there's all these moms, it's going to be way different. So I keep saying that to y'all. So y'all keep using y'all stats, but it doesn't work, bro. Anybody that's really smart and anybody that understands what scientists do when they have hypotheses, and I just now explained that, but y'all still gonna try to make it seem like y'all are coming to me with 80 women and 80 men. Come to me one day.
Look.
That's what I asked. This is what I asked Mr. Fantastic to do, since he's in the army and he could probably do this for y'all. He could probably figure this out. He could find 80 single moms and give me 80 single dads, and then come give me some stats based off of that. Don't be using 1 million single moms versus 100,000 single dads and then trying to run those stats. Okay. That's not how it works. Okay, that's not how you come to a real conclusion of anything.
Hold on. So first and foremost, again, you said several things that clearly show you have no idea what you're talking about. One, you don't know how stats work, brother. Okay. All right. There's never been, brother, very, very, very seldom is there an all stat or everything and every variable is exactly the same. You're confusing statistics with scientific like studies and scientific testings. That's your first mistake. Okay, a scientist and a statistician are not making my point. I'm not making your point because you just.
Yes, you are. You're showing that because science, in order for your fucking laptop to work right now, they had to make sure the science wasn't biased. So your laptop doesn't fucking blow up because they added too much of this and not enough of that. Everything is equal for shit to work with science. You guys like to use biased stats
now you're hold on. So now
that's
you're in my wheelhouse.
Works.
No. First off, so first off, you're wrong. Okay,
because
so you say all these things, bro, and it's like I love when y'all do this. First off, brother, the first step to anything electrical is going to be electricity. There is no equal in electricity. Can you tell me the 3 things that matter in electricity, Lee? Oh, you don't know, so let me help you. You have resistance, you have voltage, you have amperage. None of those things are equal. And they purposely are meant not to be equal because they have to, you know what I'm saying? You have AC voltage, you have DC voltage. So again, you're wrong. You know what you're talking about.
The point. The point is when they
found it's not the point because you're wrong.
No. Because you like to move the goalpost to a point that you can try to explain. No.
I am breaking down to where you are just wrong.
No, I am not wrong. Just because you say that they have equal percentages and level, I already know that. What I'm saying is for them to test it to understand before they gave. Bro, listen to me. Before they put a damn periodic table, before they put any element up there, they tested it equally to each other. So they grabbed equal amounts of this. Yes, they did, bro. That's the only way you come up with a real conclusion. Or else
Sway, please, say something, Sway.
Explain how. Oh my God,
Sway, please.
The periodic table for the elements is literally differentiated based off the amount of atoms, electrons, and neutrons.
Thank you.
That's not what I am talking about. I'm talking about
how many different rings that they have, and in the order that they have them.
Talking about the measurements of a thing. The measure. What made them call it a neutron and be like, okay, this is validated as a neutron? They tested it using.
So I'm just saying in the statement that stats are BS can't be true. You know what I mean? In the sense, if he's making an argument that for the majority of when this happens, this act happens.
I didn't say. I said stats are biased. Could you at least agree to that? Can stats be biased? Because that's my only argument here, Sway. He's saying stats can't be biased.
No, I'm not saying stats can't be biased. What I'm saying
wait. Let him answer. Can stats be biased, Sway? That's all.
Can definitely be biased.
That's all my fucking point is. God damn.
Okay, now tell him the rest, Sway.
Stats can definitely be biased. However, when the statement is made that generally when people who commit this form of act, like let's say we use prison statistics, right? And we're talking about murderous, violent criminals, and they try to narrow it down to a race. They could do that based off of the amount of people that they have incriminated off of this act, right? So if we're using that to gender and saying the people who commit this act tends to be based off of the scenarios we have encountered, based off of the numbers, it tends to lean towards this gender.
And furthermore, brother, the word you're looking for is scale, Lee. You don't know what scaling is. So since you don't know what scaling is, that's why you have a very, very poor understanding of how statistics work.
I don't really care about words. See,
Well,
that's
you
the
have
only
to
thing.
care
Like,
about
like
words.
you
Words
like
mean
to
that.
hold on. You like to debate. See, now if they were to put a car engine in front of you and put a car engine in front of me, I will put it together faster than you. If they were put a motorcycle engine in front of
You want to make a bet on that?
Yeah, let's make a bet.
Let's
Let's make a bet. How much you? Yeah, let's bet 10. Let's bet 10,000. Now stop talking. Let's bet 10,000.
You can bet 10,000.
Okay. Okay. So what it takes for a car engine to work? Go ahead and tell me now.
What are you talking? You talking combustion or you talking diesel?
I'm talking. Tell me the process. Stop. Come on, man. Stop.
Brother, listen, brother. I'm trying to help you. Brother, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you, brother.
Tell me the cycle. You're trying to confuse me.
Please, brother, stop.
I'm about to ask you the question. Tell me the cycle of a 4-stroke engine. Go ahead. You're not going to run from this. No, we're going to bet 10 bands.
You were stumped when I asked you about a diesel engine.
Bro,
listen,
that's not. I asked you I asked you how does the engine work, and just because you said diesel and I stuttered the first word, I'm
going to help you out.
Tell me the cycle of a 4-stroke engine, please.
I am going to help you out, bro.
Just tell me the cycle of a 4-stroke engine. Jesus Christ,
I worked on fucking helicopters and airplanes for 20
that's
years.
Great. That's
far
great.
more complex than any fucking car.
So say I
bro,
don't
hold
know.
on, bro.
Oh my God,
I have literally hold on, stop, brother. I have literally replaced fucking transmissions. Never replaced a fucking engine, but replaced fucking transmissions, nigga. Picked them up. I'm from Georgia. You're from up top. You're not fucking with me nothing mechanically, nigga. I fucking worked
so
on
at the end of the day, all you like to do is bash men. So because
what the fuck make you think they put together a car?
Oh my God,
bro, you don't even know what a diesel. Bro, you was stumped when I said diesel. I asked you diesel.
I wasn't stumped. What are you talking about? No, I wasn't, because I asked you a specific question and then you asked me a question. That's why I got stumped. So like, be honest, right? Okay, so
because
why
you
didn't
lying? Lee, you didn't even consider.
You just said at first. You just said I got stumped about the word. I'm not stumped about you talking about diesel. I'm not talking about. Oh my God, bro! I asked you a question. You immediately asked me a question.
You're not talking about diesel engines?
No, I only asked you how does an engine work. That's all I was talking about.
We got nothing to talk about.
You
don't
try
even
to
know anything about diesel engines. You don't even know anything about diesel engines, bro. You got nothing to talk about.
Okay, so what does this become? What does this become? All this shit is always about level. This is why everybody hate men. Because of men like you, look how you are. No one attacked you. All I did was try to do. Hold on, yo, pause.
You said all I tried to do $10,000, brother. And I called your bluff.
Oh my God, yo, this dude.
You said bet 10 stacks, 10 racks, and I said, hey, how about that, nigga? And then I asked you a fucking question to your simple ass question, and that just shows your very little understanding of mechanics overall. I got 20 years of fucking electrical and mechanical
already, though. You got to say it again and not let nobody talk
nigga,
like a
you
child.
the one who's a fucking dummy.
No, I'm not. I try to defend myself because you made it seem like I don't know how to do anything, and I said,
you said
oh
you brought up building cars. I didn't.
Bro, this is
now
crazy.
You gonna play the jingle? You brought up building a motorcycle and you brought up building a car, brother. Did I put it up for you?
Yeah, because okay, I got you right here. What did you say that made me say that? You said something to me, and then I was like, you talking to a guy that you could put a car. Now, I didn't know you did all that. Shout out to you. I don't know why you getting all aggressive. I didn't know you did that, but most men don't. Can't you say that? Can't you say that most men don't know? So when you try to slander me and say some shit, I was like, bro, you talking to somebody that could do this, that, and the third. And that's when you jumped off the roof and was like, I'm better than you. I'm greater than you. Okay, that's okay though. But who gives like
I'm sure you would do? And Lee, this is the problem. This is the problem you have, Lee. Lee. That's why I don't just make bro. I never make random challenges to niggas because I don't know what you do, bro. I don't. Y'all niggas always try to make. Hold on, fam. You try to make me the bad guy. I simply said that you didn't know, brother. We were talking about.
I gotta go back.
You were talking about the topic. I told you scale, and you somehow jumped this shit into I can build a car and a motorcycle faster than you, like you said, not knowing my background. That's your fault, not mine.
Okay, listen. At the end of the day, the way you talk is condescending because now I remember you did say you don't know what you know about scale and this and that. Didn't even give me a second to respond and just immediately jumped in. Now I remember. Then I was like, bro, you talking to somebody that could do this, that, and the third. I know about scale. Okay.
But that's not what I said.
You should understand I know about scale. If I know about engines not as well as you, good for you. But I know about it. So that's again, you like to attack people when you were never attacked. And I could go back. You was never attacked.
It wasn't an attack.
You don't know about ignorant ass nigga. You don't know nothing about scale. Calling a man a nigga every fucking
So
sentence. That's
Lee,
not attacking,
Lee,
bro.
Lee, hold on, Lee. So
when have you been called a nigga since me and you had a conversation? Like, what are you talking about? Let's be grown men. That's how you talk to your boss. That's how you talk to your sergeant. You nigga this and nigga that. Come on, you're not doing that shit. You're trying to be disrespectful. I hear you.
Yeah. Did you answer Aaron's question? Do you think it's easier to be a man or a woman?
It's easy to be a man. Only because you can protect yourself. I say that. That'd be my main reason is that when shit gets skinny in a world where all these things go away, as a man, I still can kind of protect myself. I can still fend off another man. If a man come at a woman, ain't nothing she could do. I would rather be a man than a woman. That's what that question kind of sounds like to me. I would rather be a fucking man. I don't need the protection. I'm good on that shit. Let them have that shit. They need it because they fucking vulnerable out here. So yeah, being a man is way easier. I get to swing my fucking yeah. I don't know what to tell y'all. Y'all gotta understand this society shit is not real. We go back to how it went. You're gonna wish you was a fucking man. You ain't gonna be saying it's better to be a woman. Nah, it still ain't better to be a woman. I just told y'all how a woman was just skating down the street on South Beach, and a guy just snatched up and raped her, and they just had caught the dude. I don't think that's more better. I think like he not doing that shit to me. That you ain't getting that shit off of me. So that's what I'm saying. If y'all think of being a woman is better, okay, I see they get their little double standard shit, right? Men act like they'll protect them, but really they won't, right? But you know, whatever.
Let me give a big shout out to Timeout. Timeout says, I don't care about words. Since when do we don't care about words? That must be a new thing. But here's some bias towards water. JJ Carver says, well, for anyone interested in actual case studies and data analytics, which none of us are because this is YouTube, go to Kaggle. You'll see how studies are actually put together, not articles. We like articles. They're much quicker to read, okay? Much more well put together for the everyday man, okay? Since Lee thinks it's better being a man. I have to really think about this.
That's crazy. Man, damn. All right. You know what? Whatever y'all say, man. Y'all all the ones with panels. I don't got no panel. Whatever y'all say, brother.
Well, I didn't say nothing mean to. Well, the reason I'm thinking is that because the statement is very vague. It's better to be a man or a woman. 5'1" man, 4'8" man. You know what I'm saying? Like when you start to really think, do you think a 4'8" man feels better about his life than a 5'7" woman? Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't think that man ever thinks that he wants to be a woman and it'd be better if he was a woman. So I don't get.
Okay, I
don't think that 5'7" man is getting snatched into the grassy plain and getting, you know what I mean?
So Lee, can I ask you? There's no way you're going to be able to substantiate this, so I'm not expecting it. But do you think, if you was to guess, do you think more men in general would wish that they was a woman, or do you in their life they don't mind switching roles, or do you think the vice versa, where women wouldn't mind switching to be a man?
Do I think men will rather want to be women? No. That's why I stand on what I say when I say I think it's better to be a man, because I just asked him that 4'6" dude would still rather be a man than be a woman.
Let me baseline this, Lee. I think both genders for the majority would prefer to be their current gender.
Right, me too.
But the number that would prefer to be the opposite, which percentage do you think is more?
women. I think women would rather be men. I've heard them have them conversations and speak of the protection that we're able to give ourselves. They don't like feeling vulnerable out here. And if you had a conversation with women before like that, you've heard them say like that's the main reason they would want to be men. It's because of the vulnerability that they feel out here.
I like how you said feel. All right.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they like, I don't think, I've had this argument. I'll be like, I tell women, look, they'll tell you men are dangerous. I'm like, but you 40 though. How you make it so far? They're like, damn, nothing happened. You know what I mean? So I'm not just here taking the women's side. Like, if the conversation starts to switch where you attacking one side too crazy, then I'm looking at that like, okay, now you just being, you just being devious in a way. You feel me? But in reality, it's more like, yo, I really think being a man is better. Like, what the fuck? This dude, man, Mr. Fantastic, 6'5". You feel me? Like, come on, like even if you 5'8",
that's 1% of the population of men.
I know, but obviously that's what I'm about to say. Even if you're 5'8", you still got a better chance fending off any danger that comes your way than a woman does. And I think that's our biggest fear in life is something coming at us trying to attack us. I think that's our men and women.
But you also understand that great power comes with great responsibility, Padawan.
Hey, listen, well, that's for one. That's Spider-Man. I thought that's Spider-Man. You mixing up two different things. But
I understand it's Padawan, but I'm just, I mean, not fuck. I understand it's Spider-Man with Uncle Ben, fantastic. But I'm just talking to him using it like it's my own quote. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Okay. My bad. You fucked me up, brother. But anyway,
man, leave me alone.
But so Sway, again, this is a problem, Sway, with the not Sway, Lee, right? So, women don't their lives aren't threatened as much as men. That's the thing. Because of men see other men as threats, and men look at other men, you know what I'm saying, as to where I have to literally get you off the face of the earth to eliminate an issue. They don't look at women that same way. That's why you have 4 times more men that are deleted than women. So that's what I'm saying. So when y'all say this stuff, man, women just do not face the level of danger that men face from a societal standpoint. It's like on a day-to-day basis. A man is more likely, just real quick, a man is more likely to try and, you know what I'm saying, do something for a woman in order to get sex from her than he is to, like you said, force himself on her and take sex. Those men make up less than 1% of the population, bro. We had this conversation before.
I'm not saying that that's what men doing out here. I'm saying that propaganda leads to the fear in women, right? That's why Sway said he glad I said like they feel like they in danger, right? I'm not saying that they actually that dude, like, that shit hasn't happened in last time. Well, no, actually that shit happened to men. That shit actually happened a few more times with Uber drivers. They be picking up chicks on South Beach doing weird shit. But like, all I'm saying is that the women, to me, have a higher sense of danger because they are more prone to it. We like the men that we fear look at the women as even, because first off, the numbers with the deletings, right? A lot of that stuff happens because of gang violence. Men really don't clap heads like that. We really not each other like that.
But before you persist, right? Remember what the question was: who has it better in society? Not who would you rather be.
Again, it's still men. You know what I'm saying? I'm the better hunter. I'm the better resourceful person.
All right, so let me
understand that society adapts and evolves.
Assess the question based upon current society, because it's based from a woman asking this question in current society. You could make an argument if you want to go back hundreds of thousands of years, she wouldn't talk. So we obviously know the question is not pertaining.
No, when I said hunter, I ain't actually be going back. I be getting bread, bro. Like, yo, chill. But I'm saying, like, still, like, I get what y'all trying to say, bro. Y'all trying to say that they've catered the shit to be for women, you know. But I don't want that stuff. I don't care for that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I like the way shit is. So I'm looking at it from that perspective. Like, men I'm not supposed to like you, but in a way, I feel like men have a mutual respect. When I'm walking outside, if anything, I see the men head nodding me. I see the men showing, making sure that we get enough space between each other at the CVS line. You feel me? So again, it's like, to me, being a man is like besides the the shit women get because they got soft spots. I don't want that stuff. I'm not even thinking about that shit. So I get what y'all saying, but I'm not thinking about that shit, bro. I'm cool with everything I got. You feel me? Like
so do you think you don't think society today is geared more towards a woman's success than a man?
Hell no, bro. Hell no. Women hell no, bro. Like, it was a point where women didn't have their freedom at one point. That's like you asking me
today. Today.
Yeah. As of today, that's what I'm saying. That's like you asking me, is society right now geared more to black men having success? The answer will obviously be no, based off the history that we know that society try to like kind of snuff that out in a way, right? It's the same thing.
I'm gonna ask you again. I'm not talking about 50 years ago. I'm not talking about 20 years ago. Today. So all right. So all right. So you in corporate America. You and a woman are up for promotion. There's only one slot. Yeah. Right. Everything. Y'all both are decent employees, right? Y'all are both excellent employees. Actually, they need a promotion. Who's gonna get it? Who do you think you're gonna look at first? You or her?
That's super subjective. All right, fantastic. That's super subjective, bro. Like if you think it's based off the woman, then that's how your mind perceives the world. My mind don't perceive the world like that, bro.
I'm not talking about how I perceive the world. I'm talking about what corporate policy is today.
Okay. The corporate policy would be it's going to the person that's the best. Not it's going to the woman. That's cap, bro. Come on. And even if the corporate policy is that going to a woman, that's why I was just making my point. Let me make it real quick. It is. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like there's policies that are kind of putting black men first before other people because at one point they was put behind. That's why I went back to 50 years to bring it to now. If now there's policies that's putting, wait, just hold on, bro, because you're not listening if you're ready to talk so fast. If now there's policies that are helping women get in places that they weren't able to get into, I'm all for that shit. And yes, it should be that, and we should understand that.
So I didn't say anything about number one. I didn't think the question was about is it a good thing or a bad thing. The question was actually good and bad is neutral in this case. What we're saying is it better to be, or what is the society is geared towards, right? So, like I said, it like the rules and policies right now are it's like society goes in a pendulum, right? It goes from one extreme to the other extreme, right? And then also you got to also take into account the way technology is today also magnifies that pendulum as well, right? So you got to take into account, like, for example, AI right now it magnifies all those biases that we're talking about right now, and it makes it seem like, okay, you said danger, right? It makes it seem you see one dangerous thing happens, now around the world you see that dangerous thing happen, and you don't just see it once, right? With AI technology.
Oh
no.
Damn. Oh shit. I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat.
Get some sleep because I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Okay, I was up too late with y'all the other night. You got 5 more out of me. I appreciate everybody for tuning in to the show. This is the Social Media Therapy Edition. Okay, make sure you guys leave a like, comment, subscribe. I don't care about the subscribe, but definitely leave a like or a comment. I appreciate you guys, but I'm tired. It is what it is. I can't hold out no longer. I didn't suffer enough. Namaste. I will see you guys later because I don't know when the next show. Until then,